PKA 562, our guest comedian Josh Wolf. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew and ExpressVPN, a couple of wonderful sponsors. We'll hear more about them. Josh, thanks for coming back.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. What's going on with you guys? I like your hot tub, man.
Thank you. This is actually hot tub 4. There are 3 other ones I have in my folder too.
And do they look less rapey than that one?
No, this is the rapiest. This is how I lure 11-year-olds into my lair.
That is a whew, yeah.
Well, I mean,
that doesn't look designed to appeal to adults. There's a rubber ducky in it, for Christ's sakes.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a hot tub from one of like the borderline porn Twitch streams, but I don't know.
Borderline porn Twitch stream.
Yeah. Like you're not in the Twitch world. This is like old hat now, but it was basically Twitch had a problem of they would have a bunch of content creators go in like the just chatting, and they would do nothing but like wear a really like skimpy bikini and sit in a hot tub and do things like give me $10 and I'll write your name on my ass. And Twitch decided, well, we don't want our whole just chatting just dominated by these hot tub content creators, and so they made a whole secondary one.
Yeah. So Twitch, they try to be progressive as best they can. And what's appropriate for someone who's doing a workout stream is not appropriate for someone who's like in their office studio doing a stream. So they're like, I don't know, if I was sitting here in a bikini, it would mean a different thing than if I was at the beach. So they created a hot tub is it hot tub and beach or something like that? Or hot tub and swimming?
It's just a bikini. Yeah.
No. The what's the category?
The category, yeah. It's like hot tubs, beaches, and something like that. But it's really just you can wear a bikini in this one,
right? Because you wouldn't expect a beach stream to have a. Go ahead.
The fuck cares if they're in a bikini in their hot tub?
Oh, I care. I'm very much.
Yeah, we care very much.
Yeah,
we're very pro.
What the girl wears is essential to why I watch her.
We're on team bikini here. Don't get us wrong.
So what you got to keep in mind is Twitch is a website with lots of child viewers. Like there's lots of kids who pop on there and they're going to watch their favorite Minecraft guy build a castle, but then they look over here and there's like a 22-year-old chick with big boobs like rubbing them and like licking a microphone with an ear on it, like tongue fucking it, and they're like, for some reason I like this more. For some reason I like this more.
I don't understand because I'm 9, but something about this is drawing me.
By the way,
fuck Minecraft.
Guys, do you know what I found out today?
What?
I'm so happy I'm actually on this podcast with you guys.
Good.
Did you know that some dudes orgasm out their butthole?
I just learned that a few weeks ago.
What the fuck is going on?
The cum comes out of their ass?
Yes, and it's not somebody else's. They didn't put it there.
That's
their own.
Talking about something else.
No, this isn't true.
Wait, how would you? Unless you have a serious problem internally, I don't think you should.
Doctors would have discovered this.
I believe it's
shenanigans
referred to as a prostate orgasm.
Yes, but that is an orgasm that is acquired. That's an orgasm that is acquired through prostate stimulation, though. There is certainly nothing coming out of the butthole.
Ideally.
I think there are things coming out of the butthole.
I will bet you as much money as you would like. Name your price.
This is an area where I've done dramatic.
There is. Do you mean you don't think any fluid comes out? So I read the article. This dude was orgasming out of his butthole for 2 years. It took him 2 years to go see the doctor, and I was like, 2 years.
That guy got walked in on by his girlfriend after having gay sex, and he's like, I'm just coming. It's my cum coming out of my ass.
It's called Santorum now.
Let me tell you,
this is my friend Santiago.
First time I jerked off and something came out of my butthole, I'd call the doc. I'd call the doctor before I cleaned myself up. I'm like, do you need to come over and look at it? Because I'll leave it here if you need me to. But why is that happening to me?
I mean, that's a serious medical problem. I think Kyle knows a lot about this. But
I mean, it's just, I promise nothing's coming out of anyone's butthole that's not like, I don't know, some natural fluids just happened to come out because they were like
really giving it to you.
Like maybe they're pooping or some water's coming out or something like that's coming out of there. But like, there's no like ejaculate coming out of buttholes. Like this isn't like when a woman squirts. Yes. Which is in fact what happens when a woman like loses control of her urine and pisses all over your bed, and then you got to get a whole new Casper mattress and it's a whole fucking problem because now what do you do with your old Casper mattress? The thing was $1,000. Now it smells like pee. The garbage man doesn't want to take it away. You can't burn it. You're in the city limits. What do you do? Hypothetically.
Kyle,
use it as an archery target.
You squirting urine guys are like the tomato is a fruit dude. Nobody likes it. Okay, stop ruining it for everybody. Why are you throwing facts in it? There are dudes all over the place who are like, she squirted. Not she peed on my face. She squirted. And why do you're ruining it. You're ruining. It's like next thing you're going to tell me is that lesbians don't scissor. And then I'll be real mad.
I've seen lesbians scissor. I know that's a real thing. And I've had plenty of women squirt in my bed. And while I'm happy for them, I'm sad for me because now I have to run. I'm not going to be like, ew. I'm not going to shame anybody. But at the same time, I'm like, you could have warned me that that's a thing you do. Or,
does it take you out of the moment and then you're just like, as they're squirting, you're like fast forwarding to like the amount of laundry you have to do. I don't know if I can afford to flip this.
I'm like a Vietnam vet in the helicopter heading back to the fire base. I'm just like dead face, just like, well, it's happened again. Like, yeah, I'll finish you off, but there's a lot of Clorox I'm gonna need tonight.
You really need to have a room dedicated for ladies like this.
The squirter room?
Yeah, like picture something
rubber
Dexter
everywhere
would decorate, right? Just plastic sheets all over the place, sex swing in the middle, and she's not there. She's there to have a good time.
Are we not going to address the very low key, humble brag of I've had plenty of women squirt in my bed? Like,
I have. If you haven't had plenty of women squirt in your bed, either you are a monogamous kind of gentleman, nothing's wrong with that, or you need some tips and I can help you.
Or your ladies have bladder control.
I've been married.
Maybe you're not with the kind of women who have bladder control issues like me.
Kyle has like a woman over and like
when I see a lady show up with that Depends panty line, I know she's about to bust off like a fire hydrant.
That's my girl right there.
Before I fuck a woman, I like her to drink 2 quarts of apple juice.
I really need to go. Shut up.
Do it for me.
Oh, you're gonna go.
But I do agree with Josh about there are a lot of guys who like the idea of the squirting being some mystical fluid you can't put your finger on.
Yeah.
And to, let them enjoy that. Let them think it's not pee as they smell
I
the
want to
ammonia.
ask those guys, where do you think it's stored when they're not squirting it? Like where do you think that squirt fluid that it is, by the way, for guys out there who are like,
Kyle, ask me.
Where's it stored?
In the vagina.
In the vagina. They're just walking around
deep in the pussy.
Holding it in.
Kyle, it's in the vagina, Kyle. Don't you know anything? It's right in the vagina. That's what it comes out of, and that's what it's in the vagina.
How is it in hundreds of years of biology, scientists, doctors, etc., haven't discovered like this mystical storage area and delivery source, right? Like if it's not coming from the urethra, then where does it come from?
It's 100%
why has the
urethra. That is not.
Why hasn't that thing been found? Like if it's not just pee, if they're not just peeing on you, then you'd think we would discover where the squirt comes from.
Yeah, it's certainly pee. Yeah,
it's 1,000 times pee.
There's nothing else it can be.
It's not from her prostate.
I don't agree because
I don't agree.
It doesn't smell like urine.
How's it taste?
It's salty.
Well, here's the thing. I've never tasted urine before, so I can't tell you if it tastes like urine or not.
But you just did.
Yeah.
Believe me, you have. You have.
You're like walking around your bedroom later, like, look, we don't have a cat.
It's not,
this is a perfect example.
It's not pee.
This is a perfect example of how men take care of women's like their body image and stuff when they're in a relationship with them, and women don't always follow the same thing. Like you've never heard a man talk about how some woman he dated had a loose pussy, but you always see some scallywag on the internet. Yeah, he had a little dick or something like that.
Yeah, my ex-boyfriend had the smallest penis in the 70s.
Her boy never see about how her boyfriend has
to the end of his plank.
The only thing you'll get from him is scurvy.
Yeah, you never see it.
I peed all over him.
You never see it. You like imagine if like when I came, I also just urinated all over your loofah or whatever. You know, you're not loofah, your bed. Like You'd fucking have women would have a fucking meltdown. They tell their friends, "Yeah, he pissed all over me. It was disgusting."
Can you imagine, like, I'm gonna come and then you just
Piss. You just piss everywhere. Oh yeah! Pissing all over her, all over the bed.
Yo.
Hitting the sheets,
Rainbow.
the curtains.
Why haven't you done that?
it's really hard to
Because
do
it's
with
his
an erection.
It's really hard to see with an erection. It could be done, but it requires a lot of muscle control.
Yeah, you just got to do it upside down.
I'll try that.
Do a handstand. so
Yeah,
you
do
can
a
angle
handstand, that's
towards
right,
the
do a handstand.
toilet
I
and
do
piss all
planks
in it.
across the toilet and pretend I'm Superman.
Sometimes I'll put a hand on the wall and like kick my feet way out, and so that like my
That's
dick
my
is pointed at a
tactic.
perfect angle to actually be able to piss with an erection. Like I wake up and I gotta piss so bad.
Not me. Flat, supporting in the middle, 2 hands forward. Hit.
Sometimes I just do a flag. You know,
Sometimes I
do a
pee
flag.
just directly into the shower. Just
Oh,
walk over and
I mean,
piss
I would
in
have no problem with that.
Oh, it
course
just
not.
into the shower head. And it's,
Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, I mean,
fight
everybody,
fire with fire.
does everybody pees in the shower? Some people just lie about it, right?
I think so.
Who doesn't pee in the shower?
Some people will be like, "That's gross. I don't pee in the shower. I pee."
Detail,
in the
you missed an
toilet."
opportunity for a joke. What you say is, doesn't everyone go to the bathroom in the shower? And when everyone admits to it, you're like, yeah, but like forcing it down the drain is the hard part, right?
All right, we'll do a little post editing. Does everybody go to the shower, the bathroom in the shower? Couldn't even get it right the second time.
Yeah, you had a second chance and you
That's
fucked
when
it
I
up.
keep
How did
loading
that
up
happen?
for whatever this topic
Strike
comes.
fucking 2 there.
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
everybody knows
stomping it
the
down the
old-
drain is a real mess.
I did have a
do a
friend of
waffle
mine in college who pooped in the shower and tried to push it down the drain with his feet.
What an asshole.
It seems like that would work. It didn't
Oh,
work.
it works.
No,
Why-
it clogged up the drain.
Yeah.
He's got inferior plumbing. Mine could take
Yeah.
a load.
Oh my god!
You
was he
shit in
balding?
your
Was he
shower?
balding?
I
Wait,
always
what-
shit in the shower, of course. You gotta go. There's a drain there. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
It all
The
goes
drain
to the
is a
same
drain.
place.
No. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait one fucking second.
Yeah.
You guys are just gonna let him say when you gotta go, you shit in the shower.
I mean,
We're
not
gonna
in
talk
mine,
about
but like
that.
if I'm at a hotel or something, you know, it's not my drain. Or
I
like
mean,
at a friend's house.
That's how I stick it
Hey.
to the man at Hilton.
Wait a fucking second. Wait a fucking. Hey, do you know what
He
else
used to pour
is
Juanita.
right there next to the drain in the shower? The fucking toilet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
then
gotta
I gotta
down.
get off. I gotta get out of the shower. Now I'm dripping water everywhere.
It's
It's a
cold.
big mess. It's disgusting,
Yeah,
frankly.
he doesn't want to leave a mess.
It is gross to like to
What kind of
shit right
animal
after
are
you
you
shower.
sitting on a toilet while you're all wet?
That
I
is an
will
animal
say-
thing, yeah.
Wiping your butt when you're wet is a terrible,
Oh,
the
It's
worst.
horrible.
I just
It's
use
the
a
worst one.
washcloth at that point. That's why
Yeah.
being in a hotel helps.
Yeah, I just shit in the tub.
What do
Hang
you
your
do?
ass
Like,
over
like I
some-
am, of course, joking, but like at the hotel, like when you've got like that pile of like used cum towels and sex rags and stuff, and I always just like try to like wrap the dirtiest part of it into a ball, and like I almost want to leave a note. Pick this up carefully.
Use gloves.
Use
Yeah.
By the
gloves.
way,
I have
I
AIDS.
think they know what the pile of towels underneath the sink mean.
Yeah, I hope they do.
They
I
know
hope
what
They
it
opened the
is.
door and smelled it. They did.
I hope
Oh,
Rosemarita
they know.
isn't coming in there all like going raw dog and just like getting in there. Oh, let me see how clean they are. Oh no.
Oh,
No.
Mr.
She's, like,
Kyle,
smelling.
do you need to
She's, like, getting
shower
in
4
close.
times a day?
No,
it smells like bleach. It must be a clean.
no. By the way, Kyle, what accent was that?
Oh, that's Rosemarita's accent. She is from far away. Do not ask where Rosemarita comes from.
Yeah, I couldn't quite place the accent on
She is
that one.
struggling with the visa process.
Yeah,
It's basically
is
the
from
cleaning
South
lady
America,
from
visa.
Family Guy.
She is from South America via Eastern Europe.
yeah. There's
Eastern
a little time in Asia. Yeah, one of those.
As well, yes.
From-
I
from
represent,
the-
I represent all of the immigrant women who clean up your cum.
from
Yeah.
Ukraine, raised
Sort of
in
a
Argentina.
hodgepodge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what the women who work at hotels I go to sound like. Spot on.
Exactly.
You
But yeah,
talk to
you-
them?
Get a
They
little
all
Italian
know.
there at the end.
Yeah. Mamma mia, that's a lot of cum on the towel.
No,
That
the
way,
worst
they know
is
exactly
when
what it is.
the worst disaster ever at a hotel was when I fucked that chick.
I know what's coming.
That lovely young prostitute who was on her period and had the diaphragm in, and I knocked the diaphragm loose.
Damn, she needed money.
And like the next thing I knew, like it looked like a murder scene in the bed, and I told, she was like freaking out, like embarrassed, and I was like, look, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of this. I'm gonna go wash up, but you are in charge of calling downstairs and getting me new sheets and blankets because I can't be responsible for this.
Were you nervous having the blood of a prostitute all over you for like STDs or anything?
Nah, she was so careful. She sucked my dick with a condom on, so I figured she was clean as could be.
That doesn't even. I've never had my dick sucked with a condom on, but it seems like
she shamed me.
Jack off.
Like, Kyle, it was awful. I didn't know it was gonna be a condom blowjob, but she's like sucking my dick when she like pops the condom on, and I'm like, oh wait, no, I thought there was gonna be oral. Oh, there is. You're going to suck my dick with a condom on, and at some point she's like, is it gonna get any harder than this? And I'm like, I don't know. I've never had a blowjob with a condom on. This is the worst thing I've ever experienced. I literally have to do like mental. I like close my eyes like I'm fucking Neo trying to believe. He's beginning to believe, and like try to like force myself to have like a matrix bending like erection, and then I'm able to fuck her finally. But it was awful, terrible.
When did she tell you about the period?
Blue Chew, our sponsor.
She never told me about the period until there was blood everywhere.
Well, that's unprofessional.
Yeah, she put a diaphragm. So she's got like a diaphragm in, so it's like holding the blood back, and I knocked that loose.
Is that how that works?
I hope you left that on the Yelp review.
Yeah,
3 stars.
Better Business
3
Bureau.
stars. 3 stars. You know, there were 2 prostitutes, and I believe I picked the blonde. I should have went with a brunette. Clearly, if I had known that one of them was going to ruin my bed that night, I would have gone with the brunette.
Were you window shopping? What do you mean there was 2 of them?
You know, there was 2 to choose from. They working together. Like prostitutes often do that. They work in pairs. That way, you know, if anything like bad happens to one, they've got backup or whatever.
I figured it was a website you were looking at when you were.
Nah, they were like if you go to like fancy hotels, there's always a couple like pretty ladies in cocktail dresses kind of work in the bar area. They're almost always prostitutes. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Now, I will say, my friends and I used to play a game in Vegas when I used to go. And we'd go to one of the bars, one of the center bars in the casino, and the game was spot the hooker. And if you found a woman who you thought was a hooker, you had to go up and proposition her. And my friend was so bad at the game. I saw him get slapped. I saw him get a drink thrown on him because you know the one mistake he kept making?
Mm-hmm.
We finally had to tell him. We were like, dude, you keep approaching women who have big purses. Hookers do not carry big purses. They
have like equipment that they need to keep on them. Like,
no, that's all built in.
They're not carrying.
All right, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
but I would have guessed they had like
purse.
Lube and several condoms.
I think
and
just
know
like
what else
one
they need.
condom, money. You know what I mean? Room key.
Yeah, it's a small package. Maybe a knife or something.
Right.
There's no way I'd be a prostitute if I don't have a fucking chank.
Like a little gun or something, a little Derringer.
Yeah, maybe a gun too. I don't know. I don't know. Like I would be. I don't know. What's scarier? Like, be honest. What's scarier if you're in like a hotel room with a stranger? A gun or a knife?
A gun.
I think knife's scarier.
Knife.
Wait, am I stuck in there? I can't leave the room.
I mean, you can like this isn't like a magical hotel room. I'm just you're in a scenario where you're with another.
I got my answer, Kyle. I think if there's a dude in the room, it's a knife. If it's a chick, it's the gun.
Here's why I think it's the knife, no matter what.
Okay.
I think that people are much more likely to like cut you a little than they are to pull the trigger on a gun, because like I feel like yeah, I feel like consequences of a knife for them, as far as like the knife wielder, are lower. They're first of all, this is silent, right? Like maybe we're already in a scenario where like he can't tell on me because I'm a prostitute, and like I said it was 100, but now it's 200, and he's gonna fucking pay or whatever, and like she might poke you a little with her dirty fucking pocket knife. If you gave my wife
or daughter a knife and put them in the same room with me in aggression, I come out with either nothing or something that requires a Band-Aid.
Well, I'm not talking about a lovely, sophisticated lady. Like
I don't mean to go all big time on you.
Woody. I'm talking about.
I can kick anyone in this house.
I'm talking about Rosemarita's.
Woody, I've never seen your wife, so I don't know what she looks like. And
Big,
you and I have only
lady.
met
She's
on
got
computer.
tiny wrists.
Okay, you and I have only met over the computer 3 or 4 times.
Don't blow my lies. I tell people otherwise.
I'm telling you right now, your wife goes into a room with a knife and you're coming out with some holes.
I definitely agree. Like, you've seen those clips. We've talked about this before, where someone's in like a white shirt and white pants, and the other person has a Sharpie, and it's
No,
like,
no, no, no,
all right,
no, no.
try
You
and
can't
knock
clip
the
the
I'm on
tag.
Woody's
dog's
team.
toenails without my help.
I'm on Woody's team.
I don't
Dog's
see
not
her
trained.
wielding
I'm on Woody's
knives.
team here. Look,
Good, 2-on-2.
never overestimates a woman's like physical abilities when it comes to combat. Okay, never do that. All right, when you see those things where it's a guy with a Sharpie and a guy with a white T-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
the person with the Sharpie is a man. Okay, I'd love to run this scenario with a woman, where she's got the Sharpie and she's trying to cut me, and I'm fucking grabbing her little wrist so hard that like I can squeeze it and she just drops the fucking Sharpie.
Right, grab her wrist, kick her ankle, and have her be like, "I didn't think that was allowed in the rules of this." You know, like I'm telling you, with wrist control, I can take her down.
Look, I've beaten a lot of women in my time. I'm telling you, they can't do shit about
Yeah,
this.
get on my level in this topic, by the way.
Yeah.
And
I think you guys are overestimating your knife fighting ability.
I agree.
You don't have to have any skill.
Oh, I
with
won't have a knife. I'm unarmed.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
I'll
fighting
have a
someone
knife
with a
10
knife.
seconds into.
I'm
the
doing that
fight.
Steven Seagal shit where I take my jacket off and I roll it up on one hand.
And by the way, the white T-shirt, pant, Sharpie thing is great and all, but I'm a little less careful when someone's trying to get my white shirt dirty than I am if somebody's holding a knife. So, I mean, we can run that test all you want, but as aggressive as you think you're going to be, when somebody's got a knife, I think you're less aggressive and they're more aggressive.
Oh yeah,
And
I would
so-
go like straight, like, don't stab me, and like throwing towels at him, trying to flip the mattress onto him. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, that was a
ripping the
cum towel,
bar.
wasn't it?
I would absolutely run into the bathroom, tear off the towel holder, and just be like, all right,
Ooh, that's a
you know,
good move.
that's
Taylor.
that's all I can think of.
Pretty sure that thing weighs like 6 ounces, but it's still, I like it. It's better than nothing.
I'll be speedy with it.
Maybe you have a higher quality towel holders. That's possible.
It's because I'm staying at the Marriott. You're staying at Chuck's Eatery or whatever. For $14 a night.
Dude, I stay at places called like Knight's Finn because they got removed from the franchise. They had their license taken away.
One too many times,
shark
like the
fin outside.
Marriott representative comes there and they're like, we just can't associate with you anymore.
Exactly what happens.
All right, well then we're gonna be Chuck's overnight. How about that? And it's like, only the police can stop you now.
You know what? So completely different topic here. Do you remember the guy who boarded the flight and he was wearing the Burger King crown?
Yeah.
And he was being incredibly racist and he's like screaming. He's like he's mad at an African American lady and he's screaming at the top of his lungs, "Get that N-word bitch off the plane!" And they're like, "Whoa!" You know, 'cause it's so over the top.
And he's got a
incredibly
Burger
racist.
King hat on.
We're wearing one of those Burger King crowns.
How
He's
long
wearing a
ago?
crown.
This is like
You haven't seen this video?
It,
All right, so
Is the woman he's angry
couple
with an
years ago?
employee or a fellow passenger?
it's hard to tell, but
Okay.
he's hilarious because like you can tell he's all right. It's not the racism isn't what's hilarious. The fact that he's clearly a troll is what's hilarious because he kind of like grins over at the guy recording like they're so upset. Like they anyway he got like banned from all aircraft that exist. And but what's interesting on like a cultural level, Burger King no longer makes the crowns, so you can't get them anymore. Because I was thinking it would be really funny because I'm flying next week to be wearing one of those crowns and like take a little selfie and pop it in the Discord, like guys about to take off and like be wearing the crown, be wearing the same T-shirt he had, the same fucking COVID mask and everything. I can't get a Burger King crown.
It
They
would be
exist.
funny if I took this guy for a tandem paramotor flight just to stick it to the man. Back in the skies, bitch.
I think he's got a face tattoo. So this isn't the first strange thing he's done.
No, he's
Wait a
wild
second.
man.
You can't get a Burger King crown anymore?
No,
I
I've
don't
tried
think
so
so.
hard. Like I called Burger King. I was like, "Do you guys have the crowns?" They're like, "No, we no longer carry the crowns." I got on Etsy because I thought maybe somebody might be like making some bootleg crowns. Can't get them there.
You can't get a Burger King crown on Amazon right now?
No, I went on Amazon and they have like bootleg ones. They're like clearly not like I can tell that's not the Burger King crown.
You can get an original BK Burger King crown for $70. Or actually,
what I
it's
mean?
$69.69. So that seems like a joke.
Is it on eBay?
It's on eBay, yeah.
Thought so. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it's in great mint condition, it says.
Oh, only worn once.
Man, that was the only good thing about Burger King as a kid was the crown, because McDonald's blew the pants off their food. Everywhere else blows the pants off Burger King's food.
It's real bad.
Yeah, the crown was fun.
I'll be
I don't
honest,
even
the
think
Whopper's
Burger
tasty.
King
Wait,
didn't have the fun playhouses either.
Do you think McDonald's burgers are better than Burger King's burgers?
No, I don't.
Definitely. Yeah,
I
I
do
don't
not.
like Burger King
I
burgers.
think
It tastes
I think
weird.
the Whopper is so much better than the Quarter Pounder.
Without a doubt.
Infinitely better.
Okay, the
Yeah.
Whopper's better than the Big Mac, sure, but overall, at least the meat at McDonald's like has that consistent, salty, low quality flavor. Like Burger King is weird. It tastes
I like that smoky flame broiled smell.
Me
and-
too.
and-
Yeah,
and
see, I
flavor.
don't
I
like
think the
aftertaste.
Whopper beats any burger that McDonald's has.
Agreed.
What is on the Whopper that tastes like that? Just carcinogens of some sort?
Yeah,
Like,
it's flame broiled. Yeah.
Yeah.
They got
Yeah.
flames underneath.
the
like cooking little-
the guy in the back cooking smokes.
it's char.
That's what that is.
He dumped his ashes on the
Like his
burger
ashes
before he
in there.
sends it out.
That's what it is. It's awful.
I think it's char, and I really like it. It's got sort of a backyard barbecue kind of like taste and smell to it, and I like it. Like I can smell it right now, and I'm a little hard. I really like those burgers. Obviously they pale in comparison to like a Five Guys burger or like any place that like is like a burger bar that has
It's
like
a
high
different
quality
category
ingredients.
entirely. Yeah.
I also like that they put mayo on their burger because I like mayo on burgers. McDonald's
Me
doesn't
too.
do that. They used to do it. McDonald's had a burger called the Big and Tasty. It was a limited time thing that went away.
I wonder, so there's a chicken sandwich wars now where most restaurants, like fast
Yeah.
food places, are putting their best foot forward. I wonder how the Burger King chicken sandwich is. Maybe
It's not good. I had one the other day. After you and I talked about these chicken sandwiches, you were like, I bet Burger King's chicken sandwich is good. And I looked it up and it's called like, it's got a funny name. It's like a McChiking or something sandwich.
Okay.
Or no, it's called like a chick king sandwich or something like that.
Boo!
And the
Boo.
picture of
I
it.
disagree. That's not a funny name at all.
Yeah, and not only that, even if it was the best tasting thing of all time, on principle, I'm not eating that fucking sandwich.
Well, it
Terrible.
looks.
Chick King?
Funny meals. Yeah.
I ordered one and it was very tiny. Like it looked nothing like in the picture. It's this big piece of chicken that's like hanging out around the bun, like 2 inches on every side and like really nicely breaded. And you get it. And it's like one of those microwavable patties that you would get for like a penny.
What do you
awful.
guys think
I'm
about
still stuck.
What do you guys think about
ahead.
that? Because I live in Nashville now. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the hot chicken craze?
Oh, I've loved Nashville hot chicken for a long time. You got to make it the right way though. You use cayenne and you use lard.
And
I mean, I love fried chicken, so I'm sure I would love it. Yeah.
the hot chicken is so good. It's so good. Not so good for my butthole, but real good for my mouth hole.
Yeah, it's
You need to get your
really good.
butthole checked. We've
I
had
like
this
spicy
discussion.
chicken, and so like it's been a long time since I've had it because it's terrible for you. But yeah, it's like a fried chicken sandwich dipped in this sauce, and the sauce is composed of like equal parts lard, which is pig fat, and cayenne pepper, and it's really spicy and really fucking tasty. It's good shit.
I need to give it
I'm
a
on
go.
board for it.
Spicy chicken, that's a big craze. Hot chicken is a big craze in Nashville right now. I thought that would just be
Oh,
everywhere.
it's called Nashville hot chicken.
It's called
like
Nashville hot
it's like a-
chicken. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like a national craze. Like it's everywhere. Like there's tons of recipes on YouTube. Like all the like the big content creators have made like a Nashville hot chicken sandwich. It's good shit. It's like dripping with sauce.
Yeah, it depends. Like you can get the hot one is out of my league. Like it's not, but I can do that medium and it is tasty, man. Here's the thing. Usually when people say hot, I'm gonna avoid it just because they go hot with no flavor.
Mm.
This is hot with flavor. I don't like things hot just for hot's sake.
Yeah, agreed.
I agree with you. Yeah.
It-
Like there's a big difference between like a really tasty, spicy chicken sandwich and like, oh, let's get this, the one chip challenge or whatever the fuck that is, where it comes in a coffin. And it's like,
Yeah.
first of all, I'm not spending $22 on one chip. That's absurd. And second, like I've never seen somebody eat it in 1 second.
Nope.
Like,
No.
it's a punishment.
No, I like spicy stuff. I like my eyes to be watering. If I got to blow my nose, that's okay. But if I have to stop multiple times during eating a meal and just like recover, that's too hot.
I agree with you. If it's so hot that it changes the smell of your urine, it's too hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I like Indian food, like really,
Yeah.
and Thai food, like pretty fucking hot. But,
Indian
like,
food can get there
yeah.
like real bad.
Yeah, I order when I order like
dense.
Thai food, I order it lao hot, and it is pretty stupid hot. It's probably hotter than most people would like, but I kind of like that it like I eat fast and I eat small meals, and so it's like this will slow me down. This will let me savor this meal a little bit.
Have you ever gone to like a Thai place? I've done this so many times, and they're like, "What level of heat?" And I'm like, "Spicy," and they're like, "Thai spicy or regular?" And like every time, I'm like, a little more than Thai spicy, a little more than just because I like undercutting their belief that it's going. Oh, this guy can't handle it. And then I'm over there like, see, see, listen to how clean my breath is. Breathing great, not even enjoying it, but I can't let that guy who forgot about me immediately get a leg up.
I can. I rely on their judgment. I want it spicy. Thai spicy, white person spicy.
Yeah, white spicy.
Well, what white spicy? English white or Italian white? Let's go with Nordic level of spice.
Wait, you know, when I was in New Zealand, there was a bunch of like, it's the first time I've ever had the Indian food just tasted different than here. Mm-hmm. And when I was talking to him, I go, "This tastes so different." The guy said, "Where are you from?" I said, "America." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you have American Indian food." And I go, "What's the difference?" He goes, "Have you eaten spicy Indian food over there?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Do you want to try some of mine?" And I was like, "Sure." And he goes, "Okay." Yo, it was like, it touched my tongue, and right away I knew, oh, I've made a big mistake in life right now. Like this is do you have a gallon of milk that I could shove in my mouth hole right now? Like that, I got to gargle with that. Like I would lick a bar of soap right now to coat my tongue. Like that kind of heat.
It seems like it would, but
soap feels like it might work, Woody, actually.
Yeah.
Like
The oils that are in the pepper.
I saw apparently sugar works. I think I talked about this before. I saw Gordon Ramsay on that. What's the YouTube channel where they eat progressively hotter wings?
Hot ones.
Hot ones, yeah. So he gets to like hot wing number 6 or something and pulls a glazed donut out of his pocket. He came prepared as a way to counter the heat.
Yeah. You would know.
This reminded me, we were talking about like the Thai thing. When I was like, I think I was probably like 14 or something, and I was in Jamaica with my family on vacation. And like, you know how you can walk down the beach in a place like Jamaica, and eventually you get to the end of like the resort beach and it just becomes the normal beach. And they have like these like walk-in markets, which is like a bunch of chintzy garbage that you don't really want. But I was walking through there with my girlfriend at the time. We were looking at things, and like, it's like penis pipes and a bunch of silly stuff. And this one Jamaican guy, like I was like walking by a shop, and he's like, "Yeah, come in here and see what you like," and all that. And I was like, no, like it's just a bunch of penis pipes. And he's like, "This one," he picks up a little one. He's like, "This one's American size." Yeah. And I took out my wallet and I go, "You know what else is American size?" And I left, and it was my first real out in public burn. And I was like, I was high on myself all day at like 13. Like, man, I'm dope. in reality, I probably like stuttered. Like,
follow that one to the hotel. Rob him.
Yeah.
Follow that stupid bitch to the hotel. Rape him.
That jump, you took that. You went from 0 to 100 on that one.
That's how, you know, I live in the world.
Dudes that sell stuff like that are like such hucksters. Like it's I would go to Pendergrass for anybody who's in like Northeast Georgia. They have this huge outdoor flea market, and I mean, it's massive. You can walk around this thing all day, not necessarily to buy anything, but just to see what they have, because they've got like animals for sale. They've got like not livestock, but you know, pets and all sorts of shit. Mm-hmm. And they've got like stolen tools and like all that nonsense that like you would never actually buy, like blow guns and like little crossbows, like all sorts of junk. And there was this black guy selling homemade colognes in these little vials. And my girlfriend at the time and I were talking to him, and he's like, they all had funny names. He's like, "This one is called Fuck More." And I was just like, "Oh, okay." And we smell it. He's like, "And this was called Pussy." Like they all had ridiculous names and they all smelled awful. I was just like, all right, well, we're not buying any of that.
Have you never owned one of those blow dart guns?
I have.
Are they fun?
They're fun.
They're dangerous.
Yeah.
That is not a toy. Is what when you get one of those, just know you don't have a toy to like goof around. It's not a Nerf gun. This is something that will kill a small animal and put your friend's eye right the fuck out.
Yeah. Or really fucking make your older brother mad.
Did you shoot one at your older brother?
Yeah, by accident. I hit him in the back of the leg.
Did it stick in? Did it like?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it stuck in.
It'll stick into like wood.
Yeah. Do you know what stuck in later? His foot in my ass. It was Yo, my oldest brother, I could tell you how old I was by what they were doing to torture me at the time. I grew up with 3 older brothers.
Mhm.
And so I went through a period of time, probably when I was like 8, when they used to hold me down and drip the spit out of their mouth.
Oh,
You know,
how much older are they than you?
One's 2 years older, one's 4 years older, and one's 6 years older.
Okay. And they all had an alliance against you.
Well, I was the easiest one. You know, look, if you're a lion, you're going after the retarded 3-legged antelope, you know?
Always. And you were the retarded antelope.
100%. I was the dude down by the watering hole. Like, where'd everybody else go? You know, like, yeah, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? You know? And so they did that to me. They also, one of my brothers loved to scare me. And so what he found out though, because when I scare, I jazz hand and I make this noise. Ah! I go like that. And what he found was if he scared me, if he punched me in the chest right after, I would go ah! Like that. And he fucking loved that noise so much. But I got to be about 12. My oldest brother, he took to farting in my mouth. And this was a great life lesson because I would fight him and I wouldn't win. And then he would fart in my mouth. And I told my dad, I'm like, he keeps farting in my mouth. And he goes, what do you do? He goes, well, I
open my mouth,
fight back, and he beats me up, and then he farts in my mouth. And he was like, so do you want to take a fart in the mouth, or do you want to get punched and then take a fart in the mouth? And he was
my God.
And he goes, basically what he was saying to me is sometimes life farts in your mouth.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So,
and me as your father has no authority to stop it.
No. My dad was a rule.
You think I'm going to step in? I don't want him to fart in my mouth.
No. My dad was a very rules of the playground deal, which is unless somebody's really getting hurt, solve your own fucking problems. Let's figure out it, right? And so he was like, listen, what does he like the most about it? I go, what do you mean? And he goes, what he goes, what do you like? What does he like the most? And I go, he likes farting in my mouth. He goes, no, he likes how much it bothers you. Tell him it doesn't bother you. So when my brother next time, he was like, I'm going to fart in your mouth. I go, do it. And he goes, well, I'm not going to do it if you like it, you fucking weirdo. And he walked away. And I told my dad, I was like, it worked. He was like, yeah. He's the one who taught me, my dad, when they pull jokes on you, don't tell them that it worked. They're going to stop pulling the jokes. They like the reaction. Don't give them the satisfaction. And it was such a crazy lesson. The fart in the mouth thing. I wish he had told me that a month earlier because I ate a lot of farts and a lot of fists.
Yeah, that's what a cruel thing to just fart in your open mouth.
Yeah, that's pretty horrific. My dad learned early on that he needed to step in or things were going to get violent because like when I was like 5, my older sister she'd pull this joke where you gotta keep in mind I'm like 4 or 5. So like all she had to do was hide behind the island in the kitchen and pop out and go, ah, and it would terrify a 4 or 5-year-old. Yeah. And like the same joke works over and over 10 minutes apart. I'm still just fucking terrified by her hopping out from behind this island. And my dad was putting wallpaper up in the living room. This is like 1990. And I go in there and I'm like, hey, she's scaring me. She keeps scaring me. You know, and I'm like almost tearful. And he's just like, I'm working here. Handle it yourself. I'm working. He's putting this wallpaper up and I'm just like, all right. So his level was there. His carpenter's level. And this isn't one of those plastic ones you get nowadays. It's made of wood with steel around the edges. And so like my little ass picks this thing up. I could barely lift it. And I walk back in the kitchen. It's only a few steps away. And she pops out from behind the island. And I crack her in the top of the head with the thing and split her head wide open. Like 3 or 4 stitches in the top of her head. And she's probably 13 or something and she's fucking crying her eyes out. Fucking blood's going everywhere. And Dad's like, what happened? And I'm like, I got her.
I handled it like you told me to.
He whipped my ass good.
Yo, there was one time one of my friends was over and my 2 middle brothers fought. And one night, so my older brother Dan was fucking with my brother Jonathan, and I was with my friend Gary, and Dan just kept fucking with him and popping him every now and then and fucking with him. And Jonathan had enough, and he ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife, big butcher's knife. And my parents were out. Dan was babysitting. He was like, "You want to fuck with me? Come fuck with me." And Dan grabbed my friend and put him in front of him. He was like, "You want to stab me? Go ahead, fucking stab me." My friend was like, "What are we doing?" By the way, that kid never came back to my house. But he just put my friend in front of him. He was like, "Go ahead, stab me. I dare you. You won't stab me." My brother was like, "I'll do it." And my friend was like, "Don't do it."
No, he's gonna move me and you'll stab me.
Yeah, it was. But sometimes it got bananas over at my place.
Yeah.
That's
You got four. At one point, you had a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old, and an 18-year-old boys in your house at once.
That sounds awful.
It's a lot of bad decision makers.
Was it ever?
Yo,
a
first of all,
huge-
that's a lot of semen-filled socks. So that's a lot of laundry.
Mhm. Sure.
That is just. I'm sure the house smelled horrible.
Mhm.
And look, my oldest brother, also, when he liked something in the refrigerator, he would claim it by licking it, or he would put it in his pants and rub it on his dick. Or he was like, "This apple's mine," and he'd rub it on his dick and put it back.
That's a
and we were
good
like,
move. Still works.
yeah.
I dare you to find the things in my kitchen I haven't came on.
You're there with a black light, like, all right, I guess we're eating out tonight.
All right, there's no
How did
bananas
he get
in
it
this
up
kitchen.
there?
Yeah.
That's my plan.
Cover sandwiches again.
Fun.
Did it ever you're talking about did you ever just get the shit kicked out of you? Like just punches upon punches, or was it more like submit and I'm gonna fart and then you're just been my bitch today?
Well,
I know friends who went either way with their brothers.
we had a strict no punching in the face rule.
It's a common rule, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was it. And I will tell you, it depended on which brother. Like Dan, the second oldest, he caught punches from my oldest brother, raining down on him.
Mm-hmm.
I was the youngest, so I caught less punches and more like, "Hey, get in this laundry basket and let me push you down the stairs."
Mm-hmm.
I got more like, "Hey, put him up on the roof and see him if he'll jump off the roof onto the mattress." Like I got more shit like that, where I guess it in a way was more dangerous, but I felt better because I wasn't getting punched. But really, I was like a guinea pig just to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Like I remember they taped me to this. Oh my God. They taped me. I was probably 8. And they put 2 skateboards together and they taped me to the skateboard. They put a helmet on me and they taped my arms down to the side. So my hands were under the skateboard and I was just sitting on the skateboards like this on my knees. And then they pushed me down a hill and I had a helmet on, and they just because they wanted to see what happened.
Mm-hmm. I did that to my youngest sibling.
Yo, by the way, I told them after I'd have gone down the hill, but you took away my ability to put my hands out when I fell. Do you know what I mean? So when I fell, they thought I would just jump off. I was game for it, but when I fell, the only thing to stop my fall was my face and head.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like, "Yeah, we should have thought that one through." But yeah, they kind of experimented more on me than anything else.
Yeah, more of a general fucking with, not like a beat the shit out of you.
Yeah,
that's in the cards for the youngest brother.
100%.
Is stupid shit like that.
I didn't have this growing up. I didn't really have anybody to play with. My cousin would be over during the summers, but we were he's a year younger than me, and he was always at least my size. Like he was just a bigger guy most of the time. So we were peers. So we would kind of team up and do things together, but we wouldn't fuck each other up like that. We'd box every now and then because I was dumb enough to buy us both boxing gloves one time. We both decided that was a bad idea right away.
Yeah, seems like a bad idea. How old were you?
With the boxing gloves?
Yeah.
16, 17, something like that.
Well, that's
probably.
a real bad idea, dude.
Yeah, hard enough to hurt each other. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude.
8. Who cares at 8? But at 16.
Yeah.
We did that.
Yeah.
It was me and my buddy. So he was bigger and stronger than me, but he only had one set of boxing gloves. So we got to sewing and we put winter gloves inside of pillows to simulate 2 sets of boxing gloves.
Yeah.
The thing is, these pillows had if it started with a good idea, one punch later, it wiggled and all the padding was just not in front of your hand anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So one guy had big padded boxing gloves, which was worse. And the other guy had basically just winter gloves on that would hit directly. It was a huge advantage.
I was too big to physically fight with my younger brothers because I was always large for my age and my younger brother was smaller. So it didn't work out. But when I would have friends over, like it was an event when we're like 10 and everybody brings their sock 'em boppers, which if you don't remember sock 'em boppers, it was this big, basically blow up like an air wing, except you put your fist in it and it was huge and you could beat the shit out of each other with minimal effect, except like one good punch and that thing starts to leak. And before you know it, you're just bare knuckle boxing with plastic over your hands in the basement on the concrete floor. And that was, I never got hurt, so I remember it fondly. Everybody else remembered it though. My youngest brother, I remember at my grandparents' house, they live on a farm, and my grandpa, way back in this time, he had like big hunting dogs still. And one of them was still relatively young, and she just loved, name was Jill. She loved to like chase you down and like try and like jump on you to be like, it was very aggressive, but it was like a kind thing. Like she wanted to like get like jump and like knock you down and like play with you. And we were big enough at the time, me and my younger brother, that she couldn't do that to us. But we would have made up competitions to my youngest brother. Would be like, hey, do you think you can run from this tree to that tree in 10 seconds? And then my other brother would like feign like, are you stupid? There's no way he can do that. And I'd be like, yeah, probably not. He's like, no, I can do it. I can run all the way over there. And then, so we would like hold Jill back and we'd let him get like 30 yards away and then let her go. And she would, woo, 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 and she would hit him like a linebacker. Like he would spin into the ground and everything. But like, and it was like August or something, but we had, in the interest of safety, we put our brother in like 3 winter coats to try and save. But that was
curious.
That was a good time.
I'm curious, all three of you guys, because I'm always curious about this, because look, growing up, you're dumb. And if you look back at growing up, all of us have at least one, I can't believe I lived like I'm alive, right? What's your best growing up? I can't believe we did that. I can't believe nobody died or nobody got seriously hurt or whatever.
We used to do, yeah, Kyle, you go ahead. You've got a litany of these, I'm sure.
I mean, like the one that was literally the closest to death was when like we were 16. No, I want to say I just had graduated high school, I think. Like
Where'd
literally,
Where'd you grow up?
Northeast Georgia in the country.
Okay.
Kind of near Athens, Georgia, where UGA is. I just had graduated high school, I think. So I'd have been like 18 and my cousin was 17 and we were getting really into fitness. We were like, we'd go over to his house and lift weights and then we'd go for like a jog at night. And it was always at night, pretty late. And it was July 4th. I remember it was July 4th because the fireworks were going off. And we were out for this jog and we went onto some private property because like these people just had put a house up and it seemed nobody was home. And we were just kind of being looky-loos, just kind of like, hey, what's going on here? New people. And they came home and we looked like, I realized immediately, like we looked like trespassers or robbers or something. We were just out here for like a jog and now we look like criminals. So we ran and the guy starts chasing us with a gun and he's screaming for us to come out. And we're like hiding in the woods, running this long loop-de-loo route to get back to his house, and we get separated. My cousin makes it back to his house, but I've gone to like a crazy loop to get away. Long story short, when I finally get back to my cousin's house, I come storming into the house because I'm afraid of this guy who's been chasing us forever. He's been like driving his car down the road, like shining his headlights into fields looking for us, screaming at us. And you can tell by somebody's voice sometimes when they're a big man, and this is a very big man, I can tell. And my cousin is in the kitchen when I tear the door open with a pistol in his hand, and he pulls the trigger with it pointed at me because he thinks I'm the man coming to get him, and it goes click. He didn't have a bullet in the chamber of a 40 caliber like Smith & Wesson semi-automatic handgun, and it was pointed like right at my like chest, stomach area. So like he easily could have killed me right there. I went to drive home. And this is how I know the guy had a gun and how I know that it was a big man, because when I went to drive home, the police pulled me over because that man had called the police. And I ended up meeting that man and apologizing profusely. And it all got like washed away. I was like,
what did he say when you were apologizing?
He said I was going to kill you. Like I thought he's like, my kid was asleep in the house. I thought you guys were breaking into my house. I was like, we were out for a jog and we just didn't know who lived there. And we were just curious and we were just out for a jog.
And then we saw the TV just sitting there. And then
Kyle, I'm assuming in that area of Georgia, trespassing is not a smart move.
Not at all. Not at all. No.
Because what percentage of people you think have guns?
All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of
That's
them
right.
have guns.
That's right.
I didn't grow up with anybody that I knew who didn't have at
Yeah,
least like
that's right.
a gun. And
Yeah,
like most of
yeah.
the people that I knew like had a gun in the vehicle with them, if not
Yeah.
more than one. You know, it was one of those scenarios. So yeah, that I could have easily died right there if Scott had a bullet in the chamber.
By the way, you could have died 2 times in that same story.
Yeah. I don't think the guy was going to shoot wildly into the woods or anything at me. But like Scott tried to actively kill me right there and just didn't happen to have a bullet in the chamber. Luckily,
Jesus Christ, that would have
was a good
sucked.
one.
What about
that
you
is a
guys?
really good one.
Would have been a cool scar.
I got nothing like a cool
My
scar
head
to
went-
show off in your casket.
But
you've
went more
never.
to how I nearly killed people. So I used to climb the outside of my house from the time I was like 6. We had this 6-foot tall fence that butted up against a chimney, and I could climb the fence, climb the chimney, get on the roof, and I would hang out there, and I thought it was cool. And that behavior just never stopped. We moved. We had this 4-story house in Ocean City, New Jersey, and I would like scale the porch onto the roof, and then our roof, there'd be too steep, so steep you could hardly stand on it. You use all 4 hands and feet to prevent yourself from sliding and falling like 70 feet. And I was good at it though, and I was pretty athletic like as a teenager. So for me, I would just scurry around this thing like a mountain goat. The problem was I used to bring other people with me. I'd bring girls and stuff like who had no athletic ability whatsoever.
Mhm.
And, I'd be like, you can make this jump. Just hold my hand. And like, yeah, just that. They jump over the gap, because it's like a right angle with a missing square, if you're picturing this.
Mhm.
And I would just hold their hand and prevent them from falling off this roof. And we'd watch like 4th of July fireworks and shit from the top of my house. And in hindsight, that was a terrible decision. I could have killed someone.
Probably so.
Yeah.
There's so many like I was driving. We had just graduated high school, and I was with a buddy of mine, and these 2 girls were like, "Hey, we're gonna go skinny dipping. Do you want to come?" And we were like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
Of
that's right.
course.
That's
So wait, the
100%.
girls invited you to go skinny dipping?
Yeah,
Nice. You're gonna get laid.
You were handsome, right?
I don't know.
He is
about-
handsome, Woody.
I can tell you this. I was very excited at the prospect of seeing boobs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At that age, like if someone's offering them up, you're like, "Fuck
Someone
yeah!"
selected
where's
you to
that
see them
happening?
naked out of the blue. Carry on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we had decided, my friend and I, let's beat them there and scare them.
Jesus Christ, you're awful at this. Why did they pick you?
Yeah, I'm not the right guy to, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're gonna put yourself in a vulnerable situation? Cool, let me fuck with you a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm gonna be a burglar with a heart on, so it might give it away who it is. Yeah. Boo.
So you-
So we took I was going down the street and I'm like, oh, I knew there's a shortcut over here. And I took a hard left and I just didn't make the left. And I accelerated straight into a tree. When I mean straight into a tree, I grew up in Massachusetts where the license plates are 3 digits dash 3 digits.
Mhm.
Perfect in the middle. Neither one of us were wearing seatbelts because we were in high school and you didn't have to wear seatbelts back then and nobody did,
Mhm.
When I tell you that we hit that tree, I mean, nothing crazy, probably about 40, something like that.
Fast.
That's fast. Yeah.
No seatbelts. Our heads both hit the windshield. When you looked at the windshield and there was a little hole through it on his side and there wasn't on my side. But I'm not kidding. It was this close. We were this close to hitting heads at 40 miles an hour,
Yeah.
Man,
which
you
would
both
have been,
died.
that would have been clearly the end for one of us.
Hitting the
Mhm.
windshield's pretty bad. Your heads hit the windshield.
My hat. So I have a scar that goes down through here that stops right before my eye. But my hat had glass stuck in it right where it covered over. So when it dropped down, it cut down through here. And then my hat was fucked up. It was an old San Antonio Spurs hat that had a cut from there across. But like I got lucky on so many,
You made out like a bandit. Yeah. Very lucky.
so many levels.
Did you get
Now
to see
my-
the boobs though?
What's that?
The boobs.
You're
Well,
like
here's the best
bloody
news.
and have vertigo. Just show me your tits.
Here's the best
Before
news.
I go to the
The
hospital.
girls felt bad for me, so when I got released from the hospital, they came over and they showed me their titties in my basement.
Really?
Everything worked out.
Yeah,
thus
man.
began a
Win,
vicious
win, win.
cycle.
You know?
Thus began a vicious cycle of self-harm, and that's how I lost the use of my left foot.
Yeah,
that's
man.
brutal.
It was that was definitely the luckiest.
Did you ever hook up with these girls in the like? It sounds like these girls liked you.
Yeah. I mean, are you asking me if I got some sympathy vagina?
I didn't think it. How old were you?
18, 17.
Oh, I guess it is a thing. Yeah, I didn't ever date them. whatever. Because I don't know. They sound like they were trying to pick you up.
Well,
Wasn't that hard to pick up?
One of the girls, this is why it was so exciting. One of the girls had the largest breasts. I especially at that age, and it was back in an era, guys, where not everybody was drinking the milk with all the bad stuff in it that made everybody's boobs huge, right?
Yeah.
It was like not everybody was walking around with giant titties. It was like every now and then you'd be like, God damn, what? Look at that. And it was one of those girls.
Adoration.
So when she was like, do you want to meet us there? I was like, yes.
Yeah.
And when she came over and was like, I'm going to do something for you. You can't tell anybody. I'm like, what's about to happen? When she just went like this, I could not believe what was happening in my mind, it was like a porn.
And here you are telling all of these people.
She had one rule.
Wait, but you definitely told your friends immediately after, like, Samantha showed me your tits.
I mean, listen, when she was like, all right, we'll see you later. By the time the door click, I had already picked up the phone. I'm like, you're never going to believe what's happening right now. So, I mean, it happened that quick. Are you at that age when somebody comes over and shows you their boobs in the basement? You don't think you're telling all of your friends?
No, of course you are.
Kyle, you're not?
I was a secret keeper. No.
Oh, not in high school. I wasn't.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
am
In
now.
high school. I finger banged this chick, and I was like, people be like, hey, did you and so-and-so hook up? I'm like, nope. No, nothing happened. No. Because I know if I tell, it's going to get back to her.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any more pussy.
I was way too insecure. I needed people to know that I had seen a boob. Do you know what I mean? I'll deal with the repercussions, but you think I'm a virgin? Guess what? I saw some titties yesterday.
Yeah, so technically, you're right.
So I don't know how it works, but I don't think I'm a virgin anymore.
Both my arms are broken, so I couldn't beat off right
I've kept that shit quiet for 18 years now. Nobody will ever know who I finger banged in the back of that car.
Somebody was finger banging this girl in the front row of my show in Cleveland.
Oh no.
Really?
Oh, so okay.
Yeah.
I have to tell you guys, I am an outward, like I talk about it a lot. I like weird shit. If you follow me on social media, I post weird news stories. I like weird things, right? And so because I talk about it a lot, I have weird things happen at my shows. I think it just, a couple weeks ago in Dallas, I saw a human dick.
Well, I see those all the time.
Yeah.
No,
I showered.
somebody
today.
else's?
Yeah, I showered.
Don't judge.
today.
I mean, not often. But
Okay.
someone
I
asked
was-
me. I won't derail you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was in Dallas. Dude was in the front row. He was wearing a kilt. And we started talking and he was like, yeah, I do he was like on one of those smaller wrestling circuits on East Texas or whatever. And he did the whole Irish thing. He had a red beard and I go, but you're not wrestling tonight, right? And he goes, nah. I go, why the kilt? And he goes, well, tell you the truth, when I started doing this gig, the more I wore it, the more comfortable. He said, it's so humid down here. This kilt is like a lifesaver.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay. I said, but are you wearing underwear? And he said, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody else. You got to lift the kilt to find out. And I told him, I go, I want you to know you are challenging the wrong dude. I'm in it. I am here for lifting your kilt, dude.
Yeah.
So he was in the front row. And by the way, just to make him more uncomfortable, because he was trying to alpha me he just leaned back and was like, lift it up, So I'm like, how can I make him uncomfortable? I got on my knees
He's like,
And
this is the worst thing ever. You know,
Yeah.
right now is
You're gonna show me.
Yo, Kyle, if he had gone like this, I don't know what I would have done.
That would have been the move.
Yeah. Well, what he said to me was, he goes, "Do you have to get on your knees?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." And he was like, "I don't like that." And I was like, "Yeah, that's why."
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it.
So I didn't know this about a kilt. Kilt has two sides. One side, when you lift it, is just more kilt.
Mhm.
And I lifted that side first. He goes, "Nah." And this was funny. He goes, "I hide the Easter eggs on the other side." And I was like, "Oh, we got jokes here. Okay." And I lifted up the other side. Yeah, human dick, no underwear.
I don't know
He
what
had
kind
a-
of
he
dick
had
you
a
were
dog
expecting.
I don't know what I expected. You know what? Turned out a human dick. I
Human
totally
dick.
thought it was reptilian.
By the way, this dude, all potatoes, no meat. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
Oh,
his dick looked like it fell asleep on his nuts. Just kind of, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it was sad.
what was his
Wow.
reaction?
And
once
it's
you-
hot
once
and
you
humid
peeled
out
it
too.
back?
That's rough.
He laughed. We all, I mean, it was the because this probably took between talking to him and the build up to lifting it up, and it probably took the first 13 minutes of my set. It was amazing. It
All
was,
mash, no bangers.
dude. Here's what my shows are like that. Like, if you come to my early show, a lot of times it's a completely different show, late show. I'll
Yeah,
do different, I
sure.
100% do different material, but I've started playing, I play my guitar some, I bring people on stage. It's like a living, breathing thing. So when this dude was there in the front row with his kilt, I was like, fuck yeah, let's milk this for as long, no pun intended, but
There was,
let's,
I remember, I think it was at SHOT Show, which is a big like gun convention thing they do in Vegas every year. I would go around to all the vendors and look for new stuff to work with. And this guy, they had this thing called Utilikilt. They had these like utilitarian kilts. Woody's familiar with them. He's probably seen them at some of the shows as well. It's like a big, hardy workman's kilt. Like, this isn't just a piece of fashion wear. Like, it's more like a tool belt skirt. It's got like all sorts. It's leather. It's well made. And I was like, Kitty was like, "Do you want one? You know, you could wear one in a video. You could do some sort of Scottish warfare thing. Maybe you like do some sort of William Wallace shit." And I'm like, "Yeah, you know, I could get myself a claymore. Maybe get a bow and stuff. You know, maybe do a whole like Scottish thing." I was like, "How much are those?" They were like $250. Like, they're so expensive. Let me see. I'm sure they still exist. Let me see how much a kilt.
They've been around forever. When I
were
was
you
into
like
woodworking,
$250? There's no pants. It's
Yeah.
less.
All right, so they're much
It's
cheaper
less
now.
fabric.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
wait.
less fabric. Guys, I'm gonna step right there in my closet. 2 seconds. Now is the time of night where I take my edible, so I don't want to miss my window.
Oh, fucking
Go
hit it,
for it.
bro.
Go
All
for
right,
it.
so I'm looking at their kilts right now. It looks like they have like multiple styles, but these are 200. This one's called a mocker. It's 200. This one's 260.
Yeah.
I'm going to limited edition kilts. Oh, 550 for the tuxedo kilt, and the leather one is 770. It's an all leather kilt. Yeah, see, these are knockoffs. You want to go like to the Utilikilt website, utilikilts.com.
Oh yeah, Amazon. Come on, baby.
I don't want to wear one of these.
Yeah, I have higher kilt standards than that.
You've got the legs for this though, Woody. You could.
I think I could pull off a Utilikilt. I used to want one, but back when I did, I used to build lots of like heirloom furniture. That was my hobby.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it out of a garage with really no air conditioning. And a Utilikilt was on my dream list. They were just too expensive.
You want the workman. That's the carpenter's kilt. It's got lots of it looks like I don't know, it reminds me of like Dickies pants, those khaki Dickie pants.
Oh yeah.
The workman
that's
would
it.
be a good choice, but what I want is the Beast 2. That
Beast
thing.
2.
Yeah, it's one of the limit. I linked it for
Oh,
Zach.
that thing. Oh my goodness.
That just looks like where you want
This
to be.
shit is absurd.
But yeah, I was like, yeah, I'll take a kilt. And I'm like, how much are they? And they were like $200-$300. And I was like, this was kind of a joke that I thought they were going to be $30 or something like that. Like if y'all give me a kilt, I'll wear one, but I'm not buying one of those things.
Look at that. thing. That is a manly skirt.
$777.
Yeah.
It's nice though, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can look like
William
a gay guy
Wallace?
from Middle Earth.
Yeah.
These are not good looks.
I got to tell you, if I wear a kilt, I'm just walking around all day going, hold, Hold the whole time. That's all I'm doing. Hold.
I mean,
I
like,
love that movie.
I like how they give all of them like we're selling kilts, so they have to have names like the Spartan.
Yeah.
You can't call it the guy being filmed behind his back at the grocery store. You can't describe what's actually going to happen. The guy who's the joke of everybody's table at TGI Fridays.
Yeah, the guy who's making everyone else uncomfortable sitting on the bleachers.
Yeah,
Like that,
always at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You said you were taking an edible. How many milligrams?
100.
Oh, that's a nice little dosage there.
It's a big
So you're in aren't you in? Well, never mind. I guess I won't go too into it.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's
You're in
not legal
Tennessee?
here. It's not legal
Yeah.
here. No. But you
Good
know
luck.
what? My theory on that, Kyle, is
good luck.
if they arrest me, it'll be the best thing that ever happened in my career. So come get me. You know what I mean?
Kyle disagrees because he
I
was
thought
arrested for this.
Were
you
you
not
arrested for
know?
drugs though?
I had half an ounce of marijuana. Yeah,
Which isn't a whole lot.
I'm aware.
Oh, so what happens for half an ounce of marijuana?
Heroin.
If you set
Sorry.
aside the $500,000 worth of seized property and legal fees, $5,000 fine, 2 months in federal prison, and 2 years of federal probation.
So I think here in Nashville, now I can't say for the rest of Tennessee.
Federal. It's everywhere in the United States.
Yes. I know it is federal every in the United States, but there are some areas that decriminalize it, right? And so here, I'm not saying in other parts of Tennessee, but Nashville is a fairly progressive, especially for Tennessee City. And so I've asked a ton of people who live here before I started, and they were like, yeah, you're going to be fine. So I was like, phew. But the 100 milligrams is what I take before my late show on Saturdays.
Okay, that's a nice dose. I'm
Before
doing
the
I'm
show.
doing a full gram when I get to Colorado next week.
Fucking Christ, dude.
You what?
I'm doing a full gram when I get to Colorado next week.
And
Is
you
that
haven't
right?
smoked in 2
Yeah,
years.
for this show, I'm gonna take a full gram at the beginning of the show, and
Can you
then
do the
Kyle-
countdown? Kyle, what did?
By the way,
feel like
Kyle-
this snuck up on me.
If you ever wanted to do that,
9
I would
days.
do it with you. If you ever wanted to do that live, I would do that with you 100%.
Well,
1,000 milligrams. That's too much. You're not going to have
I'm
fun.
aware
You're
it's too
gonna-
much.
You're going to be.
I'm gonna
just
get scared.
You're going to be very scared, and you're going to think that like, is it really legal that I'm doing this right now? Have I
Taylor,
been set up?
we're going to a scary place.
He's going to be scared after the 3 hours that he thinks he's on a different planet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you can like form thoughts again,
Yeah.
you'll be afraid.
Yeah.
What you should do, Josh, is like this is pretty much every state has this stuff called Delta 8 that's legal.
Yeah, we have
And
it here.
Yeah. I just take those like gummies, like Delta 8, and it's just a weaker version of weed. You just need to take a little more, but
They
it is
don't
more
affect you at all.
relaxing. If you're taking 100 of like real weed, then your tolerance is probably too high for that to fuck with you. But I like
Well,
it.
On Monday nights, I do a show where I'll take like 100, 200 milligrams. I'll eat maybe 1.5 grams, 2 grams of mushrooms, and then I'll smoke a joint, and then I turn on my camera. And
Jesus,
it's
All
called,
right.
it's called the High Live.
how do the mushrooms mix with the weed make you feel?
Fucking awesome.
That's
I
not
love
enough for you to hallucinate or anything. It's
No,
just
no,
enough
it's a
to make
nice
you
low
feel-
dose. He's almost microdosing at that point. It's
Wait,
very
well,
low.
2
How much?
grams.
2
2
grams of
grams.
mushrooms.
2 grams is basically enough to make the visuals are textured. You're not seeing things.
Colors are a little nicer, but it's not
colors
like
are nicer, and it makes you really happy. That's it. Like
Mhm.
you're really happy.
I ate about a 1/4 ounce, I think, last time I did mushrooms.
What is
Something
that
like
in
that.
grams? Oh.
7.
But that is 7 grams is a hero's journey. So he's definitely getting high.
It was more of a terror trip. It was like an episode of. It was more like an episode of Tales from the Crypt than anything.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: like the happiest I've ever been in my entire life was when we got back home and we were safe and we sat in my bed and just hugged each other. Me and this girl who had like split 1/2 ounce of mushrooms, and like once we got back home and we were safe and we just hugged each other, and like I didn't burst out into tears, but I could have, and we were just like so happy to be back home.
Just
I'm
like
how
rocking
did you take
back
it?
and forth.
rocking
together.
back and forth, hugging each other. Yeah.
How do you consume mushrooms? You eat them?
So there's a lot of ways to do it. I think like what the smart, like more scientifically inclined people will do is grind them up and put them in capsules so that you don't have to taste shit or even
That's
make
what I
tea
do.
out of them. But what I do and what I've done both times I've done it is they're like tough little crinkly dried out mushrooms. So like you can like almost roll them up into like a ball, like a booger or something. They're not sticky, but you know what I mean? You can like compress them with your fingers. And then I would take a chip and dip it in salsa. And I would pop them both in my mouth and just munch, swallow with like some water, and it covers the taste up and it gets it down.
Yeah.
That was just my like quick solution, like looking around my house, like what do I have to like chase?
Chips.
They
this down
taste
with?
terrible.
Chips and salsa. It worked because like they don't they're
Woody-
bitter and gross.
I have some if you want to see them.
Sure.
I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, sure. I
Yeah.
I know friends who are like into microdosing now. Like,
LSD?
or is it called microdosing
Acid?
with shrooms too?
Yeah. Anything
they
that you're
don't
doing
give
in
you
very small doses just to activate a little part of your brain a little more effectively, it is considered microdosing. You can microdose anything. You can microdose ice cream, I suppose, but you're not really going to get the same kind of journey or enhanced creativity.
I don't
want
to microdose snacks. I want to
No, that sucks.
snacks.
I like to macrodose those, but like
That's how I clean the
This
things in my
company-
refrigerator. I just lick the ice cream. Microdosing.
Microdosing your almonds.
California, they're packaging it now.
holy shit, is that Satan?
This is legit. This is penis envy, and penis envy caps are known for their big heads.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's called Gorilla Panic.
Okay,
It's called I Wish
So-
I Was Dead.
hold on. So it's all sealed, and so I get these companies send me some, but this is the penis envy. This is the cap up.
Is it legal in California?
No.
I didn't.
don't-
Okay, it just seems professional.
Oh,
I think
there.
in Oregon you can, right?
So let me tell you something. There are legit companies on Instagram who talk about their mushrooms in California, and I'm
So
like,
would you
how are you
suggest
guys-
just getting it through the mail?
and just mushrooms? And so, like, there's always that debate of what gets you higher, the cap or the stem, but they're just dried out mushrooms.
How
You
much
see
do
how they're-
mushrooms cost? Like what?
It depends.
They're cheap,
What's that
cheaper than
can
weed.
cost?
Yeah, they
Oh,
are cheaper.
really? I didn't know that.
Like I want to say that we paid like maybe $80 or $90 for half an ounce, something like that.
That
That's
sounds
not
about
too
right.
bad.
Maybe a little.
Josh,
That seems kind of cheap, actually.
Do you
But
always
maybe
keep
you get a
the
good deal.
shroom intake pretty small level, or have you ever taken way too many and had a rough time?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Was that a one-time lesson or multiple times?
Well, the lesson is, honestly, know how you're feeling before you take mushrooms. If you're nervous, if you're anxious, it's going to be magnified. If you're nervous about taking the drugs, there's a good chance that you're going to be tense going in. So
Mhm.
for me, anybody, just relax and know that it's going to, even if on a bad trip like Kyle had, it ends eventually. But that only comes from experience. Like, I don't get nervous on weed anymore. I don't get paranoid because I know I'm not going to die. I may be uncomfortable, but whatever. Do you know what I mean? I've been that uncomfortable enough times where it doesn't make me panic anymore. And so I don't take enough anymore. Like, I'm not 7 gramming it like Kyle anymore.
Mhm.
I'm anywhere from 1.5 to 3, just
Okay.
for fun. Just a
Do you
good
have
time.
a vivid recollection of any time that you took way too many and you hadn't learned to not panic yet? Like, what happened?
Well, I will tell you, I was out once in Texas. I went to college in Texas, and there was we bought a huge bag of mushrooms, and this dude, this is the weirdest experience I've ever had on mushrooms. I was high, and my buddy Chris was high, and we were sitting around this campfire, and he was with his girl, and we were all kind of tripping a little bit. And my buddy Wayne, no matter, as soon as he drank or smoked or he was getting naked. If it was a party,
Cool guy.
Wayne was naked, right? So Wayne was drinking. He used to drink gin out of this 1.75 liter, just straight gin.
A handle.
That's disgusting.
fucking straight gin, this dude. And I just saw him and he was like, hey, did we have any more of this popcorn? And I go, what? And I go, Wayne, that wasn't popcorn. Those were the mushrooms. He goes, they were pretty good. I go, did you finish the bag? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, oh no. So maybe 2 hours later, Wayne comes back to the fire, naked, out of the woods with all this firewood and his handle. And he drops the firewood and he goes, hey, you want to come back out in the woods with me and get some more firewood? And I was like, yeah, all right, man. So we're walking away from the fire and it's pitch black. We're in the middle of nowhere. And I go, Wayne, how can you see? He goes, I just follow the light. I go, what light? Let me tell you something.
He was holding it up like a light.
Like a lantern.
Yeah.
He was 100% naked walking through the woods. He walked out with 0 scratches. He didn't fall. He, for whatever reason, was seeing. I was walking into trees. I fell over. He was in a tree pulling down branches because he could see with the light. Now, I asked somebody about this before. It was so fucking crazy to me because I'm like, that is definitely not a light.
It's gin. And there's only a little left.
Yeah. How are we doing this right now? This dude, it was the craziest thing. For whatever reason, he was seeing exactly where to go.
Could it be that like it made his pupils like
Dilate
so
so
big,
much.
like more dilated than they would ever naturally even be? And he actually has night vision now.
It's crazy because I imagine the moon gave the bottle at least a little bit of something,
Luminous,
right?
Yeah.
And so I think so too, that his pupils were so whacked that he was actually seeing in a place he had no business seeing.
He could see the code of the Matrix.
But dude, which is what I thought when I was on shrooms. I was like, this dude can see in the dark now. Like I ran back to when we went back to the fire, I was like, Wayne can see in the dark. Wayne can fucking see in the dark.
Yeah, I don't know. Something ran up and bit me earlier, and now I'm going to see in the dark. I'm so thirsty. Though.
Hey, give me some of that light. Let me see if I can see. Oh no, it's just
crazy. Yeah. I like mushrooms way more than acid because it doesn't last as long. And I can see the end in sight if I'm not enjoying
Have
myself.
you ever thought of doing DMT?
Yeah, I have. I would love to.
Because that's like 15 minutes. You know what scares me about DMT the most is that people, and it's really interesting. People say they see these elves when they're on DMT, and it's a common report from multiple people. It's not like 3 guys were together, they all did DMT, and one's like, "Do you see the elves?" And because of someone saying that, they're like, "Yeah, I do see elves now." It's like everyone who takes this reports that they meet elves that are friendly and supportive to them. And I was reading where they're talking about exposing someone who's from a completely separate culture, like some indigenous tribe, to DMT, and then seeing if they see the elves. Because if they see the elves, then we know there might actually be some fucking elves.
It does seem
well.
It's funny you said. I didn't know that was like. I didn't know everybody saw elves, but literally a buddy of mine the only friend I know who did DMT, he was like, "Yeah, I was on the surface of the moon, and this little creature was telling me everything's going to be okay. You're worried about things that don't matter as much as you think." And I left the moon feeling better. And it's like,
let me ask you a question. Does this, for any of you guys, open up the possibility that there are just different realms that our normal brains don't have access to?
Yeah. I totally believe that, because like, if you want to look at like something that actually is based in science and isn't like tomfoolery and you just have to believe in, look at the wavelength of light that we can perceive versus how large the wavelength of light actually is. Like we can see from red to violet. That's the expanse of visible light that we're able to perceive with our human eyes. Lots of animals can see infrared or like various other spectrums of light. Yeah. And there's tons of stuff on the spectrum that like not even animals can see, that we have to use like advanced machinery and like scientific experiments to like, be aware of. So like maybe there is some other plane of existence or something like that, some other dimension, something that you're opening your mind up to with DMT. They say that it's released in large amounts when you're born and when you die.
That's scary.
Yeah, I know, right? But the other way that they've described those elves is by talking about but they've described them as gray aliens, and that is my biggest fear ever, is the gray aliens, like from the fucking X-Files and shit, that like take you up in the ship and torture you. So I feel like if I saw the elves, I'd be fucking drop kicking them and fucking I like start an interdimensional war with the elves. They're like, "Look, we've never met a violent one before. They're always so friendly when they're here." And maybe I started.
They're always so nice when they get here.
Yeah, that big guy drop kick little Steve. Like Dave can't see anymore. He poked his eyes out. I'm up there just fucking choking out elves. Like maybe I shouldn't experiment with that stuff.
Maybe start with the gram of weed and go from there, or not gram. A gram of that's what it is, right?
That's it. Yeah, it's edibles. Yeah.
Edibles,
I'm not gonna do a gram of concentrate is no big deal. I mean, all right, let me backtrack a little. It's a big deal, but it pales in comparison to a gram of edibles. It's like the difference between like drinking 6 shots really quick and drinking a bottle of tequila. Like 6 shots is going to get you pretty fucked up, but you'll be fine in a few hours. You drink a bottle of tequila, it's going to change your opinions on alcohol for the rest of your life.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling horrible that evening and the next day.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
I mean, some of those really intense hallucinogens really scare me. Like, I don't know. I don't think I would ever try DMT. It seems spooky. And I'm coming in on Woody's side with this. I don't think that it's going to give you visions into an alternate reality.
Oh, okay. Obviously, these alternate realities are bullshit, and there is no infrared elves or whatever. This is insanity. We would discover them through other means. Where did you learn?
What other means, Woody?
Missing socks.
When your brain, let me ask you something.
Okay.
Missing socks.
So when you hear about people tripping and what do you think that is that your brain is accessing?
There's some sort of like a false sensory input that's going on there. I don't think your brain is accessing a real realm that we can't otherwise access. What we've done instead is we've altered your brain to get false input.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, look, if it's a good time and it doesn't hurt anyone, do it. Like enjoy your life. Like I'm not judging. I'm just saying there's no scientific discoveries happening here. This is just fun. This is doing drugs, guys. You're doing drugs. You're having a great Friday night, but you're not breaking new grounds in science.
That DMT, from what I understand, and like I said, I've never done it. My buddy had a DMT vape, which sounds real dangerous.
Yeah,
shit.
I didn't know they had that.
I didn't know
really?
that existed.
Dude, can I
Yes,
interrupt
that exists.
Where did you
But
guys learn your stack ranking?
From what
what's
I
dangerous?
understand, it feels like you're tripping for like hours and you're only high for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah. That's the thing, is the time perception, from what I understand, is it's like a 9, 10, 15 minute thing. But your perception of time is altered in such a way that you do not feel like 9 minutes just transpired. You have gone on an entire fucking vacation in your mind in the last 15 minutes. And those people almost always come out like changed as individuals. Like they feel like they've experienced something life-changing.
Why did you guys all freak out when you heard vape? I hear vape and I think it's the gentlest, kindest way to take pot. I'm told.
Well, but it's
right?
just it's not that I have an experience with it or anything. It's just that like the idea that they take it from what's already like an experimental like drop or whatever you're going to put on your tongue and vaporize it and put it into the like respiratory system. It's just like a step further. It's like if you told me that they have a heroin vape. Like, holy shit, they're vaping heroin? Oh my God. Like, yeah, I like to put it in my eyeballs though. That's the real hardcore way. Like, can't we just shoot it in our vein?
I don't have the same. I hear shooting directly into your bloodstream, and I think that's way more hardcore than vaping it. But I'm not saying I'm right. Okay, so you hear that too, yeah. But you guys all heard vaping DMT and thought
I was really just surprised that it's a thing.
Yeah, for me, when I heard Woody, what was surprising, it's the ease of which you can just carry it around. Like I was like, so I can just have a DMT vape pen at the airport.
So they've taken something extreme and made it like
like
something like teenagers would do in the high school hallways.
So I have some statistics about DMT experiences where they exposed like a study group to DMT and they asked them about their experience, and so it's broken down percentage wise. Apparently, most people said that the beings that they encountered were not hallucinations. About 3, of course, these are people on DMT, right? But still, it just gives you an idea of what you're perceiving on DMT. About 3/4 of respondents said that they believe the beings were real, but that they exist in some kind of different dimension or reality, and only 9% said the being existed completely within myself. So like 1 in 10 people like agree with like the idea that I just saw some shit because I was on some drugs. That's interesting. The 81% said that they found the encounter to be realer than reality. They felt like this was a more real version of existence than what real life, quote unquote, feels like.
You could get a bit of bias just in the kind of people that are most willing to sign up for a DMT study, I would imagine.
Perhaps.
Sure. I want to know, so that Joe Rogan talks about DMT and often says like it's like upgrading your RPG character, right? Suddenly you're more creative, you're more open-minded, you're a better version of yourself than prior to the DMT experience. I would like to hear Kyle's study and know what happened to these people afterwards. Was there any change, any measurable change? Did their income go up? Did they get into a creative field? Or are they just literally the same dude they were before?
The encounters were often followed by lasting changes in well-being and beliefs. About 1/4 of respondents said that they were atheists before the encounter, but only 10% said they were afterwards. Additionally, approximately 1/3 of respondents reported that before the encounter, their belief system included a belief in ultimate reality, higher power, God, or universal divinity. But a larger percentage, 58% of respondents, reported this belief system after the encounter. What's more, 89% of the respondents said that the encounter led to lasting improvement in well-being or life satisfaction. Why? The researchers suggested that ontological shock, which is the state of being where you're forced to question your worldview, may play an important role in the enduring positive life changes in attitude, moods, and behavioral attributes in these experiences.
Interesting.
Whoa. So no, there's not some sliding scale of like income or anything, but it seems that the people who have done it by an overwhelming percentage believe their life is improved.
And they started believing in imaginary things.
I don't think so. I think the way it's been explained to me with mushrooms, and it's just hallucinogenics in general, and the way it is for mushrooms for me was almost like it just unlocked a part of my brain. It was like, like when you play a video game, you're like, did I unlock that level? Like I've never seen this before. And so for me, mushrooms, it did that, but they say that DMT takes it to a completely different level. And I definitely want to try it, because the one thing I will say about DMT as opposed to mushrooms or acid, I very rarely have heard of anybody say I've had a bad trip.
Oh, but mushroom people do?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Kyle just told you about it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. My friends say it's set and setting. And I don't know why they don't say mindset and setting, because that's what it means. But
yeah,
where you're taking
because they're high.
Okay. Where are you taking it? Like the setting that you're, who you're taking it with, and the mindset going into it is.
So you don't want to like go on a trip to Walmart to pick up carrots or anything?
That'd be wrong. No. You want to
might end up having a panic attack there at Walmart, huh?
Well, what's your happy place? Is your happy place in front of the TV? Is your happy place?
You love Walmart.
A campfire? Is your wherever that is where you should.
Dude, a campfire would be the fucking go-to, right? If you're sitting by a campfire, like a nice chair, crackling, maybe stars up above, like the smoke rising, the flames doing their thing. Maybe even have you ever seen that shit that you can throw into campfires that make them burn in multiple colors?
Plastic.
Yes.
No, not plastic, you fucking degenerate. There's these little bags of like granules that you like throw in the like campfires, and now the campfire is multicolored, green and blues and yellows and oranges that you normally wouldn't see in a campfire. I got a bag of that in the other room. I think I'm gonna take it to Colorado with me to we've got like a big like campfire area in the backyard. We're gonna roast some marshmallows and chill outside.
Have you guys ever been to Joshua Tree?
No.
Mm-mm.
That's for me, my favorite place to take mushrooms and just to be. I love being out in the desert high like that, or being on those rocks. We actually just bought some land out there, and I can't wait to just take mushrooms and never leave.
I mean, the whole I'm split on the different world thing, because it would be so cool if that was real, but I've never been convinced that shit exists because I had a really vivid dream, right?
Why? And Taylor, would you ever take an hallucinogen? Would you ever do DMT or anything like that?
If I was in a perfect environment, I I'm a high anxiety person, so I'd have a lot of trouble going into it, just being like, just relax and take the acid, idiot. It's like, no, I know I've taken acid. I'm about to freak out. I'm afraid.
Right.
Is that it starting? No, is that it starting? Like that whole unknown is scary to me. If I'm smoking weed or taking an edible or something, I know exactly what to expect. But with the hallucinogens, it is spooky.
You had to start with pot. You have to start with heroin. Just like
it's time
get
for me to
over
walk
your
through,
anxiety.
Yeah. It's time for me to walk through that gateway into the rest of the drugs.
Last time Taylor and I were in Colorado together, I wanted to go do the sensory deprivation tank on like large doses of marijuana. For those who don't know, you're literally basically in a coffin filled with very salty water, so salty that you're incredibly buoyant. You just kind of float on top of it, and they shut the lid, and you're in there completely deaf, blind, and you're not touching anything. So there's no sense of touch anymore. And then on high doses of things like marijuana or like real hallucinogens like mushrooms or LSD or something like that, you go on some incredibly vivid trips. Like the guy who invented LSD would do that and like describe the trips he went on, and they sound fantastical.
You know, there are people who are microdosing LSD now.
Yeah.
Is that do the same thing as microdosing shrooms or?
I don't know enough about it.
I read that it's that they feel much more creative when they're doing that. That it's activating some part of their brain or stimulating a part of their brain that's that's part of the creativity center or something like that.
You mean with the microdose?
Yeah. So they're not impaired. They're it's quite the opposite is their feeling. So if they're like writers or painters or something like that, they're just they feel more creative doing whatever their art form is.
It was popular amongst computer programmers when I was one. And I always felt like, what? Like my competitors are on brain steroids? This sucks. Like you're microdosing LSD to kick off your work day and being better at your job. So they say.
It almost reminds me of the current season of American Horror Story. The sort of MacGuffin, the whole like central like thing is that this chemist has made these pills that are basically talent incarnate. If you are a talented person and you take this pill, now you're not just a writer, you're fucking Mark Twain. If you're a painter, you're not just a painter who can get their stuff into an art gallery, you're fucking Picasso. Like whatever your thing is, like it amplifies it to 100. However, if you're not talented, you basically go insane because now you have to face how untalented you are, and all of their hair falls out and they become like ghouls. So this town where it's going on in, there's these two groups of people at this point. They're the ghouls who are out in the street fucking eating rabbits. And then there are like these hyper talented, incredibly wealthy people who they're like, yeah, so we got you 2 Netflix deals, and Quentin Tarantino wants you to do a rewrite for him. And like it's a really interesting season.
I'm going to microdose LSD and report back to you.
Get after it.
I like this.
I think I don't think I am. I know I am. I know somebody here in
Actually,
Tennessee
I just took it. I'm gonna be real.
Microdoses it, and I had never thought of it, but I'm going to give it a run.
All right. I look forward to hearing back your findings.
Yeah.
I hope I don't end up one of those bald ghouls.
So what's your setting? What's your setting, Josh? Are you going to do it like prior to a show, and then you're going to microdose and hit the stage? Or are you going to microdose and hit the campfire? Like, what's the plan?
I think I'll microdose and probably try to write was what I would do.
Okay.
I like the stage, just my Saturday late show. I like to get a little twisted, but my thinking is like, if I only have to work 3 hours a week. If I can't stay sober, I got some problems. Do you know what I mean? So I try to figure out a way to, but also like, I don't ever want to be dependent on stage or being like, well, I got to be high to be funny or anything. That stuff makes me more nervous than anything else. Yeah. That my brain will start being like, well, you're not going to be funny tonight because you're not high. Yeah. And so I don't ever want to get to that spot.
Yeah, definitely.
I've had this question in my head for a little while now, and I want to ask a real comedian. So there are a couple comedians, stand-up comedians, who do more than one thing. They're stand-up comedians and they're writers. They're stand-up comedians and they're UFC commentators. Guess, right? They're known for more than one. Successful actors and actresses who also do stand-up comedy. Yet it seems like the stand-up comedy part of their career is the most central to their core of sense of self-worth and accomplishment. What is it about that? Because might be more successful in other, like, or maybe more well known for other parts of their career, but it's the stand-up comedy that is their like self-ranking. Why?
A couple things I would think. One, it's how we all started, right? And so that's what we said going stand-up comedy. But the stand-up comic community is just a community of broken toys. And so that identification as a comic is like a badge of honor. And it's not only that, because I would tell you right now, out of all of the arts and, different things that people do, I think stand-up's the hardest. And so I think people wear that also with a little bit of a badge of honor. Like, yeah, you all are, but you couldn't do what I do. And so I think part of it is that. And if I would be completely honest, I think most people enjoy it the most.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you even, I wonder if even Sandler, if you asked him, what are you? You an actor, you stand up? I don't know, but Tiffany Haddish would tell you she was a stand up, and she's definitely been more successful, I think, as an actress than as a stand up. Although she won an Emmy or a Grammy or one or the other, something like that. But like, I think it's your identity. It's part of you. Who am I? And for me, it's a badge of honor to say I do this job because I know what it takes to do this fucking job. And I know what it's taken to get here. And there's no shortcuts in this job. You have to eat shit for a certain amount of time to really be like, how badly you want this? How badly you want this?
It's like kind of like
for a while,
like
you're going to be terrible.
So everybody went through the same kind of frat hazing of getting ripped on, being shitty. And so even if, you're a mid guy and you're talking to some big guy, or you're the big guy talking to a mid guy, you still have that commonality.
You'll find comics who have never met end up gravitating towards each other if they're in a room and will end up talking. I don't know you, but I know you. So I know everything you've had to go through. I know you ate chicken fingers for 5 years. You know what I mean? Like, I know what it takes, the beating on your ego and your self-worth of just like night after night of strangers staring you in the face.
What was the closest you ever came, if there ever was a time, probably in the beginning of your career as a stand-up, where you were like, this sucks. I don't feel like I'm progressing fast enough. Maybe this isn't for me.
That's a great question, man. It's something I just admitted, I think for the first time, probably 2 weeks ago. I almost quit, and quit's not the right word. I almost had to stop after Chelsea handled the show, after Chelsea lately. I made the choice to actively try to shed those fans. Great, by the way, great people, great fans, nothing against them, but they weren't my fans. They were her fans. And they were eventually going to fall off like they did for all of us. And then, it's that you got to pull off the Band-Aid because I need to build it back up. And if I wait 7 years or however long it takes for them to all go away, it may be too late by then, So I hit a point in 2000. I don't know what year I put my special out, Father of the Year. I think it probably came out in 2017. So there was a point in 2017 where I said to my wife, I'm better than I've ever been, but I'm going to have to find a new job. They're just not paying me anymore. And I'm just, I don't want to start over at the pay scale. I don't want to start here again. I did that. I know what that's like, but you know what? I feel really good about myself right now. I don't know if my ego can handle this. I'll tell you, Taylor, it was never the sucking. I think growing up with 3 older brothers and having kids real young really put a lot of things in perspective. Like, if you don't have my last name, you can't hurt my feelings. Nothing you can say. There's no, you know what I mean? I don't fucking know you. And so my biggest bomb, I bombed the 4th time I was ever on stage. I opened up for a guy named Sam Kinison.
Oh, very cool.
And it was a pure mistake. I had won a comedy competition because I had, packed the bar with my friends. And it was whoever got the most applause, right?
Yeah.
Sam's opener's dad, a guy named Carl LeBeau. His dad, I forget what he died of. I don't want to guess, but he had passed away when they were on their way to San Antonio.
Mhm.
So Sam's brother was like, hey, we hear there's comedy competition. Who won? And they were like, this kid, Josh Wolf. And he was like, hey, will you open it for Sam? Or it might have been the guy who was promoting in the area, whoever it was.
Mhm.
So I get this phone call. You want to open it for Sam Kinison? 5th time I was ever on stage. And I was like, this comedy shit's easy. Yeah.
I'm already at the top.
I bombed. To first of all, I told you what I was wearing. For those of you who don't know Kinison was the first rock and roll comic. He wasn't playing at a comedy club. He was playing at a rock club. Nobody did that. Stanhope does that now, but nobody did that.
Mhm.
There were no seats. People were standing up. And he used to play music at the end of his shows. He was a huge rock guy, And so I was a little confused with my styles. I was wearing some wingtip black shoes, some
Good.
acid wash jeans with one of those thin black belts that has the silver tip on it. You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm. Yeah.
I had a blue Blockbuster, basically button-down shirt tucked into those jeans. I was wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket, and I had a ponytail with some bangs. It wasn't a good look.
Doesn't sound like it.
And I walked out on stage, and before I even got to the mic, somebody just screamed, "You better be funny, Bobby Brady." And I was like, oh, shit. 5th time on stage, I'm not ready to be heckled, and I'm not ready for Kinnison's crowd. This is how bad it went. So first of all, by the way, when the guy said to me, hey, I go, yeah. And he goes, because I did your 5th time on stage, I had maybe 3 minutes of material.
Mm-hmm.
The guy goes, hey, keep it to a tight 20. I was like, what?
A tight 20.
I thought I was doing my 3 minutes that I did at the bar. He was like, keep it to a tight 20. They were so tired of
what
me being.
What are you gonna do?
Let me tell you something.
You're just so afraid when they said that.
Yo, they were so tired of me being there, guys. They stopped heckling me 3 minutes into the act and just started talking to each other.
Oh, that's the worst.
You weren't
And
even
not
worth
only
heckling.
that, I only had 3 minutes of material. So I
You
just
hit him with the
repeated
best
myself
stuff
like 4
already.
times.
You know, the only laugh you probably could have gotten that night is after 3 minutes of good stuff, and they've already started talking amongst them. I hate to say it, but it's all downhill from here, guys. That was that's all the material I actually had.
Kyle, I would have said it if anyone was listening to me.
Yeah. Oh, I said it. There was, I mean, the guy sweeping up behind me, he chuckled.
The last 5
That was a
minutes of the
pity
set
laugh.
was just me talking to my girlfriend in the mic, going like this. They're not listening to me. She was like, well, just keep going. And I was like, yeah, but they don't care. She was like, I'm listening. I was having a one-on-one conversation.
How many people are in the crowd?
I don't know how many people. Rock and Roll Club. I don't remember.
100.
I would bet it feels like 800. It feels like standing up, maybe 1,000.
Good God.
Jesus
Feels like-
Christ.
So then I get off stage. Sam crushes, and his manager's like, hey. So for the second show, and I was like, second show?
Oh, no.
Can I
And
go
he
home?
said, Sam's been known to get a little fucked up in between shows, so I might need you to go a little longer.
Oh, now it all comes together, huh?
And I was like,
Wait, you understand what's happening now?
well, I go, what? I go, didn't you watch the first show? And he goes, yeah. You were
Oh,
doing
yeah.
great. And I was like, oh. I'm like, so he goes, if I do this, you just get stretched. And I was like, do you want me to do my set for the 6th time? Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah.
I did, because it was 25 minutes. I had to do the second show.
Mhm.
I did my set 5 times.
Just over and over and over.
I just did it over and over again because they weren't listening, and
now
more
it's the same
people were
joke,
walking
but
in,
as
because it
someone-
was slowly filling up.
That's
So I was
only
like, "Well, you
15
didn't hear
minutes,
them.
though.
Let me tell you my jokes. You didn't hear them," and I just repeated my jokes again.
Oh, hang on. He just
God.
walked in. All right, we're going to start over. Everybody cool with starting over, right?
Well, that's basically. But Taylor, let me and you
Yeah.
guys to your point. When I was driving away, my girlfriend at the time said to me, "Well, you got that out of your system. You'll never have to do that again."
Oh.
Meaning, if you quit now, nobody will blame you. And I
Mhm.
told her straight up, oh, I'm not going out like that. Like, I may not do stand up for a living, but those motherfuckers aren't getting the last laugh on me.
Well, they didn't
I
laugh
guarantee it.
at all.
No, yeah.
That's not how it went down.
We're not even getting the first laugh on this.
Yeah.
There would be no laugh.
But I was just like, that's not how I'm ending this story. This is not the end of this fucking story. And so failure was not the thing that was going to make me quit this.
Yeah.
That was
That's
not
really brave. That's really brave.
Mhm.
Now you are aware that they wanted you up there because you were awesome to like follow, right?
Oh, no. Sam wasn't that dude because Carl LeBeau was one of the funniest humans. The people that Sam used to tour with, Kyle,
Okay.
they were called the Outlaws of Comedy.
Yeah.
Jimmy Schubert, Carl LeBeau, one other dude, murderers. Carl LeBeau,
We're talking about Kinnison?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm a big
Carl-
fan. Yeah.
Carl LeBeau, and he recently passed away. But I'll tell you right now, Carl LeBeau, to me, is the single most underrated comic in the history of comedy. This dude was dark and real and raw and fucking, but he wasn't that great to look at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just wasn't that dynamic. But what a fucking great comic. He was one of these dudes that when he went on stage at the Comedy Store, the comics were coming in to watch.
Mhm.
Funny. And Jimmy Schubert, I don't know if you guys know who Jimmy is.
No.
Oh, dude. He's still doing it. Jimmy's ridiculously funny. So Kinnison was not a dude who was scared to have funny people go up in front of him. He probably was used to people getting laughs. Not me.
I got a question.
Not
Yeah.
me.
So you're playing a small club, someplace in Raleigh that no one knows about. 75 people.
By the way, I'll be in Raleigh in the third week of October.
Really?
I'll 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, I think.
Where can we get your full tour dates?
ComedianJoshWolf.com.
ComedianJoshWolf.com. Check that out, guys. I'm going to look right now to see if we're going to be.
I'm
near
in
each other
Raleigh,
next week.
so I'm.
Oh, you are? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm there 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
What?
October.
Maybe we'll do a fan meetup. Anyway,
Come down.
so you're in a club, 75 people, whatever. Would you rather have the audience love you or the other comics think you are awesome? Like if you had to pick, whose respect do you want?
Are you asking present day Josh or young Josh?
Ooh, now I want both.
Young Josh wants the comics.
Huh.
Old Josh doesn't give a fuck what the comics think. They're not buying tickets to my show. Do you know what I mean?
I might see you in
Yeah,
October,
Makes
man.
sense.
Where?
We'll see.
Okay. Let me know. And I'll get you guys.
I mean,
tickets.
I'll be free and I'll be back. I could head down to Naples, Florida, and hit a show up there.
Oh, that is, by the way, that Naples, Florida shows. So it has a lot of old people eating dinner, and I try to make them as uncomfortable as I can.
Oh, I'll be part of that. I'll be fucking weird in the crowd. I'll laugh
Yeah,
I'll be like the fucking Joker from the last movie, like Joaquin Phoenix laughing at the parts I'm not supposed to laugh at, just to make it fucking awkward.
What's your name? Kyle.
well,
Kyle
Woody,
Myers. Yeah.
Kyle Myers.
Come on up here, Kyle.
Kyle, I'll see if I can't find that DMT vape pen by then.
Oh, no, thanks.
Actually,
thanks.
Kyle,
Fucking
did you say
straight edge
October?
over here, brother.
Did you say October? You might be in Colorado.
Hey,
I'll be
Woody.
back by then. I'll be back by the 29th.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna do 2 weeks in Colorado. Like that's what I don't have a return ticket. Like I bought a one-way ticket to Colorado, and like Airbnbs are $90 a fucking night. So I might stay 2 weeks. I might be like, whew, I am burnt out. It's time to go home and start this whole packing our bags and moving house thing. Or I might be like, you know what, let's do 2 more weeks. I could stay for a fucking month and a half. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna like play it by ear. That's why I have the one-way ticket. Flights right now are incredibly cheap. Like, you know, all my friends are flying into Colorado for this big meetup, and I think Dirty's plane ticket was like $73, and it's like not a one-way ticket. It's like he goes to Colorado and then to Vegas for $73. Like it's shockingly cheap. Now he isn't like, you know, he's a little guy, so they're just putting him in the overhead storage bin.
Right.
But still, like my first class ticket was like $350 or something like that, and then I signed up for this Delta. I'm always careful not to show my goddamn credit card on the show. This Delta Amex card for the Sky Miles, and so I ended up being like, I mean, basically a free flight.
Are you going to be in Vegas? Is that what you're saying?
I could
His
be.
friends.
I don't know. My friends are
What?
going to Vegas from like the 17th for a few days. They're all gamblers, and we play a lot of poker together. So they're talking about going to Vegas on the 17th. They've got my friend gambles enough that he gets free suites.
Yeah.
So like they're talking about going down there and playing some cash poker.
My wife and I are going to be there for 3 months.
Oh, sick! I get nosebleeds down there. It's not my favorite place in the world. The air's so dry.
Yeah, it's thin.
Yeah, I consider that as a place to move because I want to get out of Georgia because of the
Yeah.
legal marijuana thing. And so there's a handful of states I've looked at, everything from Florida to Denver to Vegas, Washington, Oregon, places like that. Not Cali, but even Mass and up in the Northeast in a few places. But I've kind of come to my decision now, and I know what's up. I don't really want to say publicly, but yeah, Vegas was one of the only thing that holds me back from Vegas is it is a little far from my family here in Georgia. Obviously, it's like a 5-hour flight. But then also like that dry air. I've been to Vegas 6-7 times for like a week at a time each time, and I don't love it.
You know what we're doing is that, we're empty nesters. And so
Good for you.
we were like, what we should do 2 or 3 months a year is just live in a different city.
Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome, man.
So
yeah,
that's what we're doing. And our first one is Vegas, and we're going for 3 months. And then next year we'll pick another city.
Do you do an Airbnb for that?
Yeah, extended Airbnbs.
Yeah, extended Airbnbs are really good. And there's this other site, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it's like HomeAway or something like that. And it's actually even better. And it's actually meant for exactly what you're talking about. People who like to like live that lifestyle of being in a city for 3 to 4 months. And it's like a full like furnished apartment it's called HomeAway? Like renting HomeAway or something like that. Yeah, I looked at it months and months ago. I can't, it may not be HomeAway, but that's what's sticking in my head right now. But yeah, Airbnb extended stays are excellent. Like the rates you get, sometimes it's almost like, is this better than renting? Like
it's so much better. It's crazy.
Very affordable. Yeah. Especially since everything's furnished and you're not paying utilities. Like it's incredibly cheap when you consider all things.
That's right.
You talk about innocent, man, I got to watch Back to School when I get to Colorado. Like I got this list of movies. I've been sober for just over 2 years, something like that. And I used to smoke weed every day, because the federal probation and everything, I get drug tested. And so what?
It has standard drug testing?
Federal probation does. I get like piss tested on a not regular schedule. Like he can just pop in and be like piss in a cup, that sort of thing. Yeah. So also no alcohol. No, I can't leave like my quadrant of my state without like permission from him, like asking first. So I can't even visit my family without permission. It's a bunch of shit like that. But anyway, I think I want to watch Back to School. I want to see that movie because that scene with Kinnison is so fucking good. I love that with Rodney Dangerfield. He's giving the girl a hard time. He's like, Professor, leave her alone. She's just a kid. He's like, Mr. Helper, I didn't know you wanted to get involved with the discussion. It's so fucking good. Starts talking about, let's talk about, and he brings up fucking Korea, and that hits home. He's just like, well, we should have gone in there. We should have bombed those commie bastards back to their rice patties.
Do you guys know who Craig Gass is? Craig Gass does the only Sam Kinison impersonation. It is, if you're Googling it right now, I wonder if you can use it. It's so good. I mean, it's and Craig's a comic and he does voices, but he does voices like you don't expect people to do. Mm-hmm. Like one night he did Gene Hackman. I'm like, who does Gene Hackman? It's such a non-distinct voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd hear it. I like Hackman a lot.
Hackman, but his Kinnison is like, because his Kinnison scream was so raw but controlled. Like it was so perfect. It was so. I remember for me, if I'm gonna tell, for me, the 3 comedy people who I would say influenced me the most would be Kinnison, because he's the first guy I remember thinking, can we say that shit? Mm-hmm. People are laughing. Like, we can say this? Cosby, pre-rape.
No such thing.
Yeah. That's true. Pre-known rape? Pre-convicted rape?
Your knowledge of rape.
Yeah.
That's fair to say.
Yeah, before we knew.
So, but his ability to sit on a stool, not swear, not really, not really raise his voice, and still get everybody
loved him
to lean in and you couldn't stop watching his storytelling ability. But the third and three, I guess, is Carlin.
I was about to say Carlin. Yeah, I was hoping that was your third one. Yeah, Carlin's probably my favorite. And then my other stuff is modern, so I won't even mention it. It's the 2 or 3 that everybody goes to.
Who are your guys, like Chappelle and those guys?
I like Chappelle a lot, but not for stand-up as much as, just everything he's done. Like the Chappelle show was so monumental. But I like Louis C.K. a lot. Like some of his earlier stuff, I feel like here's the problem with all comics, in my opinion. No, not you, of course. But every comedian goes through that chicken finger eating stage, right? Where they're spending everything they have to come up with the set, the one that will actually make people laugh every time, where they're rolling on the fucking floor, where they can make $1 million, where they can get a TV deal even. Now they've made it. Now, once you make it, their second act is hard because you don't have another lifetime. You got to come up with that second act in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
If it's
The
3
first
years,
set
we've
is
forgotten
based
all
on
about the
30
first
years of life. The second set is based on the life between the first and second set.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And I think that a very unique group of guys are able to keep going. And it's often, in my opinion, not only talent-based, but about the subject matter that they write about. Like if you like, and Dave Chappelle's really good about this. I think all of his shit's really funny because, I mean, he's talking about the juicy sommelier stuff, like because he stays topical with like current events and makes fun of that shit. He doesn't have to live a whole new life of experiences to have some more shit to make fun of and to have a good time with. And some comics struggle with that. I don't know, but I like Kinnison a lot, and I really enjoyed like just watching how manic he was because no one did that. Andy Kaufman maybe, but it was on a different wavelength with Andy Kaufman. Like he was just Kyle, he was another kind of human being.
Let me offer one addendum to what you said. And it's not even an addendum; it's a completely different point of view. I would say this. I would say that may be true for the second album because sometimes people feel a need to rush the second album, right? But if you stay in the game long enough, if you put in your 10,000 hours, it's like you look at, you know why there's so many people trying stand up right now? Because there's so many people in the game right now who have put in their 10,000 hours and who are making it look easier than it is. Okay. And so I would tell you that maybe that second album, because people rush it, but in my experience, like people get exponentially better between those 14th and 20th years. Like when those first 14 years or whatever, if you're in the game those last 6 years, all the wheels are on the tracks. It's just all the wheels are on the tracks because you have done it. Look, man, I don't even call it confident when I walk on stage. There's nothing you can show me that I haven't seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of experience.
Yeah, right. Like, so that's not.
And there's different kinds of entertainers. Don't get me wrong. Like,
yeah, sure.
Did you see Mike Tyson's one-man show on HBO?
No, that sounds funny.
That man's not a comedian.
No,
like, you don't even think of him as being necessarily bright or creatively minded. I was entertained, though. That's the word I would use. I was entertained by his show and he doesn't have a second one in him. He's got one because he blew the whole life experience right then and there. And maybe he had a ghostwriter helping him form thoughts and maybe putting a little twist on this and that like makes it, that, that's funny the way he put it there. But say what you want. That guy is an entertainer. Like he did an amazing job. And there are some guys who can walk up there like with no material really whatsoever and just be funny. I'm an easy laugh in a comedy club. Like,
oh, good. Come to the show in Florida.
I'm an easy laugh. Like I remember watching. Who's the gentleman who's like he has something wrong with him. He's the handicapped comic. Is
Josh
it Blue? Blue?
Josh
yeah.
Blue.
I watched Josh Blue in Atlanta, and I watched him throw a fucking Karen out, and It was one of the best experiences of my life watching
He's
them.
funny, dude.
He was funny.
Oh, he threw someone out.
Yeah, I
thought
can't
you meant he threw
remember.
a fit on stage. Okay, he threw someone out who was being.
I can't remember how he did it, but he made some kind of a joke about like, I'm handicapped, but you're retarded or something like that, and it just brought the fucking house down. Like at least I have an excuse for being like embarrassing looking. Like you're just humiliating yourself on the day. And she was a cunt from the. We were outside. Like there was a line backed around the building to get into Josh Blue's show, and he was the main guy. He was headlining. And you had to sit through like some nonsense. And one guy stormed the stage and tried, like one guy wasn't scheduled. He just ran onto the stage and started fucking telling jokes.
What?
Like he just want like I guess he couldn't get scheduled.
It doesn't
Where
matter
was
what
that?
happens. I've seen it before. You can't surprise me.
I don't know the name of the club, but it was one of the major clubs in Atlanta. This has been 8, 9, 10 years ago now. I remember I was in East Atlanta, so it had to have been within 45 minutes of East Atlanta. I wouldn't have driven much further. But this guy stormed the stage, and it was very awkward. It was like everybody's got the announcer comes in. He's like, all right, I want you guys to give a good welcome to Jimmy Crack Corn. He's coming out of Alabama tonight. He's got a great set for you guys. You may have seen him on this and that and the other, and give him a warm welcome. Well, that didn't happen. This Asian guy just is on the stage all of a sudden. He's like, yo, what's going on, guys? I'm gonna make this quick and he was kind of funny. Like it was clear that he wasn't just a Yahoo, just like being silly. Like he was a guy who wanted to be a comedian but couldn't get booked, and he just wanted to make a name. I know in his heart of hearts, he's hoping like they'll take notice. Someone will take notice here tonight. But it was a wild fucking night because that Karen, even when we were outside in the line wrapped around the building, I remember looking at my girlfriend and being like, she's gonna be a problem. That woman right there is gonna be a problem.
Was she like wasted or just an unpleasant?
She was.
I was thinking the same thing.
We all know this archetype of female. She is a 38-year-old blonde chick with big tits who's 30 pounds overweight, far too confident in her own skin, and way too loud. She's so loud that we can all hear her drunk conversation 50 feet away.
15 years ago, we all put up with her because she was hot and 25.
Yes.
Not
we used
anymore.
to put up with this
Exactly.
shit, and now no longer. And it was, and sure enough, we're all sitting in there having cocktails or whatever, and she was just she was an awful human being to like have to deal with.
Whoa. Sorry. My dog.
It sounded like you were actually.
It's the elves.
Like,
Did it look like I was moving?
you looked like you were, I don't know, concerned about what was happening. Like there was an earthquake. You're like, whoa.
Oh, my dog is he's half pit bull, half American bulldog.
Oh,
And so
we
when
like
he
those here.
Strong.
when he decides he wants to sit somewhere, he just
I'll wait till you leave to talk about pit bulls then.
oh, that's it? Okay.
I've just seen so many horror movies, or horror videos. I don't want to talk about it. It's not a good topic. I bet your dog's wonderful.
He's a good dude.
He's one of the good ones.
His name's Indiana Jones. He hasn't been anyone yet.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. But you three
He's tried.
welcome over anytime.
We can change
he
that.
tries. But,
I listen.
Do some
I'm not
DMT, hang
saying
out with
he
the pit bull.
wouldn't bite you. I'm just saying he hasn't.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
he's a
to
good dude,
clarify,
man.
My whole thought process on pit bulls is that there are like 30 different breeds of dogs that are aggressive and will bite you, but there's only a handful that can make it count, and that's just one of them.
Here's the deal, man. A dog is as aggressive as his owner makes him.
You say that, however,
Not
a golden
true.
retriever will automatically go pick up a fucking bird and bring it back to you with no. A dachshund will automatically try to burrow into a hole and get that badger out because dachshund means badger hound in German, and a pit bull wants to kill.
No.
Yeah, Josh, you got to know. I've had dogs since I think I got my first dog when I was like 6 years old. I have never not had a dog during that entire period of time. I'm a dog guy. We have had lots of wonderful dogs, wonderful in all their own ways. And one dog that wanted to murder all the time. All the time he was mean. Kyle's a dog person. Kyle came over for, call it a long weekend, 3 days or something. On day 3, he's like, we're friends now, right? I've been warming up to you. I've been loving on you. He didn't make friends with other people. He just wanted to kill and murder all the time. He's wearing a muzzle. And I think Kyle's thought was,
this wasn't a pit bull, by the way.
It was a Great Dane. And he's like, can we take this muzzle off at some point? Like, it's, no. And he wanted to kill Kyle on day 3, even though he's a dog person.
I don't have a Great Dane.
We have a pit bull for heaven's sake.
Yeah, man.
You don't have.
Listen,
he's like, I don't have an AK. I've got an M4.
This is the 3rd pit I've had. Let me tell you something. The only dog I ever had that was aggressive and tried to bite people was my Saint Bernard. He tried to kill humans, and he was supposed to be the nice one. Man, my last pit bull was scared of squirrels. This motherfucker wouldn't go in the yard when this big squirrel was out there. The squirrel chased him into the house.
So my argument
the biggest pussy. And this guy here, come on, man. He's just got a giant.
Saying all pit bulls are bad. I'm saying some dogs are bad, and it's not the owner. We hired a trainer to come in and teach him to be less of an asshole, and teach us to teach him to be less of an asshole. We took him to the kennel to socialize him with other dogs when we weren't going anywhere. He just had to live at the kennel. We took him for walks around the yard. He always wanted to murder.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What do you think about Dalmatians? Because they bite more people. They're the dumbest. And they bite people, and they're dumb,
and
they're very like dumb animals. Exactly. Pit bulls, man. Might there be a pit bull that just is trying to kill? Of course, there was a Great Dane too. There have been.
Would you like to see a few thousand videos?
Some golden retrievers.
Has there ever been an aggressive pit bull? Maybe.
I watched a video yesterday. This man is in the street. He has a small dog, little like yappy dog. There are 3 pit bulls killing it. They're killing it. And he's on the ground trying to save his dog. He's crying. He's screaming for someone to help. And he's got his little dog. And these pit bulls are all locked onto it. And they're having a great time. And nobody will help because they're killing his little dog. His little dog's already dead at this point, but he won't let them have it to tear it apart. And the cops finally show up. And they're beating the pit bulls with batons. And the pit bulls will not release. And so they start executing the pit bulls one by one with a handgun. And one bullet won't do it. They still want to kill the dog that badly. Pop, pop, pop. Pit bull's still killing the little dog. Pop, pop, pop. Pit bull's dead. Pop, pop, pop. Pit bull's dead. Pop, pop, pop. Pit bull's dead. They have to kill them all because they're so they have such a prey drive. They're so focused on killing that little dog that this guy had.
But again, dude, you're telling a story where if these dogs are wild or loose or in a backyard and they're bred like that, or that's what's going to happen. And people don't breed Goldens or whatever's to do it because they're not as efficient, right? You would breed, if you wanted a violent dog, that's the one you would make violent. It's the same with a Rottweiler or whatever. You can make any dog angry and want to bite other people, period. It's how the owner trains that. Every little dog I try to pet tries to kill me. Every single fucking one.
I have a theory that ties into your owner theory. Because little dogs, I would say, are more likely to go to the bathroom in the house. Why? Because the owners tolerate it.
Oh no, not for me. To me, it's just Napoleon complex all over the place. You know? But I look, man, I'm not saying that you can't pull up a video with a pit bull being violent. You, of course, can. But what I'm telling you is, it's just like a kid, man. Who's raising it? Who's raising it? That's it. Who's raising that kid? And some kid's going to be an asshole and some kids aren't, you know?
It's not one or the other, really. It's a mix of both. Like Kyle talking about how the dachshund is going to instinctively do what it was bred for. A dog bred to fight other dogs is going to be more likely to be a dog that fights other dogs, I would imagine.
If you guys want... I knew this wasn't a good topic because obviously you love your dog, and I'm sure your dog's sweet as a button. But for anybody who wants to do a little bit of research, the place that I like to go is a little subreddit called and this is the subreddit of the week, of course.
Oh,
It's called BanPitbulls.
BanPitbulls.
They're right down the middle over there. They're
Yeah,
right down the middle.
it seemed
Okay.
like they're doing some even keeled reporting.
They're right down the middle.
Fair and balanced.
the number one hang on, let me show you the number one like post over there right now. It's again right down the middle. Let me open this up. Copy it on over. Get access.
Oh, is
to
it
the chat
is
here.
it that collage showing all the dogs doing what they're bred to do, and it goes genetics, 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 and then the pit bull fighting other pit bull goes, it's all in how you raise them.
It's actually this one right here. I just linked. Josh, can you show that one?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Or Zach, I'm sorry, Zach, could you show that one?
Let me see. I'm excited for this.
The
Pick out a
funny thing,
Jesus Christ
the
out of
header,
Woody.
the header for this subreddit is all people who have been killed by pit bulls.
Jesus Christ!
The entire header, and it's not like 3 people. It's like 15 people who have all been murdered by pit bulls.
That is ridiculous.
Dude, that dog's doing tricep push downs.
By the way, that dog,
That dog does dips with a belt weight.
that dog looks like Vin Diesel. Holy
That's
shit, that dog
hilarious.
is jacked. What, is that his chest or are those titties? What has he got?
Yeah,
What
those
is
are
that?
Delts.
he's
dog
got
has
defined
delts.
delts.
Yeah,
thing is,
he's
man, I-
mid
what's it-
dip right now.
Dude,
I
that thing
think
needs
if
to
he takes
eat.
a step forward, you see his other 4 nipples, which is hilarious.
I mean, when you understand that he's only eating the child to hit his macros, it's understandable.
By the way, why do I feel like he's standing up?
Yeah, I feel like he's on hind
He's
legs.
on 2 feet. And you know what the best part is? We all know he's wearing Timberlands.
This dude right here for sure is walking out of the tunnel right now.
That
Like,
dog wears black
what,
Air Force
motherfucker?
Ones, or I bet my life on it. I guarantee it. Some of you'll get that joke. That one's narrow.
That is a whole subreddit of banned pit bulls. And you know what? This doesn't seem biased.
No, not at all. It's right down the middle, like I said.
Right down the middle. Nobody lies with stats.
Mm-mm.
It's math. You can't lie with them easily.
Yeah, no, listen, there's no doubt that they have definitely checked both sides of the coin with their reporting.
Remember that baby the pit bull raped to death?
Wait,
Yeah.
raped a baby?
Yeah, raped
Yeah,
the
and
baby
then
to
lit it
death.
on fire. The pit bull had a lighter.
No one said they're not smart.
I'm not making that story up.
Wait,
There's no
did
way a pit bull
really raped?
A pit bull did not rape a child to death. There's no way.
Whenever I say something like this, nobody believes me. This is why I try to do like, do you want to bet? Can I make some money off this?
I'll let Woody field that one.
Woody's
Hey,
Googling
guys.
right now. He can't bet.
No,
Hey,
I
hey,
I don't know if the baby died.
that is.
Okay, are you serious?
Oh my gosh. The
Wait,
police
what?
have said there is no human involvement in the sexual assault of this toddler. It's almost too bizarre to believe a pit bull sexually assaulted a 2-year-old boy.
So the dog raped the young child that was crawling on the floor.
That was Bill Cosby's dog.
And that was little Cos, and it raped the young boy. And for those who don't know what a dog's penis looks like, it has this big bulbous knot on the base of it that makes it lock into the female, so that the semen stays in her longer, and it makes it more likely that they'll propagate. Anyway, that locked into the infant, the toddler, if you will, and so now they are attached, cock to ass. And of course, the parents discover this because the kid's not enjoying it, so he's screaming.
Here. So the mother screams, "The dog is raping my baby." I tried to get the dog away from the baby. The dog was already inside the baby. When the baby was finally
Is this a Meryl
free,
Streep movie?
he was visibly sick. The boy was vomiting and bleeding. This is getting sad.
Jesus
The baby
Christ.
was rushed to the Women and Children's Hospital where he underwent reconstructive surgery.
What's the date on this article?
This is yesterday.
2007? Let me double check. Yeah, 2007.
You know what the best part about this is, Woody?
What is the best, but what is the good part of
This
this?
isn't
story?
even the dog rape of a toddler I was referring to. This is like
Well,
hammer murders in
that's
St.
part-
Louis. There's a rash of them. So the one I
here's the
talked
deal.
about, it was locked into the child, and when the parents tried to do something, the dog took off running, dragging the toddler by his asshole through the house. I love Taylor's reaction to that. That's my favorite. That's the best part of the night. Taylor's
That's
reaction to that.
horrific.
He went,
being dragged around by your asshole.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
don't
it's
act like that's never happened to you before.
not with teeth. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I thought that you were like, when you said that pit bull rape story,
Yeah.
and I said there's no way, I was like, oh shit, I'm supposed to agree with them and act like this is a real thing right now.
You're supposed to yes and.
Yeah. And no, I didn't. You didn't have to yes and. It's in the article.
Hey, in reading these stories, I found another pit bull that saved a teenage girl from being raped. Apollo the hero dog. Heroes comes in all shapes and sizes, and some even have 4 legs. It goes on.
Well, there
But,
you go. Right
yeah.
down the middle. That's us here at PKA. Okay. Yes, occasionally a pit bull will rape your child, but occasionally save your child from rape.
That's true.
Two sides of the coin, folks. Two sides of
And
the
you know
coin.
what? Sometimes they just eat twice a day and take a couple of walks.
You know, I think that's
Sometimes
probably
they
the
do
most
that.
common.
Very,
and like,
very rarely.
in
I
the
would say
interest
that's
of,
the most common thing that they do. But just like other dogs, maybe there are a few outliers.
and
There's
like
not a
there are
subreddit
good.
called pit bulls being cool and chilling in my house.
I mean, there might be. We
But
don't
this
know.
It's hard to
is
say for
chilling for sure.
Dude, this story. Then attacker
Now, I will
pushed down
say,
this
Kyle-
teenage girl and tried to pull her pants down. The playful pup turned protective and intervened, chomping down on the subject's legs while he ran away. He was all happy, like he didn't know what he did. He was all happy. He just wanted to run. Like the dog had a great day.
I mean, we're like
great
here's a positive story. Pitbull swims 5 miles out to sea to bide a child. Now that one doesn't seem real.
I don't know, man. Keep reading. Let's find out.
It's a good swimmer.
Is it on the Onion?
Oh my god.
You never know. Maybe some of these children the pit bulls are killing were like Hitlers or something of the future.
Right?
Maybe
Maybe
when they're not
you
in our
guys,
DMT
you
dreams.
guys are clutching your purses a little too tight on this. I'm
That's-
just saying. I mean,
Oh, when we're not talking to people who own pit bulls, I have no opinion. I don't care.
I'm actually a member of a hate group. So it is very close to my heart. We burn tiny crosses in pit bulls' yards.
Tiny little
True.
crosses of milk.
Yeah. Tiny little pit bull size crosses.
guys, I got a jet.
All
We've
right.
enjoyed you.
Yeah, it was great. You got to come on soon.
I
Yeah.
would love to, guys.
Yeah,
I
report
always
back on
appreciate you having
microdosing.
me.
Is that edible
Um,
kicking in yet?
What's that?
Is that edible kicking in yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
I'm going. That's why I want to go get some snacks.
Yeah,
Where do we
right?
find your tour again? Your tour
Josh
Say it
Blue
again?
comedian.
No, not
Josh,
Josh.
yeah. ComedianJoshWolf.com
Thank you.
and ComedianJoshWolf.com for tour dates. And my special drops on October 19th on my YouTube channel. But I'll be putting out promos leading up to it.
All right.
Awesome, man. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for coming
Thank
on.
you
We
for
enjoyed
coming,
you.
dude. Everybody check out his
appreciate it,
links
guys.
below.
And I hope we see it at the show. Let me know if you guys want to go, and I'll set you up.
Thank you.
That'd be really nice. Yeah,
Thank you.
I will definitely do my best to make it. I'm going to be traveling around a lot this year.
Okay. All right, guys.
All right. Later, man.
Later.
Take care. So before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Fall is here and we could all use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. That is bluechew.com, promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. It's free. $5. You don't want to see what you're missing out on? Gotta
Free is a
check
good
that out.
deal.
It's a tremendous deal.
Highly recommend.
This episode of PKA also brought to you by ExpressVPN. Admit it, you think that cybercrime is something that happens to other people. You may think that no one wants your data or that hackers can't grab your passwords or credit card details, but you would be wrong. Stealing data from unsuspecting people on public Wi-Fi is one of the simplest and cheapest ways for hackers to make money. When you leave your internet connection unencrypted, you might as well be writing your passwords and credit card numbers on a huge billboard for the rest of the world to see. That's why we decided to take action, which is why we're recommending you get ExpressVPN to protect yourself from cyber criminals. ExpressVPN secures and anonymizes your internet browsing by encrypting your data and hiding your public IP address. ExpressVPN has easy-to-use apps that run seamlessly in the background of your computer, phone, or tablet. Turning on ExpressVPN takes only one click, a single click. Using ExpressVPN, I can safely surf on public Wi-Fi without being snooped on or having my data stolen. For less than $7 a month, you can get the same ExpressVPN protection that I have. ExpressVPN is rated the #1 VPN service by TechRadar and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/PKA. That's expressvpn.com/PKA for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/PKA to learn more.
Very
Excellent deal. Excellent deal. When you've got a really hard dick, you don't want to be worried about anything but fucking. And that includes having your internet data stolen. So go ahead and activate that. Activate that VPN. I'm stretching here. But
Right? It's so much easier when it's like Casper mattress and dick pills
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, not that one, but that was great. I love having Josh on. That was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
Me too.
Dude, good guest makes shows easy.
Yeah, check him out. Yeah,
Have
that's
you
very
guys
true.
Followed Gabby Pitito at all?
I don't know what that is.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay. Gabby Pitito was a van life chick, cute girl, and Instagram.
Oh yeah,
influencer.
her.
She's a big story right now.
I'm sorry.
So she traveled out with her boyfriend. There was a 911 call, a little domestic dispute, and a few days later, she goes missing.
Mhm.
Boyfriend goes home without her. Oh, I'm sorry, fiance. And he's like, yeah, I don't know what happened to her. Yeah, it could be anything. Well, now they found her murdered body, homicide.
Ooh.
And
Do they know how? Like strangled or shot or?
They haven't told us.
Okay.
Yeah. So all they've released publicly is that they ruled it a homicide.
Mhm.
And the boyfriend is now missing from this thing. And there's
They
like
got him too.
Natural
Possible.
conclusion.
Most people think that he murdered her. He's a person of interest. He wasn't originally officially. Everybody, including me, was like, dude did it, right? You know, they're not getting along. The 911 call is interesting because there's police body cams, and you can see the footage. And she called about this, wanting the police to come help intervene. And then when you got there, she seemed like the bad guy. Dude had scratches on him. He's, he's the more calm, like in dealing with the police. And he's like, she did this, she did that. It's cool. They just separated them. One stayed in the van, one stayed in a hotel for that night.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good situation, but also probably not like super. I don't know. I've never had the police or the domestic disturbance at my house, but whatever. Now she's dead. And there's a question of why are they looking at her? She's a pretty blonde woman, or she was anyway. And there's a term for there's a term for missing white woman syndrome. And I think who's the comedian who used to do? Is it Hannibal Buress?
Patrice O'Neill.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You are right.
Yeah.
He used
He was
to be
the one
like,
he said, if I ever go out in the ocean, I'm putting a little white girl baby on a keychain.
That's great.
Yeah, just so they come find him. There she is. And that's the dude. That's the fiance. Thanks, Zach. And so they're like, hey, is this missing white woman syndrome where they're only reporting this story because she's a pretty blonde? And there's something to be said for that. Like, I don't know how many can
Seems
we
like
name?
it's more of a mystery.
Natalie
thing.
Holloway, Chandra Levy. Like, Oh, okay. Seems like that's another valid argument too. Like,
Yeah,
and she's an Instagram influencer. I don't know how big her Instagram was, but there are thousands of people following her story and her, wonderful fake van life, and just what a privilege every day waking in these amazing sunrises is. That an Instagrammer might put about van life. So, like, look, if any of us like just did the van life thing and then showed up and then like my wife came home and I'm missing and she pretended like, yeah, I don't know what happened to that dude. It would be a story too, even though I'm not a pretty young white woman. And because, whatever, like 400 million views on my YouTube channel, people would have an interest in it that they wouldn't otherwise. Having said that, tell me all the stories we hear about missing old dudes or missing people of color. Like, it totally doesn't exist.
I don't know. I guess you're really talking about this news media and them. It's what sells.
Yeah, what they report on. Like if he had killed her on the side of the road and the police cam saw it, it wouldn't really be a story. Like it would be like, oh, this maniac murdered his girlfriend. What a crazy, like, and it wouldn't have gone anywhere. Like the guy, her being missing, body found in the woods,
like a
guy
mystery.
Disappears. It's like, I think the mystery is what drives a lot of people. Because like true crime is huge. Like some of the biggest podcasts in the world are true crime.
Have you ever seen Mr. Ballin on YouTube? The guy used to be a Navy. I hope I'm getting his name right. It's like Mr. and then Ballin. Ballin is spelled Ballen. And he does like 5 videos a week. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. And he does these like one of his more popular video series is called 3 Places You're Not Allowed to Go and People Who Went There. And it's things like restricted areas, dangerous places to go, things like spelunking down, like cave diving, and things like that. You get that sign. It's like there's nothing beyond this sign worth dying for, and these assholes go anyway, and they don't even have the right nitrogen mixture for their scuba tanks, and they end up getting like nitrogen drunkenness and then dying down in holes and stuff. He has some really creepy videos. There's this guy who was actually like a quasi YouTuber, and he was one of those guys who does like extreme hiking. It's like when you just go off into the desert for like a couple days, like just kind of wandering. And he had claimed in his YouTube video that he found this cave out near Area 51 near Nellis Air Force Base. And that when he tried to enter it, it felt like his body was vibrating. And he couldn't go any further. And he was overcome with this sensation of vibration in his body, and he couldn't go into the cave. And, they're like, bullshit, no way. And then some people were like, well, fucking go back and document it, dude. And like, he was like, you know what? I am going back. Well, he goes back and he's like, I couldn't find it. I was out there for 3 days and I couldn't find it. And like, the fact that he kind of came back and said I couldn't find it rather than disappearing kind of led a little credence to his original story. Yeah. And they're like, a lot of people kind of getting behind him, like, dude, go back. We want to know more about this. He goes back a third time and he's never seen from again. They send out huge search parties, and all they ever find is his cell phone sitting in the sand out in the middle of nowhere with no damages or blood or scratches or anything. They never found him. And he's got lots of creepy fucking stories like that. And like, I'll watch like 6 of them in a row, and then I'm just like, you know what? This is fucking me up. I gotta
really
change the channel.
Cool looking channel. Like I've never
It's
heard
a
of
great
this guy.
channel. You can binge the fuck out of this.
I love
He's got
spooky
so much
shit like
content.
this. The spooky, the mystery. So like, yeah, I need to watch some of this guy's stuff, but I think just especially surrounding this like missing thing, from what I've heard from you, like the mystery seems to be the driving factor.
Mysteries are cool, and then like he's a very good storyteller. So like you're kind of hanging on to every word, like, yeah, and then what? Yeah, okay. Oh, he'll present the mystery. He's like, and then they smelled something funny, but no one knew what it was. And you're like, well, what was it? And then finally he's like, what had happened was a man was being chased by police. He fled up a fire escape onto the roof of the grocery store, went into what's sort of, grocery. Some stores will have like this thing that makes it look much bigger than it really is, like on the storefront. And it was hollow. This big signage was hollow and had a little door to access the inside of it, maybe to change bulbs or something. He went into that hot summer day, and the store had those pillars out in front, those with like stone laid into them, kind of like some fireplaces we'll have in cabins. But it's hollow. It's a hollow pillar. For some reason, he climbed down into the hollow pillar, feet first, one arm pinned by his side, the other above his head, and he kept sliding all the way down into the pillar until he was jammed in. And he's technically right in front of the entrance to a busy grocery store, but no one can hear his screams because he can't really get a breath because he's so compressed. Hot summer's day. They find him 5 days later because he's leaking goo out. He's dead. He's been rotting. And it's smelling so badly that they call like a repairman or a plumber. They call it plumber because they think it's a sewage issue. But he peels off one of the blocks off the wall and they see the guy's leg. And like, there's so many stories like that, like just ridiculous stories.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it's a good channel. He's an interesting guy. Like I said, ex-Navy SEAL is. I haven't watched his video where he explains that, talks about his backstory, but his stories are really well told, and they're often dark and mysterious and fascinating. He talked about the catacombs in Paris that has those catacombs underneath with like 7 million people buried down there, and there's miles of them. There's some creepy shit about that I watched a video of. Interesting channel. It's one of my favorites right now.
Yeah, I need a new mystery or a crime thing to watch. It's a very fascinating little, I guess, genre.
It's so hip right now.
Yeah.
My wife is watching it. She just consumes, like, every night she's watching more murder stuff. And some of it's poorly done, but she can't get enough of it.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah. I like his channel a lot. Some of it is just like dumbass of the week, essentially. There was this artificial lake. They built a dam and now there's a lake, and they have this thing called a spillway. When I envisioned a spillway, it's water flowing over the dam in a certain area, but a spillway, the way he referred to it, is this circular pipe out in the middle of the lake where water just flows over the top of it, over the lip of it, straight down 250 feet, and then goes under the dam and out that way. That way the water level never gets too high. It's very wide, like wide enough probably for a car to fall into. This chick swims out to it because she wants to like peek over the edge and look down into the hole. And she like swims past signage, warning, like past buoys and rope. And she gets to the edge and there's so much current that she's washed in, but she grabs the edge and she's holding the edge for 20 minutes waiting on rescue personnel. And then it's a woman, so she's got no grip strength. So she falls 200 feet down.
Shit. A man would have been fine.
I'd have fucking done a muscle up, ejected myself out of the water like Aquaman, done like 2 wiggles like Michael Phelps, and I'd have been back on shore.
Yeah,
but
you'd
her,
fine.
That's what guys do.
That's what guys do.
Guys are pretty cool.
We do.
Remember
that
the stone cutters?
The stone cutters.
Yeah. Who keeps the metric system down? Who does something?
We do. I've been the other thing that's been recommended to me, and I watched too many of them, so now my feed is full of it. Is old Simpsons clips, and like I saw one that I had never seen before, where like I don't know the backstory. It's a 40-second clip, but Homer's building like a float in his yard, like a parade float with flowers, and Flanders is like, "Hey neighbor, did you have to take all my flowers for your float?" Well, yeah, I need a lot of flowers, Flanders. He's like, "Yeah, but did you have to salt the earth so nothing would ever grow?" And Homer's like, "Yeah." He like picks up a hand of salt and lets it spill through his fingers.
Just steal someone's flowers and salt their garden.
The algorithm discovers you like something, and then it keeps giving you more and more.
Yeah.
So take that, park it. You know how Norm Macdonald's sort of his shtick, that to me it's like his only joke, is he takes something and makes it uncomfortably long and just keeps like doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. He is doing this to me from beyond the grave. I watch a Norm Macdonald video, and then YouTube is like, "Ooh, this guy really likes Norm Macdonald videos," and it gives me another one and another one, and my dumbass keeps clicking on them, where he just tells a 15-second story in 5 minutes. And I'm just being tortured by Norm Macdonald.
Oh, you're not watching the right videos then, because I've been going on Norm Macdonald trips through YouTube also, and I'm like laughing the whole time. He's one of my favorite stand-ups ever. I think he was fucking hysterical. If you just watch his stuff on like Conan or where he's trying to make talk show hosts uncomfortable, you're going to get those long jokes. But you watch his like regular stand up, you'll see like a whole lot more to him. I think you'd like his real stand up.
Maybe that's not what I'm getting. I'm getting the other stuff, the stand-ups, or he'll like go on like morning. I don't even want to call it news. Like, the morning shows that are kind of like news.
Yeah.
Happy.
Good Morning America, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, he'll go on that sort of thing and just want to torture the presenters.
Like every once in a while, I'll look up like a comedian and it'll be like, oh, Bill Burr. I'm going to watch some old Bill Burr clips. And then you inevitably, for some reason, anytime you start watching a comedian, you get funneled to late night talk. It's never more of their early clips or more of their early stand-up. It's all fucking Conan or Jimmy Fallon or whatever. But like, I find when I watch those, I'm like, oh, this is just really not good content. I'm going to Google more specifically to watch this person stand up instead of watching them basically be hamstrung trying to, do bits of their act, and they can't do the full bit on there because it's not always appropriate for the show. I don't really think the comedians on late night is a very funny thing generally.
Yeah. Comedians on late night are almost like bad guests sometimes, where like if we have a guest on here and we're being funny and they're like, oh no, that's too blue comedy for me. I don't like this. And they just drag it down. Mm-hmm. That's what every late night host does to a good comedian. They're just,
yeah. I don't know anybody in my life who regularly watches any of those late night shows. Like at all. Do you guys like who's keeping them in business? Who's watching?
I don't even watch TV anymore.
No.
Do you have anyone in your life who watches regular TV?
No, like my grandparents. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my dad does too. Yeah, as soon as Starlink is available, I'm hooking that man up. Like he needs fucking internet, dude. I went over there the other day. He's watching Gunsmoke. He's watching Gunsmoke reruns on TV with commercials.
Boomer.
He literally is. He's been born in 53. He's born in 1953. He loves it.
He's a core boomer.
He's like, Gunsmoke's on. I'm like, isn't it on every day? I'm like, he's like, it's all that's on.
Right, he needs like a Queer Eye for the Straight Guy entertainment makeover where we just teach him about what the world has nowadays.
Here's what I'm thinking. Like, I think I'm going to buy him the entire box set of The Wire, a Blu-ray player, and I already got him like a nice 4K TV that he's watching standard def Gunsmoke on. So like, I'm going to go over there and set that shit up and just be like, Dad, just here you go. Here's 50 hours of entertainment. Let me know when this runs out, and I'll go buy the Sopranos box set. Let me know when that's done, and I'm gonna maybe I'll get him Game of Thrones. Like God, it's good for 6 years. Well, I'll find him something. But God damn it, guns. At least for my own like edification, I can't sit there and watch Gunsmoke anymore. It's awful.
So the quality of old TV is awful. And I bet Taylor sees this in hockey. I've been an NBA fan for a couple of years now. And sometimes I go and I watch the old stuff, like, young Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, etc., have their highlights. And it's like a tragedy that this is the footage that exists of it. This blurry, lousy, like you can only see what's happening in this play as it unfolds. Mm-hmm. And it sucks. Like I bet all the footage of Wayne Gretzky is just garbage.
Yeah, like, and it wouldn't have been garbage if like you're watching it in like its heyday because you have no point of comparison. Like now, if I watch hockey highlights and it's like, oh, this awesome clip from Mario Lemieux scoring 5 goals in one game, I get like 2 minutes in and I'm like, I'm not to toot my own horn, but I know a lot about the sport. I can track the play well. I can track the flow of the game. And it's like, even knowing that, and like, I can't see the puck, but I know where it is. This is unwatchable. Like I can't even see Mario Lemieux's face celebrating after he scores the 5th goal because it's so pixelated. Like it's just not
terrible.
Not good.
Yeah,
I'm so ready for hockey season to be back. So ready for it.
The 76ers are the center of the NBA drama right now. They have, I don't know if I'm exaggerating to say their second best player is one of the top 10 in the NBA. Maybe. His name's Ben Simmons. And he had a bad playoffs. The front office and the coach sort of were negative on him. They're like, do you think you can win a championship with this guy? And they're like, I don't really know, which isn't the right answer. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't want to come back. And because he's not willing to play for him, he's tanking his own trade value. Because he's tanking his own trade value and he wants to be traded, the Sixers can't trade him. And he's like, it's not my job to make sure you get a good trade. Mm-hmm. So now, as soon as preseason starts, you can make both arguments.
Yeah.
He gets fined. I read $300,000 a game, even for preseason, like exhibition games. And I also read like $250,000 per game, but he's going to start taking these, and he's saying he's more than prepared to pay this fine. He has a giant contract, and everyone in the NBA is watching what happens to Ben Simmons right now. It's the center of the basketball world, and it's the center of my team. So
like, I get not wanting, like, I get being a player for a team. This is happening with Jack Eichel, a player for the Buffalo Sabres right now, where he just, and with Tarasenko for the Blues, like these players, they want out, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you have to then play some games, put up some crazy scores, and then we'll be able to trade you. Because if you're like a dark question mark, no one's going to be willing to pay your GM what he thinks and knows you're worth. And so, like, I don't know. I'm not a professional athlete, so I can't put myself in their position. But, like, I feel like I would be like, oh, is that what needs to happen for me to get out of here? Can I go play for the Golden State Warriors if I put up whatever a great amount of points is in a basketball game, 50, like a few times? Like,
that would do it.
But just do that a couple times. And then, like, you're just... I don't know. It's like he's forcing himself to wait longer would be my thought. Like, just deal with it, go play, look awesome, be a ball hog, whatever it takes. Just, force yourself to be valuable.
Yeah.
Well, my sports are going well. I'm sorry, cut you off. Keep going.
No. Actually, I think we're going to talk about Georgia. I'm down.
Yeah, let me
UGA 3-0. We beat up on South Carolina pretty effectively. I think I said early on, how South Carolina always plays us pretty tough every year, just regardless of how good they are.
But this is our year.
This is our year, as Woody likes to say, yes, because he has chosen Georgia to be his team. And going pretty well so far. 3-0. The real test is, of course, Florida. And then it's smooth sailing after that, in my opinion. I think we stomped Tennessee and kind of glide to an SEC title game. So nothing's really changed there. Let me see how the Braves are currently doing.
I think Bam is undefeated too, right?
Oh, of course they are. Oh yeah.
So we're on a collision course.
Braves still leading the East, the NL East. They're 79-70. Phillies in second place. They're 77-74. So not even really that close. They're 3 games back.
Oh, this is bullshit. The Cardinals have won 10 in a row.
Yeah.
And they're 81-69, but the Milwaukee Brewers are 91-60.
Yeah.
So they're only second place.
Yeah. People in my Twitch chat were talking about the Cardinals. They're like, are you excited about the Cardinals? I'm like, you're thinking of the other guy.
You're thinking of the other guy who also doesn't care about the Cardinals.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the other guy who really doesn't give a shit either. So no, not excited about the Cardinals at all.
Yeah,
no,
it's like it's painful because everybody is so into the Cardinals, like I've said before. But like, I'll try and talk, like if I'm like somewhere where you go with your wife or your girlfriend, and like she's with her friends and their significant others are all there, and so it's like just with a random group of guys, we'll be like, you guys, how about the Blues? And then it's like 2 seconds of conversation, and they're all baseball guys. And be like, oh, did you see we got McKinley? I mean, his ERA isn't nearly what it needs to be based on blah blah blah. But the Cards have a really good shot at it. I can't get into baseball. I wish I liked it because there's more content there than any sport around, but
they play a lot of games.
It's just not my jam.
I'm not super into it either, like I haven't been really in years, but I still go back to it. I don't know. It's something from my childhood that I was just so into.
Yeah, understandable for sure.
Taylor, can you explain this to me? So the Carolina Hurricanes, obviously the most entertaining team in the NHL. They're pretty good, and they have the best front office, and they're a bunch of jerks, and it's cool. Okay, so they decide to troll the Montreal Canadiens. Years ago, there's a restricted free agent, if I understand this right. Tell me if I get anything wrong. And I can offer a player on your team a contract, but because he's restricted, you can match it and keep him. Mm-hmm. And the Canadians do that to the Hurricanes, and it basically just makes them pay more for a player. So the Hurricanes do it back to the Canadians, and they offer this guy $6,100,000 and for some reason $35 for a 1-year contract and a signing bonus of $20, which is to make sure everyone knows damn well that it's a revenge offer against number 20 from a few years earlier. And the Canadians decide like, oh, well, you can just have him. Who won this troll? Are we overpaying for a jackass? Do we have a player? Did we want him in the first place?
I fought the Reddit I go to the most is the hockey one, and I mean it's egregiously wrong on so many takes, but it's called an offer sheet, like you said, and it's very frowned upon in the hockey community. So Montreal did that to Sebastian Aho, who's probably the best player on the Carolina Hurricanes, and had they got him, that would have been crippling for the Hurricanes because he's their franchise guy. He's a tremendous center. He's a great all-around player. He's the kind of guy you want to build around. And this offer sheet to his name's Jesperi Kotkaniemi from Finland. At first, or pretty much the agreed upon take was like, oh man, that's so shitty of the Canes to put Montreal in this position. But a lot of the Montreal fans and hockey kind of writers who are often wrong were like, yeah, but Sebastian Aho, when they did that, was an established guy. Montreal was trying to get a high-level center in the NHL who was proven, or mostly proven. This guy is 21 years old. He's got 3 seasons in. He's never had more than 34 points. So really, he is not worth, by a long shot, the money that the Canes are paying for him. So it almost kind of backfired, I would say. And he's still 21. 21 means he could have a breakout year. You know, he was a first-round, 3rd overall pick, so he could explode. He has a very high ceiling, so it's up in the air. But if he's like
he's a
middling guy,
so
yeah,
it's
not the end of the world. If anything, what you want him to do is have a very middling season, and then you sign him for like 3 years for cheap. You don't want him to go out there and score 40 and then have to sign him for $9 million or something. But yeah, I think time will tell. He's too young. Just like any athlete, you don't know. But just gut take, I think that the Hurricanes ended up fucking themselves a little bit.
They played themselves.
Yeah, it's just a year, so who cares? They had the cap space. But yeah, this guy's the one who made out like a bandit. He's 21, and he's going to get what for his qualifying contract? We're going to give you $2.6 million for you to stick around for 3 years. And Carolina's like, we'll give you 6.2 to come here for 1. And he's like,
and $20.
That sounds pretty good. I'm going. Like, I'm going to go. Yeah, and $20. They gave him a $20 signing bonus as some joke.
I hope he takes that $20 bill and like puts it on the wall like restaurants do.
That would be funny.
Definitely made out like a bandit. Yeah, that's pretty
good for
interesting.
that guy. So we'll see. Yeah.
If you're done with hockey talk, I want to talk about UFC because it's a big weekend coming up.
What's going on? Who's fighting?
It's a big card. I wouldn't say it's one of those colossal Super Bowl cards or anything, but it's some of my favorite people, and it's a couple of fights that have interesting implications, and a couple of fights that just seem to be made out to be wars. Alexander Volkanovski is fighting Brian Ortega. Last time I saw Ortega fight, he got beaten into a pulp. Who was it that beat him so good? Was it Max Holloway or somebody?
It was Max Holloway, yeah.
He looked like he'd been in a car accident after it was over. It was, I'm pretty sure that was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And the reason he's been gone is because of the beating that Max Holloway put on him.
Ortega is a very durable fighter, and he won a lot of fights with these 3rd round comebacks. So when you put a really durable fighter against a better fighter, it hurts.
Especially a volume fighter like Max.
True.
Yeah, just took one of the worst beatings I've ever seen in the cage. Like there's some beatings that happen in the span of 20 seconds. You know, the guy just each shot. Now he's on the ground. Ref doesn't quite stop it because he's still defending, but he's just eating like 18 shots to the head. This happened over the course of like 20 minutes. It was like 20 minutes. It was like a torture scene. It was a little hard to watch at times. It was like,
ever see that Russian video where there's a guy with a screwdriver and then the hammer and then
it was bad.
Yeah.
And then Valentina Shevchenko, my future wife, is fighting Lauren Murphy.
I don't know Lauren Murphy.
I don't either. I know what's going to happen to her, though. I know what's going to happen to her. I know Lauren Murphy isn't going to be quite so pretty tomorrow. Let me get a close-up picture of her face, if I can.
Oh, she's not that pretty right now.
Well, she wasn't pretty yesterday. She's not pretty today, and she's not going to be pretty tomorrow. Sorry, Lauren.
No.
I know you watch every week. And then, like, the one that I think like a lot of insiders are hyped for is, of course, Nick Diaz's comeback after 5 fucking years against a great opponent in Robbie Lawler, who is like, everybody loves Robbie, just a fucking warrior and a half. Like I could picture Robbie being in like a gladiatorial arena 1,000 years ago. Like he's that kind of fighter. So that's a really cool one. I think Robbie's gonna take it. I'm curious. I was gonna ask you what you thought about that one, Diaz or Lawler.
Lawler, in my mind for sure. Diaz hasn't won in, is it 10 years? This is who Valentino Shevchenko is fighting, by the way. She
Damn.
looks fucking manly. Like
She's ripped.
she's not pretty, but she looks like she's put on this earth to beat up other girls.
She's got a face like, when they unearthed someone from 5,000 years ago in Ukraine.
Yeah, yeah. Or one of those people they put on the mountain and like
She's got
petrify.
big knockers, dude.
Those are huge because you got to keep in mind they're in 2 sports bras right there.
Double sports bra typically, and I mean, look at her body fat right
That's
now. Like,
Shevchenko?
No,
No,
that's the woman she's
Shevchenko's much
fighting.
prettier.
Oh.
Shevchenko's pretty, and she looks girlier too. I mean, she's very athletic, but she still looks like an athletic woman.
Shevchenko is like one of my favorites of all time.
You could take those
fan.
arms and put them on a dude, and they would look totally reasonable, even good.
And then I'm not as crazy about it, but I mean, I know the fighters who are fighting the rest of the way. Curtis Blades is fighting. Jessica Andrade is fighting.
Another like manly physique, Jessica Andrade.
Yeah, but a little girl too. And then like headlining the prelim card, Marlon Moraes is fighting down there. So like I always like watching him fight. Dan Hooker's also on that card.
Yes, he is. I feel like so Hooker's a good fighter. But I know the backstory on this, where I think he just got the offer like 3 days ago, had a real hard time getting his visa. He's like flying from, if I'm not right on this, I'm close, from like New Zealand to where? Vegas?
I think it is Zealand.
And then making weight the next morning. So he's like cutting weight on the flight to Vegas and then making weight and then fighting. This guy has so many obstacles in front of him that it seems like the betting against him, like I don't know what the odds are, but I'm just like, man, this is a good fighter who's going to have a bad day.
Yeah, the odds are stacked against him there for sure. And it's one of those fight nights that are not fight nights, but nights of fights, because fight nights are their own actual thing. Where like the main card has 5 fights, the prelim card has 4 fights, and the early prelims have another 4. Sometimes the early prelims will literally be 1 or even 2 fights, and it's like, okay. They're like, all right, well that was a good fight, and now we're gonna switch on over to. I'm like, what?
Sometimes fights get canceled and they just get elevated, and the early prelims end up with 1 or 2 left. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. I think Nick Diaz hasn't fought in ages, and he hasn't won in longer than that. Like, I'm gonna look it up. It won't take long.
Yeah,
the last
I had like
Diaz
5 years
won,
in my head, but maybe I'm just dumb.
Ooh, could be more. Almost there.
Yeah, it's been forever, but man,
his last win was 2011. 10 years ago, he beat BJ Penn.
Wow.
Yeah.
BJ Penn's his last win.
Yeah.
What?
2 of us can take BJ.
I think that's true. I've seen guys at bars beat BJ Penn.
I've seen dudes at strip clubs whip BJ Penn's ass.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's literally true.
2 of us take BJ Penn right here, right now. Like he's look wherever BJ Penn is, he's drunk. Like, let's be honest. We're sitting here sober. We're hyped up and ready to go. I had a big meal before we started this all up. I'm energized. Let's go. I got caffeine.
He's not sober right now.
Haven't even hit my workout today. I could use a little light work.
Is he a big drinker?
That's right, BJ Penn. We're calling you out right here, right now.
BJ Penn has fallen into an unhealthy lifestyle.
He's fallen into a very unhealthy lifestyle, which is probably not helped by all the years of him getting his brain pounded in by professional fighters. He is one of the all-time greats.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's a sad
story.
Born
into a very wealthy family, which is interesting. A lot of top-level fighters come from poverty, and the story is it's usually part of their motivation, like they're fighting for their life out there almost. Losing this fight has huge ramifications. BJ Penn, he comes from like, I don't want to exaggerate it, but it was wealthy enough that I don't think he needed a job.
Certainly didn't need a job where you get beaten up every night.
Yeah.
But he was legit. He was he is one of the all-time greats. If he didn't have GSP standing between him and that title, he would have been maybe the all-time great. I don't know. He really didn't struggle against anybody except GSP. Like the Greasegate whole thing. At the time, I was definitely on BJ Penn's side with Greasegate. That was upsetting for me as as a
Yeah.
fledgling fan. I remember watching that. I may have been on Spike TV when I saw that fight. It's been so long ago. But George St. Pierre, essentially for Taylor's benefit, was greased up to the point where BJ Penn, who was a grappler, couldn't hold on to the man.
Yeah,
Like,
I remember hearing about. You guys told me about this.
he was like fucking Willie in The Simpsons, where he's like, grease me.
Yeah, that's very cheaty, but also pretty smart.
Yeah. I love
BJ
whenever
Penn's
Willie takes his
family
shirt off,
owns
how
a good
fucking ripped he
portion-
is.
Yeah, BJ Penn's
Yeah.
family owns a good portion of the land in Hawaii. Jesus Christ.
A good portion.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
own Hawaii.
they,
Which island?
they own Boardwalk and Park.
The
Place,
answer is
for Christ's
yes.
sakes. So anyway, yeah, he comes from generational wealth.
He's got
I don't know.
pineapple
There's
money.
something cool about that to me. That well, I guess both sides of this coin are cool, but for a guy to be that motivated when he didn't have to be is an interesting story.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those sports where you see a lot of like poor kids who are fighting for family and fortune, and it's not all that frequent that you see someone who is the other side of that coin. The fight the other night between is it Anthony Smith? Is that the
Mhm.
bald light heavyweight guy
Yes.
who's not very attractive?
I like him.
Come
more
on,
than
man.
you
He
do.
looks like he looks like came right out of Lord of the Rings casting. Like he's so close to an orc, it's not even funny. He looks like something that the Persians would like unchain to fight the Spartans at the end of the battle. He's so fucking ugly and big. But the guy he was fighting was like that. He's like, I end my fights quick because my family needs this money. They need it now. And I was like, God damn, are they like hungry like while you're like recording this take right now? Are they over there like bellies growling like, come on, daddy, can't you fight right now? Like he seemed that stressed out about making some money for his family. It was rough. And then he lost. And our boy Gollum here was like talking. I guess there'd been some like shit talking before the fight. And he's just like, where's that ass whooping you were going to give me? Where's it at now, bitch? And the other guy was just like, that was just for the show.
I was hyping up a fight. I didn't know you'd make you mad.
He was they're like, security comes in, they're separating him. He's like, I'm not mad. I wanted to shake the man's hand. And then he's over there, yeah, fuck you, you bitch. You talk shit to me. Where's that ass whooping you were going to give me? Because he did like whip the guy's ass.
Apparently. So I found the most handsome picture of him.
Oh, you sure did. Look at Mr. DQ with his glasses on.
I mean, he looks smart.
Look at Rogan. How like I'm not gonna say anything bad about Rogan. Rogan's a great guy.
Anthony Smith could obviously put his chin on top of Rogan's head. Is that where you're headed?
I think Rogan's about 6 feet tall.
Oh yeah, Anthony.
Well, then he has a lot of tall guests.
His guests are huge.
I don't know how tall he is.
I do.
Now,
So yeah,
like,
Anthony.
Did he really? Okay.
Anthony
I
Smith
saw
is
an
6'4".
analysis video where they compare his height with like CGI lines and stuff to like various known height athletes. And there's like conspiracy music playing in the background, it's like the X-Files theme song, and the lines come across.
This
and it's
sounds
just
like unbiased reporting.
well, it's like this girl's 5'6", this guy's 5'7", and and then Rogan on his show being like, yeah, I'm about 5'8", and the guy's like, maybe 5'7 3/4. He's like, yeah, that's probably closer. and then like, and the lines come across, and it's just like, I don't know about 5'7".
Oh, you think shorter than 5'7"?
I would guesstimate him to be 5'5" barefoot.
Really?
I think 5'8" is an average American height. Am I right on that?
I think for the world, I think so. I think an average American male is 5'10".
5'10"?
But we're splitting hairs here.
Yeah. I mean, Joe
5'9",
Rogan
according to Google.
is short, but he's fibbing. You think he's fibbing himself into another 3 inches, 2 inches?
Like who cares? And he's not fibbing about the hundreds of millions of dollars that he's getting paid.
That's true. He could afford like limb lengthening surgery.
Was his Spotify deal $120 million? I have it in my head.
I thought it was a cool hundo. Which either way,
maybe it is.
You're fine.
I wonder how much he get. Like I often like Minecraft sold for $2 billion, and I'm like, ooh, that's a lot. How much did Notch actually get? The answer is $1 billion, which is plenty.
Yeah. I mean, how much does Rogan get when he's touring with Dave Chappelle? Like, Jesus Christ.
I bet he doesn't care.
Not even a noticeable amount of money, like for him. at this point.
Gotta be tens of thousands of dollars a night.
We have to talk about Conor's first pitch.
Oh, my man. Look, Conor can't help but embarrass me as a Conor fan.
Wait, what did he do? Did he give a horrible first pitch?
My God.
All right,
it's amongst the worst first pitches in the history.
First of all,
let's take a chance. Zach,
it's been a bad
and show
month
this
for
video.
Conor.
Yes.
Before we even get to the pitch, he got into a scuffle with Machine Gun Kelly at the MTV Music Awards or some shit. A guy who literally has his face bedazzled. I know somebody who knows Machine Gun Kelly. You do too, and like who has like hung out with him before. And we were talking about this, and he's like, you know, Machine Gun Kelly is an artist or whatever, but he's actually kind of a tough guy. Like no illusions that he can beat up Conor McGregor. Don't get me wrong, but what they were saying was like he's not the kind of guy who would like punk out to like anybody. Like he'd rather take an ass whipping than like be a bitch about something. And apparently Conor asked him for a photograph, which is already very weak sauce. If you're Conor McGregor asking MGK for a photograph, and Machine Gun Kelly is like, no thanks. And like, I guess Conor gets in his face a little, and Machine Gun Kelly shoves him, making Conor spill his drink because Conor is on with a cane right now from his broken leg. Conor throws the drink on Machine Gun Kelly. Now security's involved, and Conor throws a punch, a terribly inaccurate punch that has been captured on camera, while Machine Gun Kelly is clutching Megan Fox, like shielding her from the blow. And there's just this wild fucking punch coming over everyone's head. So
is there a video? There's a video of that, or just the stills?
There's stills and like video that's very hard to make out. But that's the breakdown from like multiple sources. And then, of course, this week, as Woody was alluding, for some reason, they have the man throwing out the first pitch at some baseball game, and it's one of the all-time worst. Here it is.
Watch. I like the mascot. Look at the mascot's impression.
He looks back at him like, the fuck?
I meant expression. But
Oh my God, it hits the wall.
It hits the wall. It goes bouncing behind the plate. It is one of the top 10 worst of all time. You can't there's no arguments, especially when if you start discounting the people who were like clear non-athletes. Like if you put a girl up there, put a blind person up there, they've done that before.
Right.
It's like
you don't expect the same things from like Roseanne Barr or older politicians or whatever, you know, like
you say athletes. That George Bush not only threw from the plate or from the mound, which is an uncommon thing, mind you. Can we roll it back one more time and see if he's throwing from the mound or from the base of the mound? I think he's from the mound. I
see it, Ram.
Very much unrecommended by me. Let's just say that. If you're not like dialed in, if you're not a baseball player or something, you don't throw from the mound. He is on the mound.
How far is it from the mound to the plate?
I don't know exactly, but what I'm getting at is that like normally, like non-athletes, people who you don't want to embarrass themselves, like he's got his foot behind the fucking rubber. Like that's everything about this is wrong. I mean, he's throwing in a tight suit as well, which is a terrible thing. George Bush threw from the fucking mound, not in front of the mound, threw a fucking strike with a little heat on it, didn't bounce it in, and the man was wearing not a sports coat, but like a zip up wind fly thing with a bulletproof vest under it, of course, because it's like a week after 9/11.
President. Wasn't he a baseball player or something? Like
he owned a baseball team. Does that count?
Maybe I didn't know if he did that because he loved it.
He owned the Rangers, or at least a significant portion of them. I don't recall if he played baseball, but I watched this thing recently where it was him being interviewed, and he's talking about like, you know, I wasn't nervous at all. You know, I can throw a ball. I was downstairs under Yankee Stadium, and they had a thing set up for me so I could throw, and I was throwing. Everything was going well, and Derek Jeter walked in. This is George Bush talking. And Derek Jeter walked in. He's like, "Hey, hello, Mr. President. How are you?" "Great, Derek. How are you tonight?" Just to let you know, Mr. President, are you throwing from in front of the mound or on the mound? He's like, "Well, I was going to throw from in front of the mound." I was, you don't want to do that. Not in front of this crowd. They'll boo you. And I'll tell you what else. Don't bounce it, or they'll boo you for that too. He's like, and now I'm nervous. Derek Jeter just said that they're going to boo me out of Yankee Stadium if I don't throw it from on the mound, which I hadn't been prepared for, and they're going to boo me if I bounced it in.
Thousands of people disliking me all around the country. I don't know if that's something I can handle for the next 8 years.
But this was at the height of like Bush mania, though, right?
Yeah,
Like
was
he had
killing
stood
it.
on the rubble with the fucking megaphone.
Mhm.
He had bombed some shit already. I think maybe at this point, like we were a oorah mode, and he came out there, and to his credit, say what you want
Killed
about murdering 1 million Iraqis and all, and that $1 trillion conflict, but
Killed that too.
That hadn't happened yet.
he fucking threw a strike with a little zip on it as like a
did.
50-something-year-old man.
I think W has the best politician first pitch I can think of.
Best
Did
I can
Trump
think of.
throw one? I feel
He
like Trump
didn't he?
Did he throw one?
I think he threw one. I think he lobbed it in from in front of the plate, and it was fine. It wasn't embarrassing. I have that memory. Maybe it's just some sort of like one of those things where you remember something that never happened, like Berenstein syndrome or something.
Yeah. The
But
Mandela
I have a
effect.
memory of him throwing a pitch and it being okay. Like maybe it was high or something. He didn't throw a strike, but like I have a memory of him throwing one.
Okay,
Carter
so
threw a
I'm
strike?
watching him throw one, and it was definitely good. But the one I'm looking at is from 2004, so it was like way
Okay.
before his presidency.
Yeah.
And like many pounds ago, as far as like body and weight. And
It's a weird thing to be asked to do, right?
So as president, he is the first president in 109 years to not throw a first pitch.
oh man,
Smart.
yeah, that probably
again,
was
I
smart.
did-
He
I
knew he was
literally-
too fat.
I literally have the memory of him doing it, which is bizarre. I swear I can picture him in one of those big bulky suits he wears with the long
Looking
It's
like who's the Chris Christie?
looking like he's at a tombstone. Dude, I'll never forget seeing Chris Christie in person and thinking like, God damn, Donald Trump is a fit man. Like,
You saw it? Oh, that's right. You went to the rally.
yeah. Like seeing Chris, like I still have it in my head. Maybe it's just a good joke that like Donald Trump only kept him around the campaign back in those days because he made him look so slim. Because Chris Christie had this fupa, like he, they do this thing. They were sitting in chairs, the two of them. The chairs kind of cocked away from each other and pointed inward, both with mics in hand. Kind of it was very folksy. It was very town hall like, and Chris Christie had those like suspender socks that have the things that clamp onto them to keep them pulled way up, and they're like had some goofy pattern on them, and his pants are riding way up into his fupa area, and like you can clearly make out like not dick and balls, but like this big wad where they should be, and like he's just sweating, and there's Donald Trump over there looking fit by comparison, not looking ridiculous. His suit fits him very well, even when sitting. I'm sure, like when he's getting a suit fitted, he's like, now let's see what it looks like when I sit down.
I think Trump gained a bunch of weight towards the end of the campaign and beginning of the presidency.
I think
Like
so,
that
too.
period is, and in his defense, it is hard to eat well and travel.
Yeah.
Maybe for him, there's a whole different set of rules, but I just, if you're on the road eating whatever they serve you on the airplane, it's going to be garbage food.
It is his plane, though.
I know. That's where I was getting to with maybe the rules are different at that level. But I know if you put me on the road and I eat at restaurants, it's hard to have abs.
Dude, presidential first
excusable.
pitches used to be retarded. Like apparently it's like not, it's like fairly recently in regard to presidents that like the first pitch used to be they would sit in the stands and just toss it to the guys playing, or they would turn around and toss it to the people in the stands. It's only like a few decades ago that they let him go to the mound and start throwing. Apparently Bill Clinton had a pretty good one too.
Jimmy Carter has a pretty good one. There's a presidential first link pitches that Zach linked.
Yeah.
And Carter's is as good as W's.
I would say no. If I were the president and they asked me to throw the first pitch, I would say no. There's very little gain and so much to lose.
I would find someone who was I would use all the technology I had to like get a really good pitcher who just retired the year before and put a bunch of prosthesis on him and then send him out there, and they're going to be like, God damn, what a fit president.
97 miles per hour from Taylor, from President Taylor. Good Lord, sign this man up. Did you see the movement on that ball?
Yeah,
I wonder.
he was through a breaking ball.
I never played. I never played a throwing sport. I'd probably.
They're putting him in.
He's like, well, I did a great job. What'd they say? I'm thinking about leaving the Oval Office for something that pays a little better. That's a fun little tradition. Other sports don't really have that, I guess, because they're not structured in the same way.
Imagine putting a president on skates and having him do like the annual first slap shot.
Oh my God! Now Donald Trump out on the ice to make the historic first save They put him in goalie equipment out there.
He's just like,
oh, that would be a true test of
or
metal.
boxing. What about boxing? If he was going to go out there and like
Throw the first punch. And take
throw the first, and the
punch.
first punch will be thrown by Donald Trump.
I hate this job.
Foreman's down.
Foreman's down.
Donald like whispers to Mike. He's like, Tyson, you got to take the dive here, right? You know you're going down, right?
That's right, Mr. President.
That's right, Mr. Pete. You know how absolutely terrible I can make your life, right?
Right.
And we take another look at those rape charges.
Do you really want to be audited?
Yeah, just just a weak pillow-armed
Arm
bullshit
punch,
punch. I
Dude,
don't
I
think.
wanna do an
How far
am-
would you have to go back for a president to be able to throw a good, solid punch?
All right.
Obama?
During their presidency,
Gerald Ford, maybe. I bet he could throw it. Yeah, during the
I bet Bill
presidency.
Clinton- look, Bill Clinton. I think first
You
term
think
Bill
so?
Clinton. I bet first. I mean, we know he choke a bitch out. We heard the stories.
With his
Yeah, yeah. He
He
was
put the
quite the rapist.
Like he handled Paula Jones like she was nothing.
Yeah,
Shoved
She
her
had
against
no-
that wall.
I bet Obama could throw a punch because to me he's like
he was younger. Yeah,
He was in his 40s and he was still actively playing basketball.
Sure.
It's something about basketball to me. I played it. It's fucking exhausting.
hmm
You can't hide. You can't glide down the ice not working like you can in hockey.
you
Yeah.
definitely like.
It's like playing soccer.
Obama's the best cardio president we've had in a long time. Thinking
W
of
was
like,
good too.
yeah, I guess W was fit. I'm just thinking of like Roosevelt, not the crippled one. Like he seemed like a tough cookie. Gerald Ford looked like when he was younger, at least he was built like a brick shit house.
He was, yeah.
Like he looks pretty big. And then there's a bunch of there's no way Nixon could throw a punch. There's no way Carter could. No, man, most of our presidents aren't very cool at all.
Yeah, a lot of them are kind of academic, studious types.
Mhm.
I mean,
Or they have the right
good.
parents. Yeah.
I wish they were more academic. Like I feel like George Bush wasn't the smartest whip. You know,
Don't you dare.
This is W. His dad was pretty bright, I thought.
his dad was sketchy. I don't know.
Of course he was sketchy. Wasn't he the head of the CIA?
I was about to say the guy that ran the CIA probably shouldn't be running the country right after. That seems like a sketchy.
As if
scary
he wasn't
motherfucker.
running it from the head office of the CIA.
I'm thinking of it. To me, Obama, I'm almost taking back. Obama was a very studious, like academic-minded president, and that didn't always serve him well. Most of them, though, are EQ presidents.
Yeah.
You know, Bill Clinton was an emotional guy. And EQ, emotional quotient, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the ability to relate to people. I know you guys know. I'm talking to the audience.
Yeah, yeah.
And so Clinton was high on that. W was super high on that. Reagan was super high on that. Trump, I think he's all about relating to his audience. He's an EQ guy. Biden's an EQ guy. Not like in recent history, that's what it takes to win elections and be a politician, not so much constitutional scholar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the kind of people who front the money to get people elected president, like they don't want some goofy Poindexter nerd. They're not going to like the Sheldon Adelson or whoever isn't going to put $100 million behind some like geeky, like I've got a plan to make our roads safer. Like they want someone who's going to be emotional.
I mean, look at
and
Ronald
be
Reagan, right?
drawing. Yeah.
That's your
Great
poster boy.
communicator.
That's your poster boy for EQ, and like just populace over substance, right? Like the guy was a movie star. He was a fucking movie cowboy.
How big of a movie star was he before? A really big one or like a middling star?
He was, B movies.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, he did a lot of westerns and shit. Like
But, like
he was known. He was no Clint Eastwood. Wasn't Charles Bronson or anything.
less than, so his movies were from before my time, but it's my understanding he was like straight to VHS kind of actor before VHS, but like that was the kind of movies he made.
But enough so that like he was a known entity like already. Like oh yeah, Reagan. Yeah. I think he was one of those like campfire singing cowboys. But yeah, I don't know. That's a humiliating first throw by Conor McGregor, but though back to where we started.
Yeah,
Like,
for how athletic he is, like
That's
if you're
not
that
his
athletic,
sport.
I imagine. But like he clearly has like a natural athleticism. Like anyone who's in the UFC or the NBA or whatever, like I imagine you take them, you put them in a different scenario, they're naturally better than someone picked off the street. Like they have
Mechanics.
good mechanics, like good mind-body connection with their muscles and the tension and everything.
It's like a snap. Like I'll give you a perfect example. I bet a guy who can swing a bat is going to fuck up a slap shot. Like I don't understand. I know
That's
how to
true.
swing a baseball bat. I bet I could go get in a batting cage right now and do okay.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if you put me on the ice, like forget the ice. You put me on the ice, I'll probably bust my ass. But even if you put me like in like street hockey, I don't really understand the mechanics exactly of that thing. I think I do. I think it's more of a kind of a twisting of the hips and flicking of at the elbow and shoulders.
I guess that is true. Like
there's a lot of
like,
wrist in a baseball swing. There's a lot of flick. Do you flick your wrist with a slap shot?
With a slap shot, no. You want to keep your
in my
wrists
head, it's more
static.
of a.
With a wrist shot, you want to use your wrists, obviously. Yeah, like in my basement, I have the hockey area, and every time people come over and they like have a few drinks, they want to take slap shots, and it is horrifying how people they think it's like taking a golf drive, and so they're like choked up to the top, and it's just now wild and erratic and scary. And it's like, Woody, you've probably experienced this, like where you just like kind of take a street hockey puck or something and you know how to shoot a wrist shot and it just feels intuitive. It feels like, how do you not know how to do it? And you see other people and they do that thing where they like start the blade on the ground 8 inches behind the puck and they just go, just like slap at it. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, how do you know?
The way you do it for non-hockey players is you're bending the stick against the ground, and then it's as it straightens, it flips through.
Ooh.
So on a slap shot, you're hitting kind of just behind the puck really hard, and it bends a whole lot and powers through. On a wrist shot, it's the same thing, but you're almost loading it in a concentrated way, like in a purposeful way. You sort of bend it against the ground and then flip it.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at with mechanics, how they just don't translate. Like that. That's the guy who throws punches. I mean, has he ever the concept of throwing that ball? Like
yes, but his shoulders aren't even.
And he's wearing that goddamn suit.
I bet it would have been like at least 50% better without the suit.
It had to have been better. There's no way the suit didn't hurt him. But yeah, he looked like a jabroni. That's embarrassing.
I was looking up how big a star Reagan is. It is really hard to get a non-political answer. There's some people. He was a B-movie actor. He was often like in double features and stuff like that. Is one answer I got. Another guy said he's one of the most successful actors of all time. President of the Screen
that's true.
Guild.
I mean, making him that's
another guy said he was a movie actor that transitioned to television. Think of him as Alec Baldwin, which is bigger than I expected. And I just got every answer and still don't know the truth.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to be friends with a lot of like people who were really big on Reagan, and I was always watching those black and white speeches, and like, I don't know, he knew his speeches were so good. His speeches were so good. Like when he's talking about like taxes and stuff like that, and unleashing the American industry and stuff like that, you're like, yeah, why don't they do that anymore? And it's like, oh yeah, that ran us into like an enormous amount of debt. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how big of a movie star. I don't think I've ever seen a Reagan movie. I've seen clips of them. They're a little cheesy.
With him and a monkey or something, like a chimpanzee.
Oh, you're thinking about Every Which Way But Loose with Clint Eastwood.
I don't think so.
He's a truck driver with a chimpanzee? Or maybe it's an orangutan. Clyde, maybe is the monkey's name.
No,
they made a sequel too. They both made movies with monkeys.
Reagan made a movie with it was called Bedtime for Bonzo, and it was a Reagan film with a chimp.
Okay, well, Clint Eastwood also made one called Every Which Way But Loose, where he is a truck driver with a sidekick, I believe orangutan, who rode in the truck with him. And I think there's a scene where the orangutan punches a guy out. it's very funny.
In Bedtime for Bonzo, there's Reagan and his wife in bed with a chimpanzee jumping around by their feet as the cover art for the movie. It looks silly.
Fair, okay,
but
decent president, I guess. His wife.
I don't feel qualified to judge. Like you said, he ushered in this, like the debt era of America, which I have thought for a long time was going to hurt us, and here we are, like 40 years later, just keeping it going. So maybe I don't understand debt. But I mean, certainly the economy turned around underneath him, and should get some credit for that. And I think part of it was because of the tax changes he made, but so is the debt. I don't know the answer.
Yeah,
it's because of the cool westerns. Everybody,
and then I'm told that his wife was running the country for like at least a year or two
at the end because of the Alzheimer's.
Isn't that the
Man.
second time that's happened? Who else did that happen with? That,
With Roosevelt.
Oh,
His dykey wife ran the country for a long time.
Franklin D. when he was
Eleanor
incapacitated?
Roosevelt ran the country for a while. Yeah.
okay.
He was president for too long.
AMA question: would you guys ever want to do scuba?
No.
He already got scuba certified recently. He's been getting into it a lot.
Did.
Yeah. I think they start off in swimming pools to like do the certification, the training and stuff.
I've done that.
Yeah, I could see myself doing it. I don't have like a real interest in it. I'll tell you what I would want to do though, more than that, is spear fishing. And I think you use mostly snorkel for that and sort of free dive down. And use like a spear gun. That's at least that's the kind that interests me. That I've seen that done, and that I have some interest in that. But
The
not
Sailing
enough.
Vagabond couple legit use spear gun to find dinner. Like it's like, okay, like that's their method of fishing. The question they wanted me to answer in particular, according to the question. Anyway, would I be interested in scuba, and who's my ideal dive buddy? My problem with scuba is I don't live near the good places to scuba, right? Like I think you want to be in some place with clear water, maybe some corals, and that means that I have to get on a flight every time I do it. It doesn't work. Like paramotoring from my yard works. Scuba from my airport doesn't. But whenever I get into a hobby, I have this like conquest mentality around it. So like when I got into paramotoring, it wasn't just sightseeing from 1,000 feet. It turned into acro paramotoring, where I'm doing helis and rhythmic sats and other stupid bullshit. When I get into motorcycles, right, I'm not just cruising the street looking at the trees or whatever you look at. I'm starting to go faster, and I'm doing off-road stuff, and I'm doing the dirt bike stuff and hurting myself. And like it's always conquest based. That's kind of how I'm wired. So if I got into scuba, I bet it would start like all these other things, sort of sightseeing, and then it would lead to cave diving and whatever else is interesting about scuba, going deeper. Like I'm kind of wired to just turn something that's fun into something that's dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, and I saw a thing about free diving the other day, which
that seems terrifying.
Which is a bit of an oxymoron, because when I thought of free diving, the word free implicates to me that you swim down, but no, you use like this mechanism that pulls you down to like record-setting depths, and then inflates a big like balloon and like pulls you back up. And so like this couple was trying to set some kind of a world record. It's like, I don't want to exaggerate, but it might have been 500 or 600 feet, which is absurd. She died because like the cable that she's like riding this elevator down that's pulling her down quickly, and the cable below it got like kinked. Not like started like doing this number, like flowing around. And so it got caught on that kink. And so for 30 seconds at like 300 feet, she just had to sit there while the kink got undone. And that 30 seconds, along with a few other complications, meant that she died down there. I would do that, but not so far. Like, I don't want to go 500. I don't want to go 300. Hook it up for 100. Let's see what that feels like. I can hold my breath a minute. That's all it takes. Let me ride this thing down for a minute and come back up. How bad was it? Actually, not that bad. Let's try 110. I'd like to goof around with that like a little bit. No. But the idea of going down to like where they were going, those record-setting depths on a single breath. I think they said she had to hold her breath for 3 minutes.
Oh, I'd be dead.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I think we'd all be dead.
Not now, but there was a time when I was way better than most people at holding my breath when I was a swimmer. Yeah. And 3 minutes.
It's a very long time. And they do that thing called, I don't know if it's called loading or something like that, where you take the deepest breath you can, and then you take gulps and like pack more air in, and then go, and I'm sure there's plenty of like concentration and like maybe meditation to sort of like slow your heart rate down, calm yourself down so your oxygen use is as low as possible. I do have like tiniest bit of interest in doing that though. Like again, I can hold my breath for a minute. I don't see how I could probably get up a little closer to 2 minutes. I kind of want to sit here and hold my breath, but that's a terrible show.
Yeah.
but I don't know. I'd like
Let's
to
do
experiment.
that.
Let's all hold our breath for as
do
long
a
as we can.
breath holding competition.
I'm looking, Kyle. So I was surprised by your description of freediving and what it is. Dude, there are like, I'm estimating 20 different categories of competitive apnea is what they call it. Am I getting that right? And yeah, competitive apnea, where they just hold their breath and do crazy stuff. And so there is one like where you describe where you just use literally no equipment and go down and back. That's one. You can do it with and without fins, you know. So anyway, that's
Makes
how they
sense,
divide
yeah.
it.
I would
like
never want
everything
to
else.
go scuba diving. It's being that
You are
far
so
down.
risk averse. I can't even like get my
with
head
the
around
ocean.
it.
With the ocean in particular, I don't. It spooks me. It's scary.
Okay, now I
But
am
like
I am
you
with
would
you
never go paramotoring, you would never go scuba diving, you would never go motorcycling.
Skydiving?
I'm a ground guy.
Would you
I
go
don't want the air,
skydiving?
I don't want the sea.
Motorcycles ground.
If I was bullied into skydiving, I might do it, but I would rather, I would be afraid. Probably.
Jesus.
No, I know.
I'm going skydiving
Of course
next.
you're afraid.
I'm going
That doesn't
skydiving next week.
Impact your behavior. Like you acknowledge the fear and tell it to fuck off.
It's so funny. You're like, oh my God, my hobbies, I fly around, motorcycles, woodwork lathes, and I'm like, I'm gonna try archery.
Archery's cool as fuck. Like I'm
It is
excited you're
cool
getting
as
into
fuck.
archery because
No,
I'm about to
getting
get into it as
suggested-
well.
I'm getting.
I
okay,
might-
good.
I
Let's get
might.
in. Let's get it.
We're
get
gonna be
into archery.
Ah!
Now
I'm
we've
gonna
all
be
got
the
big
worst.
Can we start an
muscles, we're all
archery
gonna be-
podcast, like a companion piece that's nothing? We all get one of those, like, those Robin Hood caps with a little feather in it.
Oh, yeah.
We're all like
We each pick a different kind of bow. We have to vehemently defend as the best kind of bow. Just the
I'm
same
an
argument.
addle man myself.
I don't even know what that is.
Wow, what are you, some techno guy? I throw stones.
The addle is this ancient mechanical device that allows you to like throw these tiny little spears.
Mhm.
It's got one
I've
stick
seen
like
it on
hooks into the
Primitive.
back of another and you flick it. It's like what cavemen or like not cavemen exactly, a little further ahead than that, but not quite Bronze Age either, would use to like hunt
Yeah.
larger game.
Now I know what it is. Primitive technology. The YouTube channels. I
Mhm.
think I have.
Yeah.
some. He made one.
Well, I'm
No,
glad we should all get into archery because I'm hopefully I'll be able to go this weekend if nothing else comes up and just give it a go, try it out, figure out the draw length and the draw weight, and
Yeah, they'll
I'm gonna-
sort that immediately.
Mhm,
Like
yeah.
that's a like 5-minute thing. As far
Can
as
you just
draw
do
length.
that at Dick's Sports and ask the guy like
If they have an
try 'em
archery
on?
department, yeah.
everywhere's saying to go somewhere that's like specific archery because the guy at Dick's doesn't know anything about the bow or they're not as knowledgeable
Do you
on
just
it, I guess.
pull what would happen if I went there, pulled a handful of bows, and decided on my own? Is that stupid?
Oh,
No,
well, like
I don't think
so.
so.
So we would. Well, he's talking
It's
about
just
more
then
like
you-
dialing in like your draw length, which is akin
Yeah.
to like figuring out how long your hockey stick needs to be to like fit your body and stuff.
Except
didn't-
more advanced than that. So like what
so
if you
so like
went
when you
to-
draw a bow back, like this hand has to come back to a very specific resting position.
Mhm.
For me, I'm literally doing it, and the other hand is fully outstretched but slightly relaxed. And so the length between here and there is like 32 inches for me or something like that. 30, 31, 32. I don't remember what it is, but the bow has to be the string has to be of that length so that when you draw it back, you don't want to be like this, like holding your bow like this so that you're not in the perfect body mechanics. And you don't want to be like this either because this is very awkward. Now my shoulder, I can feel it in my rotator cuff. It's very uncomfortable. So you want to be in that sweet zone where you're in the correct form.
So to
Now I'm
answer your question,
understanding it.
yeah, basically people online are like, you can go buy a bow like after doing a ton of research at Dick's, but they're gonna go, here's your bow box. What kind of string do you need? Okay.
You're
What kind
right.
of this? What kind of risers do you need? What kind of limbs do you need? Whereas if you go to the archery store, you can just be like, hey, I'd love to get into archery. I want to try shooting a recurve.
I love the
bow."
smell of an archery store.
And they'll be like, where do you hold the? And they'll be like, what hand do you hold the riser with? And like, left hand. You're like, okay, stand like this. All right, grab this and pull it.
They'll make your arrows.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and
that's
they'll
the
do
other
it for
thing.
you.
So all the arrows come at a very long length. And once they've determined your draw length, that's how long your arrows are going to be now. And so they take these either carbon fiber is the industry standard now. Don't get aluminum arrows. Like pay the extra $3 an arrow or whatever.
Peon. Were you
Aluminum
thinking about
arrows.
aluminum arrows, Taylor?
Aluminum arrows,
No.
like you can take a carbon fiber arrow and bend it like this much, and it's all a-okay.
Mhm.
Aluminum doesn't bend, and aluminum breaks, and aluminum like if you ever miss a shot, your carbon fiber arrow is probably okay if it skids off through the woods a little. Your aluminum arrow is ruined.
Yeah.
But they cut them. They cut them to length, and then they have this process of like putting the insert in that the tips are going to screw into with this glue, and I can smell that glue sitting here. I have that memory of that glue. It's
What do you
Excited
think
to
you
smell
spend
it.
on day one? You buy an arrow, you get the things sorted out, and you buy.
it's been
I'm-
years.
I said an arrow,
but
maybe 20 arrows and a bow.
if you were going to get all right, so if I were going, so he wants to get a recurve bow, which are quite a bit cheaper, I think. But if I were going to get a compound bow, I'd probably spend at least $1,000 on the bow, maybe a little bit more, and then I'd get a new release because mine's out of date. So those are probably like $30 to $60. Arrows. Last time I bought arrows, it's been a long time. Were like $80 a dozen.
They're expensive.
Does
Yeah.
the archery store have a shooting range?
Yeah, almost
most
all
This
of them.
is
do.
what I want. I want to dip my toe. I want to spend $250, and I want a coach to hang out with me for, I don't know, 30 or 60 minutes, figure out those things that I would need to know, and I will figure out if I want to spend the next part.
Yeah.
You can
Apparently
rent the
it's
bow
like you don't
and
you
spend
don't, it's
almost
like a
nothing.
gun store. You
That's
just
what
go
I'm
there.
getting at. Yeah. The first time I ever shot a gun, I got a coach. I got a
Mhm.
coach. He showed me how to load the magazine, showed me how to do all the things that you don't know how to do as a non-gun person. That's what my archery experience should be. I'm seeing.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. He's leaning toward the recurve thing. I highly recommend the compound bow thing. You have a deadly weapon in a compound bow. You have something
Mhm.
that has a lot of technology built into it, all sorts of like space age like materials, whether it's carbon fiber or fiberglass or aluminum or titanium. Like they're neat pieces of advanced machinery.
I want to
Rick-
shoot both before I pick. But I aesthetically and just the look
It's a
of it.
hobby.
Yeah, and like hobby wise, like I just
Recreational
there's something about
activity.
recurve bows. It's like that just looks cool.
Yeah, they're
Lord
cool.
of the Ringsy.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings.
When you
I'm
shoot
gonna dress up like an elf.
when you shoot a compound bow, the arrow goes so goddamn fast. You're like, oh, so this is just a rifle that shoots a little slower, and they're incredibly accurate. Like you've probably heard people talk about like, oh yeah, that rifle's more accurate than I am. Bows are more accurate than you are. Bows are more accurate than you are.
I feel like I should get a crossbow, and that way I can be as good as you guys because I'm using cheat codes.
You'd be surprised.
You
I
can't go to
don't-
archery ranges and shoot crossbows.
So with a crossbow, you're holding it up just like you would a rifle, and there's no stabilization there because you are holding it. There's something about when you've got a compound bow drawn, the push and pull that's going on offers a lot of stabilization.
Oh,
All of
Makes
a, it doesn't wiggle, it doesn't tremble really, as long as you're strong enough to
Right.
hold it. And you sort of like you've got a peephole back here you're looking through that's very much like older rifle sights with the hole in the back and the dot in the front, and you've got a very pin prick dot that glows because of the way it's one of those
unobtainium.
sometimes people use tritium in those, yeah, but it's like the day sights even like they draw light like fiber optically.
Oh, the
and
optic ones. Yeah.
yeah, and so like you have this excellent sight that you're able to really put where you want it, and the trigger is as good as any rifle trigger. You have this release mechanism that hooks onto the back of the string, and it's like a rifle's trigger. So you can be shockingly accurate with a compound bow, especially out to like medium distances, 20, 30, 40 yards, something like that. When you go beyond that, like a lot of people don't shoot much further than that.
I mean, like in my yard, I was like pacing out stuff today. For a recurve, I don't think I really want to be shooting any more than like 20 yards. And compound would probably be too powerful for my yard.
20 yards is where you kill most deer.
That's
30 yards.
That's what they say to practice is 20 yards.
Yeah, I always practiced at 20 yards, but my bow was sighted from 20 to 45 yards. And,
how's that work? 20 to 45, like different points in the sight you
so-
look at?
So the site, so it works both ways actually. Like some sites have different pins for different yardages, and so you just know. I would always write with a very minute marker, like 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards next to the pin. You can take a little piece of masking tape and put it over the thing and write on that. But my sight was adjustable, so it had this sort of thing that you slid up and down, and it had an indicator that went on to where that piece of tape was, and I'd slide it to that number, and it would move the front sight up and down, just like a rifle or something. So that would cause you to arc the bow to meet that angle.
Interesting.
So,
and you're just like guesstimating on how far away the deer
that's
is.
part of the challenge with 3D archery, where you go to those shoots where it's unknown distances, and like you'll be there with other archers, and like maybe you're like, hey, what do you think? That is? I don't know, 25, 27, something like that. Or maybe somebody like, I don't know what. I have no idea how far.
I'm not worried. I brought a gun.
Bang!
You're ruining everybody's fun.
No, but they I don't know. Archery's fun, and it's incredibly fun if you're hunting with it. Target shooting in the backyard was always I used to shoot every day, like because you've got to practice a lot to like maintain that little skill. It's difficult to do. But hunting was always like the main thing. I never shot like targets in any sort of competitive fashion like my dad did.
I had someone who on Twitter reach out, and they told me they've been a archer for 12 years. Shout out Hosed. Thank you. He said to use just to start a 50-pound recurve for me, he thinks would be a good kind of kickoff point.
Yeah, I agree. Like you'll have no problem drawing that.
I'm not. Yeah, it's fun to think about like learning a new and totally useless unless you're hunting skill. But I don't know. Like I imagine getting a lot of satisfaction being like, damn, like I get how to do it now. Like that was more accurate than it was a week ago. Just a fun little hobby to get into.
Some videos or a coach will help a lot because you need to know how to place your feet, and you need to know like proper draw technique, where your elbow needs to be, where your hand needs to be. Someone can look at you and be like, oh, you're too tense right here, or straighten your back, or relax, or you're bent over, or they'll look at your form and kind of help you out. That's often really helpful because you don't know the mechanics. Just like Conor McGregor throwing that baseball, you're not really sure what it should feel like to do it properly.
To tie into what Kyle's saying, like the expression I've used in a bunch of hobbies, if you want to get good, practice. If you want to get good fast, hire a coach.
Yeah.
And that makes a huge difference.
Practicing without a coach can just ingrain bad technique sometimes,
So we got to do AMA questions from the Patreons.
Yes.
This one's interesting to me. If YouTube hadn't worked out for Woody and Kyle, what trajectory do they think their lives would have taken? For Taylor, if your current line of work hadn't planned out, where would it have taken you? I'll go first. So Cisco is obviously where I was before YouTube. And as I look back on it, maybe through a harsh light, I felt like towards the end of my time at Cisco, I wasn't doing what I was really good at. So what I'm really good at was sort of like programming and leading teams that were programming. If you needed something done, like my project management was really good. I'd take the project, I'd break it down, come up with the timeline, get the right people on the right tasks, and make sure that we tracked towards hitting our deadlines and get shit done, on time, on budget, and bug free. Like that I was really good at. As I advanced in my career, I moved from, hey, Woody, this is what we need, to, hey, Woody, what do you think we need? And that wasn't I wasn't a natural at that. Just looking at the landscape of Cisco IT and thinking, what should we be doing better? It was kind of broad, and a lot of the changes seemed like unnecessary changes to me. People just resume building by grabbing some hip tech and wanting experience with it so they could leave Cisco with this fucking one project that's not like the others and a new thing on their resume. Anyway, but I was elevated into that position, and I was working towards these like member of technical staff type jobs. And I think I would have been really stressed at being a round peg in a square hole. I would have been promoted to something that I wasn't naturally good at. I wonder how that would have gone if I would have gotten good at it, or if I would have always been like, fucking trying to fool these people into thinking that I'm good at this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I had talked to my dad about doing something with small business of some kind. And we'd kind of made a deal that if I went back and got like a fledgling business degree, he would front me in like whatever venture I wanted to go into. And like the little ideas I had were like one of those like quick oil change places. We didn't have one in our town. And I was like, I really need one of those quick oil change places. Like people have to go to Shade Tree Mechanics here. And like, I know it's a small town, but like get one of them going and we see it's productive. Then like, we got to make another one now and stick it over there. And sure enough, like 3 or 4 years after that, like someone did it. Like one of my dad's friends actually that I used to play poker with did it. And it's been a wildly successful business, and they've got like 3 of them now. So I was looking at something like that, like some sort of a small business. We'd also looked at restaurant franchises at the time. There wasn't a Chick-fil-A in our town. And it just seemed like those I don't remember what the qualifications.
That would do well.
You just had to be a fake Christian, basically, and come up with like $200,000, and they basically give you a license to print money. It seemed like real estate was so cheap there by the interstate at the time. So I was looking at something like that. I knew I didn't want to work, as far as like on somebody's like hourly thing. I wanted to own something or be my own boss in some way.
Chick-fil-A is a mixed bag, by the way, as a franchise. I was about to say franchise owner, but the thing is, you don't own it, right? When you buy a Wendy's, you own that restaurant. You can sell it. When you buy a McDonald's, etc. With Chick-fil-A, you are paying, I don't know how much it is, like $250,000. You're buying a job, and then you will run a Chick-fil-A that you can't sell, that isn't yours. It's profitable typically, right? So you might be paying $250,000 for a job that pays $200,000 a year, but just know that's your deal. You're not turning it into a $3 million Wendy's like you could there.
Yeah, and you can.
Later.
Yeah, like that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I was looking at stuff like that. I like the idea of, I don't know, the mechanics of business and sort of starting with this initial investment and like having a good business plan, and the hiring of employees actually intrigued me. Having the power over someone's life.
Dude,
at Chick-fil-A.
One of the worst
Chick-fil-A.
things about fast food, like, because I've thought about owning stuff like that before too. Hiring people who want to work for fast food wages sounds awful. Hiring people who don't value their job, like at Cisco, everyone really valued their job. Everyone desperately wanted to impress their boss and their boss's boss, and they typically had mortgages and families, and they needed that job. And sure, people came and left, but mostly these are professionals trying to advance in their careers. At Chick-fil-A or Wendy's or whatever, half of that staff will say fuck you and walk out literally on the spot, no notice.
They've done it. You see it all the time.
Yeah, and having staff like that doesn't care about their job, so what you're almost like asking them to work, like instead of saying, hey, I need more out of you, you're not working hard enough, it's like, I'm glad you came at all.
That's where having like a big family would be so clutch. Like if you're one of those Mormons that's got like 8, 9, 10 kids, and you can like have them like running through that bitch, like yeah, Johnny Sr., he's the GM now, and Tina, she runs the night shift, and little Bobby here, he's a fry cook, aren't you, boy? Did you burn those fries again? I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm out of your pay now. Yes, Daddy. like you had basically, if you had your family in there working for you. But you're absolutely right. Like I was a fast food employee for 10 days one time. We hated it. We hated it.
And
it sounds awful. But you got lots of free days.
I'm guessing you didn't give 2 weeks notice. Right.
I just disappear.
Just to let you know, I'll be quitting.
I love that meme where the black guy just goes deuces, and he just like vaporizes. He like turns invisible. That's how everybody is at like Burger King, fast food type restaurants, just vaporize. They're gone.
You're talking about having a bunch of kids.
We didn't do your career.
I was already thinking about like Amish people, but yeah, I don't know. I some kind of sales, I guess I would have to do. Like I don't have any technical skills, but I'm pretty good at speaking and public speaking and stuff like that. So, and I've taken a shying to sales when I've had to do it, middling kind of. so. But, yeah, if it's not a job that revolves around my ability to speak, I'm not qualified to do it. So yeah, I would some kind of sales, and that'd probably be where most of the money was.
Okay, that I agree with. Like if I was career counseling Taylor, if you want money, sales, because you definitely could be great at it, and you have a natural affinity for it. Like you would just crush in sales. The downside of sales is the life you live, right? There's travel, there's different people. It's hard to be a successful salesman who eats dinner with the family every night. Right? That's not typically part of the gig. The other thing, Taylor's really smart. And I feel like you could put Taylor, there's a million industries out there when no one knows it before they start. If Taylor worked at UPS, they would quickly recognize he's smarter than 99% of the other employees, and he'd be in management, and he'd learn the shipping industry, and that's that. Take
I
UPS,
use a man on the inside.
It's like to give you
UPS and
warnings.
swap it with so many gigs. You know, there's so many industries out there where no one knows them until you work there, where you could rise up. If
That's
you wanted to
kind
be
of
home
you.
for
I appreciate it.
dinner.
Yeah. It'd probably be sales, really.
If you want money.
If money was the drive. And like, there's always, at least everybody, all my friends in sales, like it's almost like they're bank robbers, where like they're looking, at least the ones that sell big expensive things or real estate. Like some of them frame it like, oh, if I sell like 3 more of these units or whatever, I don't need to work for 8 months. I'm just going to go do whatever I want for a while because I have more than enough money. And I don't think that I would do well with that kind of structure, because I would start to feel guilty about not working. Like, I can't imagine taking that. Maybe, are you guys like that? Where like when you're supposed to be doing a job and you get too much time off, you get like antsy, restless. You just feel like you're wasting time, or at least I do.
Yeah, I don't know. So Cisco was project driven, and I almost felt like I deserved some amount of weeks of not being worked very hard before the next one kicked off.
Well, that's totally fair and reasonable. I mean, like these people who are like couple, they'll sell cars or sell real estate for 4 months out of the year, make enough to live comfortably, and the other 8 months, it's like, oh, what are you up to, Adam? Oh, I'm just chilling. It's all right. You can always go back to car sales, Kyle.
Could. Or
does the idea
management thing more likely? That's where you make so much more money.
Oh,
that would be the goal. Do finance.
There's a lot of positions in different companies, like where the salespeople make more than like the middle management above them. That's not the case for cars.
You got to sell so many fucking cars for that to be the case. Like if you're selling 30 fucking cars a month, yeah. But if you're like a finance manager, you just sit over there and chill, and already done deals come to you, and you just try to sell them a little extra, or you try to make a point or two on their interest rate, and you're getting paid off of that. But you're not having to like deal with customers, at least as a salesman. Like, you're dealing with 8 customers for every 2 you sell, probably something like that. Like so much of your time is being wasted. 100% of a sales manager or of a finance manager's work, not 100, like maybe somebody, like something happens with their financing or something and it falls through, but 95% of their customers are deals that they're going to make something on. My finance manager had an $80,000 necklace.
Jesus Christ.
It was like that material that's like a bike chain. You know how that like bike chains are, that sort of interlocking links, except it was platinum and diamonds. And like every link was another diamond. And like those guys, like watches cost more than cars. Like all they were always, and like they were like
gaudy.
It was like something off The Sopranos. How like every time you see them, they're in a nicer suit.
Yeah.
Like wealthy though, because I'm hearing a lot of bad financial decisions. So you could be wealthy and make those, or you could be not wealthy and make those.
Well, I mean, they were making tens and tens of thousands of dollars a month. Like they were spending it, and they were working a lot of hours, but yeah, they were just making a lot of money. I mean, the answer is both. I think that they were making a lot of money and spending a lot of money, because they were like, the one in particular I'm talking about was a good-looking black guy in his 30s, and it's just like, this dude's going out tonight with that $80,000 chain on and pulling some pussy in his like $130,000 car. Like, they were always driving like brand
new.
No
savings.
Maybe not. Maybe so. I don't know. He wasn't finance. Maybe he knows better. Maybe he's like, do you know how much this necklace has appreciated in the last 6 months alone? Like, for all I know,
nothing at all.
Nothing. No, because it's jewelry, and I bought it at 4 times what I can sell it.
Probably so.
Yeah.
I mined these diamonds myself. I
bought it at the duty-free shop in Trinidad. They assured me that it was real.
And then just like the sales managers, the guys who were like getting a flat percentage of all used car sales, or a flat percentage of all new car sales, like, they were just making ungodly amounts of money, like less than 100K a month, but more than 50K a month, shit like that. And plus, like, because they were in that management position, they never had to buy a car again. They just always got to drive brand new cars, like pick one off the lot kind of situation.
That is a cool thing about like their job, is just never dealing with the DMV, just dealer plates, drive wherever you want, do whatever you want. And
company insurance. They're not paying insurance either.
How much are the guys who like own I guess your dealership is what you know the most about. The guy who owned that, he was like multi-million.
Well, the guy who owns that's probably a billionaire because that's AutoNation.
Oh, then okay, then he's a billionaire. Yeah, that's
yeah, that's
big
AutoNation. It's the
chain.
largest retailer in the world, as far as I know.
That would be funny if you decided to go back to car
I'll say
sales
this.
as a side gig and you promoted it on the show like you did for the motorcycle thing. You're like, I'll be down selling cars at the AutoNation.
We got a Hyundai Sonata here.
There's like a line. They're like, no, I'm only buying from Kyle. Everybody hates you.
The like there was the general manager. He made incredible money. But then there was the guy who was the regional manager, and he was the corporate regional manager of like, I don't know if it was the Southeast or just Atlanta, but there were like 13 dealerships in Atlanta alone that had the team name associated with them. Team was just like either the Atlanta or the Southeast version of AutoNation. Same branding and everything, but team was our like local name. And the dude was obsessed with the Sopranos. Like this is when Sopranos was in its heyday, and he dressed like a Sopranos character. He had his hair slicked straight back. He had that had the mannerisms, like the big suits and stuff, the watches. His ringtone was the Sopranos theme music. Like he was I wish I could remember that guy's name now. I could probably look him up on the internet. Another one of our the head finance manager. I won't say his name, but like he was like 5'7", 5'8", but he had such a huge personality. Like he was clearly like you'd be like, yeah, I met that guy. He's kind of short, huh? Is he? I don't know. I remember him being a big guy. And you look over it. Oh, huh? From afar, he is tiny, huh? But when you're talking to him, you're blown away by like his charisma and his personality. And I know what he did with his money because he owned a chain of GNCs. Like
got into waste management.
He got into waste management in the carting industry, environmental cleanup.
What was that word? Cotting industry?
The carting industry. Carting. It means the garbage. It's a fancy word for garbage.
Oh, I never heard that. Okay.
Yeah. I've been watching a lot of The Sopranos.
Can I change the topic?
Again. Yeah, go for it.
Dude, the Cybertruck is scheduled to come out this year towards the end. And it's late September as I say this. I was just Googling for an updated release date and I don't see one. They do say the rear wheel drive only one is next year, but the all-wheel drive one, the four-wheel drive one, is this year. Is it gonna happen?
Is Starlink gonna happen? Because it's supposed to be this year too.
Elon Musk is the most full of shit billionaire. Like, here's what he actually did. He released the Tesla 3 and he made rockets that can land.
So basically he's Ben Franklin without the whores and syphilis.
That makes him less cool.
As far as you
less
know.
cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm interested in the Cybertruck. If he actually delivers on that, I'm like, oh, it's a whole nother thing that he did. I want him to. It's just been. It seems like it's been too long since he's done anything. His latest thing of putting civilians in space, and he's upset that the president didn't like congratulate him. Is that even a thing? Putting civilians in space? Like, is that impressive in a way that I don't understand? Like, going to space is obviously a cool thing, but now it just feels like he's doing the same thing again with new people in it. Like it, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm impressed, but I still like Elon Musk. I hope, I don't know what this delay is with the Cybertruck. Let's see. It says 2022 now, I think.
Oh, they just updated the reservations page to say 2022 instead.
Oh, it's unlikely to ramp to significant volume until late 23.
Jesus.
He blamed that on the degree of technology that Tesla has baked into the electric pickup. Previously, Musk has warned that elements like the distinctive still body will demand new manufacturing process with a steep learning curve. It's a worrying setback for what once looked like it could be among the very first of the electric pickups to reach the market. Instead, it seems that the Cybertruck will follow rivals, some from big names like Ford, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
He was the first to promise, the first to collect money on pre-orders, and the last to deliver. Elon Musk fanboys, please acknowledge what he does here. He overpromises and underdelivers so much. I don't know. I feel like Elon Musk is advancing humanity. Like, there's definitely some cool things he's doing, but good gosh, He does 1/4 of what he says he does. He should be a host.
I hope it comes out. I really hope the Starlink thing happens for because like I said, it'd be nice like if I could like hook my dad up with the 21st century. There's no fucking internet there that's reliable. You know, it's super annoying. He comes over here and he's like, you have an endless possibility of things to watch. How do you ever pick one? And I'm like, well, when it's just Gunsmoke, I guess it's easy, but I have I literally have like almost every streaming service that exists. So it's just like, I'll just like hold forward on Netflix and you know, it's like, brrr, and he's just like, how do you pick one?
That's how my grandpa is too. It's like the amount of selection. He's like, I just want to go back to watching bull riding on regular TV.
Then you could put him on YouTube though, and like start him down that algorithm path of like just search greatest bull rides of all time, 8 seconds of madness, and just walk away because
that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Except I guarantee, like he'd come back, he'd be like, "How do I get it to the hunting channel on, you know, the YouTube hunting channel or like whatever it was?"
I mean, go right over
yeah,
Monster Whitetails 2020. Oh wow. Look at that one.
It's like that Band of Brothers where they give that little kid and he's like, he has never had the taste of chocolate. They're so surprised by it. Yeah, that's what boomers are like when you show them YouTube algorithm. And that's, I guarantee, like I'd go over there and look at his thing. It'd be bullfighting and like farming tech. And that's all he'd be interested in.
Is he literally a boomer, I wonder? Do you know roughly how old he is?
Late 70s. So yeah, very, very early boomer. Yeah. Okay. Very early. Not like one of those like born in 64, technically a boomer, but they're more like Gen X-y. Yeah.
No, my dad's an actual boomer. Like he's born a few days after the World War II ended. Like it's straight up where the boom comes from.
Yeah, that's about the same age as my grandpa.
I don't know. Does everyone know? I guess what happened is the troops came home from World War II and they all started family, and there was this big population explosion. That's the baby boom.
Nice way to put it.
I think it was like 45 to 64.
Okay.
I think. And then Gen X,
the Japanese, and now you're cunts next.
When did millennials start? Early 80s, right? I would guess.
It could be. I don't know. I'm not good at knowing that.
I always assume it's like 20-year gaps. So maybe because Kyle, you'd be like an early millennial.
Something like that. Yeah, I think so.
I'm Gen
born in 86. The year, a good year. I believe that was the year. What was the Challenger that exploded?
A harbinger of death is what you are.
I mean, you know, start the year with a bang.
Well, I'm sure good things happens.
Many Saints of Newark came out in theaters today. The Sopranos prequel film starring James Gandolfini's son.
That came out?
Yes, came out today. It will be on HBO Max in 8 days, October the 1st. You'll be able to watch it on HBO Max and stream it, which is what I'm going to do.
That's not bad.
I guess I'll just wait till Colorado. It's one more day.
Oh, there's one more thing. I think Dune came out, but overseas.
36 mil opening weekend, I think.
Did it release anywhere in English? I wonder.
Don't know.
Because if it is out anywhere in English, there's probably good copies to see on the internet somewhere. Maybe. So I could watch it.
You could.
Well, that would be illegal.
Yeah, I would never do it.
Or you can support cinema.
Well, if no one else, it's like the Sunny episode. If no one else is gonna do it, you know.
Yeah, I think if Dune is out when I'm on vacation, maybe that'll be a little theater trip. I haven't been to a theater in a little bit, and it'd be fun to stumble into a theater and watch it because I think that's a movie that definitely is going to be much better in a theater. Those big wide landscapes and impressive CGI and really interesting cast of characters. And I love the Dune stuff anyway. I even like the original movie that was just a real stinker that nobody else likes.
Did you read the book?
The book is dense, and it's books. It's 30,000 years of history, dude. It's like Warhammer 40K, but not quite as long. It's dense.
Well, I mean, if you like the world, it'd probably be pretty cool to read. Like I guarantee it's a lot more in depth.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a good movie.
Can you rent out theaters?
Yeah,
and be like, but can you say like, I want you to play this movie?
They have a
And-
list of movies to choose from.
really cool.
New releases are a little more expensive, but if you want to watch Jurassic Park or Jaws or like a
Mhm.
classic like that, it's like $100, and you could bring
Wow.
as many people as you want. I think. So like you can go on a date, and it's one thing I've been considering doing is just like taking a date to like Regal, plopping down $100, watching Jurassic Park or Jaws or there just haven't been any good new releases, and I watched Jurassic Park originally in theaters when it came out in 93, I think, somewhere in there. 93, 94, 95. Thought it was 93. But it was a fucking experience. I talked about this on stream the other day, how like people don't realize what a big deal Jurassic Park when it came out. It was massive. Like they had pyramids of Jurassic Park VHSs at my grocery store. They didn't sell movies at the grocery store, but they were like, Jurassic Park's coming out. Get 300 copies of Jurassic Park. Fucking, you put them on a table over there. People will buy them at the checkout counter. Are you sure? Yeah. And they did. Like, I just remember like, Mom, Jurassic Park's out. And even my mom was just like, really? Well, go get one. Like everybody wanted that shit. It was such a big deal. Like we'd never seen dinosaurs like that before. They looked real, especially back then.
It was amazing. There was a big argument over whether dinosaurs really ate people at the time. Like that was part of the national conversation.
Oh my God.
Given the opportunity, yes. Yeah, they would.
You got it right. I would argue. But yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, those like is it the fundamentalist Christians or something like that? It's the young earth people. They do in fact believe that we coexisted alongside the dinosaurs. They bring up these tentative mentions of dinosaurs in the Bible, which are really reaching.
Yes, they mention a leviathan in the deep, which is clearly the Kashikasaur or whatever.
The plesiosaur. Yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense. And then like I've heard them explain fossilization and flash fossilization and all this nonsense, because of course like the reason we have fossil fuels like in fast forward is because for eons after like trees and ferns had evolved, there were no cellulose devouring bacteria that existed. There was nothing to break down the dead trees. They would just fall and lay there because there was nothing. They couldn't be broken down by the fungi and bacteria and stuff that eat cellulose now, and is the reason why we're not. See, I always thought as a kid that like, I bet there's new oil that's always being churned out a little at a time. No, all the oil there's going to be is made because now when trees fall, it gets devoured by all those processes.
That's interesting.
Like those giant coal formations and stuff. That's where eons of forest piled on top of each other, and mudslides would slide over that, and then heat and pressure would form coal over millennia.
Why doesn't that still happen?
Because of, like I said, now there are cellulose devouring bacteria and other microorganisms that make, when a tree falls in the forest, it goes away rather quickly.
What if there's a mudslide?
I mean, I don't have a great answer for you, but I just know it doesn't happen. I think that even in the case of a mudslide, maybe like it's just rotting under the ground.
Obviously the dinosaurs living with humans isn't real, but it is objectively a much cooler version of reality.
Oh, it's such a
like
cooler
if there
version
was like if King Solomon or whatever was riding a brontosaurus through
for sure
Mesopotamia, that would have been pretty cool.
No, and I really enjoy fiction that focuses on civilizations that were that were advanced like before the Egyptians and stuff like that. Like there's this movie called, it's a terrible movie, but it's called 10,000 BC.
Yeah,
and
have
you seen it?
Yeah, it's awful.
Bad. Oh, not the Jack Black movie. Because
that's the one with Jack Black and Michael Cera.
No, this one takes itself seriously, but it's almost equally as bad, and it focuses on some sort of a like pre-Egyptian civilization that's like quite at its height. Like even like there's hunters and gatherers, but then there's like this fucking civilization over here that have like monolithic structures and stuff like that. And I don't remember the details, but like there were saber-toothed tigers and mammoths, and then
you're
there was
right.
a civilization.
That was called 10,000 BC. I was thinking of Year One.
Yeah, I never actually saw that, but I'm aware
also
of its
a bad
existence.
movie.
Bad movie. Yeah, I saw 10,000 BC in theaters, and even as a kid, I was like, not very good movie. Not very good. I'm not entertained as a 12-year-old or whatever I was. But yeah, that fascinates me. That's why that whole Younger Dryas thing with I can't think of the writer off the top of my head. You know, he talks about the comet strike that melted the ice and caused the Great Flood that supposedly wiped out that civilization that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Grant Hopkins or something like that. I can't remember his name. That's not it. But that stuff is fascinating to me. I don't know. I feel like that makes like a really interesting fiction. And anything where they go to the center of the earth and there's stuff down there, I like that shit too.
That is cool. I like that. There need to be more center of the earth movies.
Yeah, I like the idea of alien introduction into like our ancestry to like rise us above like the primitives and make us what we were. Like the idea that like they like the ancient aliens, basically nonsense that became a meme because of that goofball on the History Channel where like maybe aliens came down and they taught the Egyptians the ways of arithmetic and geometry.
Why don't we go to the center of the earth better than we do now? Why haven't we dug more than a mile or two down?
So I think the deepest borehole ever is in Russia. And they dug it because the Americans just had gone like 5 miles. And so they went like 7 or 8 or something like that.
7 kilometers.
And it's it gets very hot down there, and the length of the drill bit is a whole thing.
So make the hole wider so the drill doesn't have to be at the top. Right? Like if you could lower if it's 7 kilometers and you could get them at the drilling apparatus 5 kilometers down, like, you know,
you're talking about making
a bigger hole. I'm talking about doing something cool. I don't want to fucking get a pencil 7 kilometers deep. I want to go 7 kilometers.
I think it was like, you know, roughly the size of like a pie plate or something, the borehole.
Right. You'd think it would have to be wide enough to be strong, but not so wide that the job gets harder.
I don't remember exactly how long it took for them to go as far as they went, but they didn't do it in a month. Like it was a long process of like drilling this thing out the way I remember it. And the temperatures down there were pretty absurd. Like it's, you know, it's getting hot. I want to say the Earth's crust is like 10 kilometers thick or something like that. It's probably more. But then you get into the mantle where you're dealing with like molten rock, right?
And that's a way bigger layer. Yeah.
And that's
There's
way
probably
bigger.
a place where the crust is at its thinnest. Just making that up. But
Bottom of the ocean, probably.
Maybe.
The
Or
Marianas Trench. Or
Death Valley. I don't know. You know, maybe that'd be an easier place to do it. But I don't know what makes it hard. Does water make it hard? It's got to. Does, you know, Death Valley? Maybe
I think there's nothing to achieve. I think that's the main thing. Because even when the Russians did it, it was literally like a dick measuring contest.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a source of energy. There's some heat down there that doesn't run out.
I mean, there is.
Right? And then, like in 2150, we're like, we have to stop global cooling. Well, the Earth's not as hot.
Will. If the center of the Earth cooled, we would all die. It's the spinning of the Earth's iron core, I believe, that creates our like magnetosphere or whatever that keeps us from being bombarded by like radiation and solar rays and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure we all just. That's one of the things when they were talking about like various planets in the galaxy and how like no, that one can't support life. And they're like, well, why? Well, it doesn't have a metal core. It doesn't have a magnetosphere. It has nothing to shield it from like the evil that space is full of that would just nuke bacteria.
The scale of things can be hard to get your head around. I was thinking if we harnessed the heat of the Earth to use as our energy source, would it somehow run out? Would it somehow be a bad thing? Would we decompress the middle? I don't know. Or maybe the scale is so huge, humanity could never, ever touch it and have any impact on it. I watched a video recently. There was a trend where it was like, hey, what would win? This versus this, you know, horse versus the ducks. You've seen it. It was the sun versus 1 trillion lions. And Taylor sometimes is like, people don't get how big 1 trillion is. So with that in mind, I was like, what would happen if we took 1 trillion lions in a ball and put it at the sun? Would if I took a handful of like mud and threw it at a small fire, I'd put the fire out. Is 1 trillion lions a lot of lions? It seems like a lot of lions, but the sun is a formidable competitor. Right?
Yes.
So how does it compare against 1 trillion lions?
That's 1 trillion lions.
Taylor, where's your answer on this? 1 trillion lions thrown at the sun. What happens?
Definitely the lions. The sun can't bite.
My guess is nothing happens. My guess would be nothing at all.
Well, 1 trillion dead, suffocated lions show up and burn to death. Maybe.
Yeah, you just launch them at the sun.
If there's, well, it depends. Are we doing one at a time?
No, in a big ball.
No, a ball. This is a ball of 1 trillion lions.
Yeah, a ball of 1 trillion lions. I'm taking the lions. Yeah.
You're wrong. You're wrong. A
I'm
ball of 1
probably-
trillion lions is so insignificant to the sun that it doesn't even like splash or make a solar flare. So then the guy took it to the next level and they said, hey, that's an English trillion. Apparently a bunch of languages use like it changes. And in France, like I guess 1 million isn't 1,000 more than 100,000 or better. A billion's not 1,000 more than 1 million. A billion is 1 million millions. And then in their language, 1 trillion is 1 trillion trillions. So they took that ball, French ball of lions, which is 1 trillion trillions, and threw it at the sun. Fucking nothing. Nothing. The sun barely notices 1 trillion trillion lions. It is, I think, slightly smaller than the moon. And as it approaches the sun, it starts to like break up, and it eventually just becomes a little more but insignificant amount of sun fuel. So then they calculated how many lions it would take. And then that ruins it because it starts getting into scientific notation. I barely understand.
10 to the power of 70, and you're like, that I couldn't fathom 1 trillion, and now we've gone into algebra or something.
Yes, exactly. It was like
Trigonometry?
10 to the 30-something number of lions. So
Yeah.
you can imagine a 1 followed by 30 zeros, whatever number that is.
I like those
Starts
YouTube
to have
channels.
an
though.
impact.
I watched the one that video got recommended to me. That one was a little silly
so
for
you've
me.
seen it recently. Okay.
I didn't watch it, but like because I was just like, look,
You had a better grip on what so I have a lot of respect.
I had a lot of respect for the sun. I think I'm big on the sun here.
I didn't know.
I'm a big sun guy.
Yeah.
How many
I love the
grains of
sunset.
sand are on Ocean City's 10-mile long beach? Right?
I
don't know.
wouldn't know what that number looks like. I have
Right,
no concept.
If you told me there were 1 billion grains of sand, I'd be like, okay. If you told me
That
there
sounds
were
way too low.
1 trillion is a lot of. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that'd be a huge amount.
I need to know how many
I
grains
don't
of sand are in a handful of sand. I don't know how many. I don't know how much.
deep the sand is.
Is this 100 grains? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? I don't know.
It's
I
like
need to
those
sit there and like
M&M
count out
guessing.
10
How
grains
long
of
is it
sand and be
sand?
like, well, that's fucking 10. I can rub that between my fingers. Fuck.
Yeah, then that must be.
I saw one where they were
2 million.
like, what would happen if a needle hit the earth at the speed of light? And I was just like,
Couldn't be good.
I think something happens. I think it's like a bomb going off, like a nuclear weapon.
Kinetic energy, but it's just a needle. Like
Yeah, it turned out that it's like 10 Hiroshima bombs if a needle hits
So
the earth.
Earth would be fine, but it would be a noteworthy explosion.
Yeah, you destroy a fucking city. Yeah, with a needle going the speed of light. I think it was the final judgment. But
Right.
then they got into, and they're like, in our last video, we told you what would happen if a needle hit the earth at the speed of light. Well, some of you corrected us and made sure we knew that nothing can achieve the speed of light. So for you sticklers out there, we're gonna find out what happens if a needle hits the earth at 9.99999999999% the speed of light. And I'm like, did you just double up on ad revenue? They just made the same video again.
Basically, if he did, that's smart.
They're like, all right, smart asses. We'll see who's smart. I'm gonna be collecting the check at the end of the month. Watch this. Yeah, I like those videos. I watch a bunch of that shit, like all sorts of like silly math. Like, what would happen if you? And some of them are real head scratchers for me because of the numbers involved. It's like, what would happen if you detonated a nuclear weapon at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? Turns out nothing. But I didn't know. Like maybe I didn't know what would happen.
I don't
There's
believe
lots
him.
of them.
Something would happen.
So, as a child, there was actually like a national, international anxiety about the Cold War. Like it just kind of
course.
existed and hung over everything that you did, or hanged over everything you did. I don't know. And we had this idea that nuclear bombs were worse than they really are. Nuclear bombs take out square miles, if I understand it right. And then the fallout, ruins territory, beyond that. And one nuclear bomb could maybe take out New York City. But as a child, we were like, if they launch all of them, does the Earth split? Will it crack like an egg, and will there be two floating hemispheres rotating around the sun? No, they're not that powerful. They're just really good bombs.
If they launched them all, then we would all die, though, because we would go into a nuclear winter.
That'd be an atmosphere thing, not like
that'd be an atmosphere thing. Well, not only would you have vast seas of radioactive wasteland that nothing could exist in, and the water would be poisoned in vast areas, and the entire chain of production that, forget nuclear weapons. If you just turned off the oil for a few years, a massive percentage of humans would just die because there's no food being moved around. But now you're talking about a significant percentage of us are just dead because every major city is already pre-targeted by these things. And there's 10,000 of them, I think, at this point, where there used to be way more in the Cold War. I think the US has 4,500, and the Russians have 5,000, and the Chinese have some piddling amount, 50.
This is an area where I don't trust the accuracy of our reporting at all.
You're like, they blow those nukes out of proportion.
High or low? I don't know. I just don't believe they have any incentive to tell the truth. They could have way more than they say, or way less than they say.
Yeah, I suppose so. I think we're more likely to be honest than the Russians are, and I think the Russians would have a hard time keeping that shit funded. I think they turned a lot of them into power plants. They pulled the warheads apart. But yeah, I think if all of them got launched, especially during the Cold War, that's kind of it for us. We don't go extinct, but our version of what reality is greatly. We turn into Fallout. It's like Fallout, the video game. I think that's what happens.
The last 3 presidents have talked about making more nukes, and it makes me think: did we, and just not put any advertising and marketing around the creation of new nukes?
We signed quite a bit of treaties. You would hope that everybody is abiding by them.
Right, because we wouldn't want to go to nuke jail. If the Russians were to find out, and it doesn't seem like we're great at keeping secrets, that we had an extra 1,000 we lied about, then that gives them carte blanche to make another 1,000, and then you don't want an arms race. We need to get rid of those things. We need a small amount of those. Court found Ronald Reagan guilty of violating something. And I remember the political cartoons where they're like, please don't show the presidential buttocks in court. Just mooning the judge fuck you. Yeah. You have no teeth.
No power here.
Yeah.
No, but I do think we need to keep a lot of them around because the aliens ever come, we're going to need those. We're going to need those. Not I don't think we could do anything to the aliens with them, but we could be look, we'll ruin this place. You think you're taking this? Don't you know what humans are all about? The aliens would be like, Jesus, we're literally heartless insectoids, but they're willing to ruin their whole planet just so that we can't have it.
Those aliens have a lot of self-awareness.
Well, of course they do. They flew here from another
heartless insectoids.
They would be blown away by how vindictive we would be, because that's what we would do. If it came down to either we are going to be accept insectoid overlords, or we can just ruin this fucking place so that they'll have to leave, and maybe we'll crawl from the ashes eventually. We would choose option B.
I'm down with that. I was thinking about what I would. I don't mean to talk about Walking Dead every show, but I think about what I would do if the world was that bad. And it's dude, the people that killed themselves weren't dumb. That's a viable idea in The Walking Dead. There's not a lot of joy even amongst the most successful survivors.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you keeping going?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I like the idea that over in Europe, it's all hunky dory. They solved that zombie thing right away, and because their socialized healthcare just kicked right in. Everybody's doing those big handshakes and big wide grins when it comes to sharing food and stuff. And
Canada's fine too. They have it.
That would be a hilarious ending if if they sailed across the Atlantic and got to France, and they're all wearing suits and ties and sipping fucking cappuccino and just blown away that we've been living like cavemen.
Sorry, with The Walking Dead. So in Walking Dead, one of the interesting things is there's no plot armor. Everybody dies in Walking Dead. From the original season, I think there's 2 people left. From season 2, every single one of them is dead. Season 3, I don't think there's any people that. So anyway, maybe there is Maggie. But back on topic. What's going to happen is they're going to end Walking Dead this year, and then there's going to
Good.
be a spin-off where Carol and Daryl do their thing. And I'm like, how is that different than just Walking Dead?
Yeah.
Like you kill everyone, you always kill everyone. That's just what Walking Dead is.
No, I feel you. You're absolutely right. I think it's really smart because God, I hope they find Rick along the way and we can watch this show again. Honestly, maybe they just bump into Rick down the road and he's like, it turned out Carl wasn't dead after all.
So none of it means anything until production starts. But apparently they're doing a movie with Rick.
I watched that shit. I love Rick, dude. I wanted to be a co-writer on that show so bad. I would have loved to have had my way. I'm always like with the Jedi thing. You know, I want Luke Skywalker to be the baddest motherfucker of all time. And with Walking Dead, I wanted a Ricktatorship. I wanted hardcore Rick. I just want Rick to like run into a new bad guy every season and them to underestimate him again, and then him to get all teary-eyed and then just go crazy and kill them all. Like that's what I liked about that show. I love like, oh, you shouldn't have. You don't know what you've done. It's like that Carlos Mencia bit about 9/11. You don't know. You don't know. You don't have the History Channel.
They go to Terminus. Probably this is a small name. They go to Terminus. You might not remember. There are these signs. There's salvation in Terminus. Come to Terminus. We accept new people, etc. He goes there. They ambush him and his crowd. They shoot at them and guide them into this railway car. Then they lock them all in, unarmed, in a railway car. And they're all beat up, maybe a little bit injured, trapped in a railway car. And I think this is the final episode in a season.
Yeah.
And Rick is like, they're going to feel so stupid. And they're like, what? When they figure out they locked up the wrong guys. And the season ends.
I think he says, fuck. I think what he says, it's been years ago. And he's just like, they don't know. And like one of them is like, they don't know what? They don't know who they're fucking with. and sure enough, like the next season, he's taken somebody's necklace and whittled out a splinter out of a piece of wood. And when they open the door, it's throats and eyeballs.
yeah. You probably remember better than me. But
it's
that's
throats and eyeballs as soon as they slide that door open. And it's like, all right, we got machine guns now. Let's go again. It's fucking great. I love Rick as a character. I love that it's in Georgia. Like that show was tailor-made to like make a lifelong fan out of me, and they just ruined it.
Yeah.
Also, Rick can't do a Southern accent, so that's a bit annoying.
It's pretty bad.
He don't sound like we sound down here. He don't sound nothing like we sound like down here.
He doesn't sound like any portion of the South either.
No, sir. He don't sound like Georgia. He don't sound like South Carolina. He don't sound like Alabama. He don't sound like us at all. And it's very visibly evident every time he tries that accent. It made no sense. He should have been like, yes, I'm from Connecticut. I just moved down here to be the sheriff of Georgia, or like whatever the fuck. Like he should just come up with. They should have just written that into his story and not have him try to do a Southern accent.
Do Boston R's the whole thing for 10 years.
These zombies is gonna be a problem. Like give him a Jersey thing. Yeah, like he's just terrible at the accent. But I like the guy's character. He's got a good look.
I know we need to wrap, but I always thought his look was wrong.
Really.
To me, he's too skinny to be a badass, right? He beats up every other person. I don't even. Do I have bigger muscles than Rick?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're all bigger than Rick. He's a little guy. I've met him. He's a little guy.
Okay,
that's cool.
Met is a strong word. I ate coffee. I had coffee like 6 feet from him, and I was just. I don't bother
sizing him up. Yeah,
I sized him up.
Give him an ocular pat down and ascertained you could beat his ass.
I did.
I always thought he was just. I don't know. I guess I want if I'm going to see the biggest badass around, he has to at least be Daryl sized and ideally Shane sized.
Daryl's a little guy too.
Yeah,
they're all little guys. Shane was the big one, right? He's the one that was fucking Rick's wife. Like he's a big man. Like you know he did a great job playing the Punisher. He's believable as an action hero.
Yes. Yeah. So I guess that's what I wanted from the. You don't have to have muscles to lead, but it wasn't like, he was Captain America leadershiping everyone. He literally, he was the second toughest guy on the show.
Yeah. Yeah. He was more of your he was a pretty good tactician. It was like his, when he would plot and he would stay down as long as he keep his head down. And even his own people would be like, is Rick a bitch now? But Rick was always like, thinking about something, and he'd eat as much shit as he had to eat to like take care of his people, and then by the end people are getting it's throats and eyeballs.
Yeah. Time to wrap.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I enjoyed it very
Fun to
much,
eat.
gentlemen.
Very good.
That was fun.
PKA 562.